Competitive ruling. Carlos Rodriguez. I can barely see the sidebar. Who is the designer here? Carlos Rodriguez engaged in activity detrimental to the best interest of the league in Riot Games in violation of the LEC rules. Consequently, he is suspended from holding any managerial or operational position with a team or organization in a Riot-sanctioned competition or participation therein until November 13th, 2022. In addition, Carlos Rodriguez is required to complete 1, sensitivity training, and 2, executive training as detailed below. The training must be provided by an independent third party that is unaffiliated with G2 Esports, the league, or Carlos Rodriguez. Timeline. Facts. On September 17th, 2022, Carlos Rodriguez posted a tweet with a video showing himself at a celebration with Andrew Tate, stating, "Yesterday, we celebrated G2's World Championship." The tweet rapidly garnered attention because of the views expressed by Andrew Tate, which have been described as extreme misogyny by the public press. In a follow-up tweet, Carlos Rodriguez posted, "Nobody will ever be able to police my friendships. I draw my line here. I party with whoever the fuck I want." On September 18th, 2022, G2 Esports announced that its supervisory board had mutually agreed with Carlos Rodriguez that he would take 8 weeks of leave as CEO and suspend his earnings during that time. In view of the above, on September 19th, 2022, the League of Legends European Championship Limited opened an investigation. This resulted in the opening of formal disciplinary proceedings against Carlos Rodriguez on September 20th for having potentially breached the LEC 2022 season open rules, or official rules. Carlos Rodriguez was invited to submit his statement on the above described facts, which he did on September 27th. Article 9.2.5 of the League of Legends European Championship 2022 season official rules states, team managers and members may not give, make, issue, authorize, or endorse any statements or action having, or designed to have, an effect prejudicial or detrimental to the best interest of the league, Riot Games, or its affiliates, or League of Legends, as determined in the sole and absolute discretion of the league. By publicly associating on social media Andrew Tate, known for his misogynistic views, with himself, G2 Esports and the LEC Carlos Rodriguez engaged in activity which was detrimental to the best interest of the league and Riot
If your
Games.
phone gets stolen and you were not robbed at gunpoint, you should just admit that you lost your phone. Copium, copium.
Okay. Jesus, what a wild. Pretty cut and dry. Not sure how anyone could argue with the reasoning for the punishment. One of the things that I don't like is how, I think there's a name for this in philosophy. Is it called like a second agent problem? Or like a third party agent problem? There's like, I wonder what the structure of this would be. If this is like a grammatical, no, there's a concept here. So let's say that I have a rule in my charter. I have a rule in my charter. Let's say this rule says, you shall not punch. This is a rule that it's like self-contained, doesn't rely on any third party to say something has happened. It just is what it is. If you punch somebody, then you are, then you get in trouble. Oh, principal agent problem. I don't. That's what I was thinking, but I don't think that's it. I don't know why I was thinking that. There's got to be some other name for this, okay? But this is fine, okay? Now, you have this is a thing, okay? Now we're gonna do like a level. We're gonna do like a level 1 abstraction from this, okay? We're gonna do a level 1 abstraction. We're gonna change this. Am I gonna be able to spell this? Is aggression with 2 G's? Aggressive. Aggressive, yeah. Now we're gonna change this to you shall not act aggressively. Now, this is still like a self-contained thing. It's a little bit harder now because it's open a little bit to interpretation, right? You shall not act aggressively. Okay. It's a little bit more vague than you shall not punch, but whatever. You can kind of argue, you can kind of fight around this. It's not the worst thing in the world. And it's understandable, right? You can't have like a specific rule for everything. If somebody kicks somebody and you're like, oh, well, you just said we shouldn't punch and I kicked him. It's like, okay, well, now we need something more vague. There's this next level of abstraction that is much harder. And it's like, it's, where's the text tool? I'm not typing all this out. It's this thing. Really? You're not going to automatically up the size? We have like another level of abstraction here where it's like, you shall not act in a manner in which the public may perceive you to be aggressive. Now, for the first rule, you shall not punch. That's boom, crystal clear, to the point. It's all within us. I understand. Now, first level abstraction, you shall not act aggressively. Okay, a little bit more vague. I understand the vagueness, though. You need to be able to enforce rules that might be on the edge. You need a little bit of discretion. You need to be able to cast a wider net to catch people that might be acting in bad faith. Okay, sure. But something strange happens in this third one where you shall not act in a manner in which the public may perceive you to be aggressive. When you open up what should or shouldn't be allowed to public perception, you've actually created a world where, because you have this outside, it's not a self-contained, you have an outside party that's influencing how you're making decisions. You have no accountability to yourself, and the rules are blown open to whatever the fuck you want them to be. And it no longer becomes fair to say like, oh, well, the rules are crystal clear. Bullshit. The rules now mean nothing. Like, this doesn't mean anything anymore. So for a real life example, Riot has a thing saying, by publicly associating on social media Andrew Tate, known for his misogynistic views, with himself, G2 Esports, and the LEC, Carlos Rodriguez engaged in an activity which was detrimental to the best interests of the league and Riot Games. Well, what's detrimental to the best interest of league and the Riot Games, or of league and Riot Games? It's whatever the public gets mad about. Now, this guy here says, oh, pretty cut and dry. Well, is it pretty cut and dry? Let's say that tomorrow, for whatever reason, 51% of society became racist. They started hating black people. And then let's say that a manager came out and they started listening to Kanye West. And then there was a huge public uproar against it. Why are you listening to N-word music? Why are you listening to black people music? Why are you doing this? Now, in that world, Riot would have every right to cut themselves off from that person listening to rap music because it's now detrimental to the company. But do you see, you haven't actually written a good rule here. You haven't written anything that, one, we're way away from being like moral or principled. You haven't even written a good rule for your own people to follow, because you've smuggled in this little clause that basically allows external parties to influence what's going to be enforced, you know? Yeah, it's just really annoying because people are like, oh, well, that's cut and dry. It's not cut and dry at all. The guy didn't really do anything that it looked like by the letter of the rules it was bad. It seemed like what he did, the bad thing that he did, was he got public backlash that was negative. That's the issue. Isn't this rule good for the company, though? Bad for the employees, but lets them drop people who are controversial? Yeah, sure, it could be. You can argue that, of course, the rule is good for the company. It gives the company basically unlimited discretion to do whatever they want. But the issue is that I'm just saying that it's stupid when people are like, oh, well, it's obvious he broke the rules. It's not obvious he broke the rules. What do you mean? This is the most vaguest shit in the fucking world. Like, you engaged in an activity that was detrimental to the best. Was it really detrimental? Are there really people that are going to not watch this LEC shit? Are there really people that are not going to watch League or play League because one of the managers of one of the teams in one of your leagues took a fucking Twitter video of Andrew Tate? That sounds impossible. I don't believe it. I don't believe that. Like, a lot of people in here need to grow up. Due to League franchising, he had to sign an industry standard entertainment contract. He breached the contract and got punished. This is the issue with the way they've worded it. And I guess the sad thing is to see like how stupid people are. It goes back to that principled thing, right? Like, hey, what if now I think in the United States it's illegal, so it might not be the same thing. I think in the US union busting is illegal. But like, let's say that you bust unions doing everything you're legally allowed to do. Like, oh yeah, well, if I don't like the way you are at my workplace, I can fire you for any reason I want. Well, not any reason, as long as it's a protected class reason. But like, you fire people, these same people would not come here and be like, well, hold on, Amazon was acting completely legally when they decided to let go and shut down that entire plant full of people that also wanted to unionize. Like, Amazon had the right to do that. They wouldn't be saying that. They'd be like, this is bullshit, we need to change the rules, blah, 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 blah. Like, people only... This is what I don't like, okay? You have, like, the rules, and then you have people's, like, personal preferences. And anytime they overlap, people will say, like, we have to follow the rules, right? You have a set of personal preferences, and then you've got, like, the rules. And anytime these two things overlap, you're like, look at the rules, look at the rules, look at the rules. But if we go too far off into here, where the rules start saying some shit that you disagree with, you're like, hold on, this is bullshit, this is bullshit, this is bullshit. And these are always good. These are always whatever. I just hate when we're stuck in this middle ground. It's like, bullshit, you don't give a fuck about the rules here. You absolutely don't give a fuck about this. That whole appeal to like, well, it's in the contract. Like, you know what else Riot tried to put in their contract was that players that streamed League of Legends weren't allowed to stream any other fucking game. That would have been in the contract too, you know? I don't know, it's just... Thanks, Freelabs. I hear this so much now whenever anyone gets banned too, like the meme counter to the conservatives about free speech doesn't apply to business. Like, yeah, of course, but the argument conservatives are having is that the rules are shit. Yeah, that too. Oh, it's not free to speech, yeah. Or when I get banned from Twitter, people are like, oh, well, that's the rules. Like, you're ban evading. Yeah, so is Keffel, so is GSFesh. Like, half of these motherfuckers are all ban evading. But if Keffel's got permaban from Twitter, or her account got nuked for ban evading, which it could be, if her account got nuked for ban evading, like, how many of her same followers can be like, you know what, that's fair. Keffel's is ban evading from 2 prior banned accounts. Maybe she should be like, no, they wouldn't give a fuck, right? It's kind of like it's unironically it's the Joker speech to Batman, in The Dark Knight when he's talking about how like, oh, people have their morality, but they drop it when, I don't remember the fucking, I'm sure Fuentes has it memorized. But it's like the same type of thing. Like people pretend they have like a certain set of rules as long as it's convenient to them when it lines up with their preferences. But as soon as those two things diverge, fuck the rules. Is the gayest Fesh dude ban evading? I thought the gay Fesh account wasn't actually... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was him. One thing that is reasonable is to say the CEO didn't show good judgment, which is unbecoming of an executive. However, beyond the company firing him, all the extra I don't know if he didn't show... I think it was hard for him to know. Was it really reasonable for him to assume that if he posted like a 6-second video with Andrew Tate and like 2 seconds of the shot, that the backlash would be that much. It's kind of hit or miss. It's kind of random. I know that you guys in chat like to pretend that like, oh, it's so obvious that would happen. But like, it's not really obvious at all. You really never know who's going to get fucking nuked and who's not. You have no idea. It's easier in retrospect to be like, oh, you should have done that. Obviously. No, it's not obvious. You have no idea. Like, Jesus. Like, there was so much like random shit that could happen that you guys like the next day would be like, oh, obviously. Like if tomorrow like I got permabanned from YouTube and it was like and the reason why I was like, oh, he associated too much with Sneeko. Like I feel like half the shit were like, oh yeah, obviously if you have Sneeko on your channel and associate with him, you're gonna get permabanned. Like it's not obvious. You have no idea. That's part of the whole reason of like why I don't want to say like cancel culture, but one of the obnoxious things about all the rules of these platforms is you really don't know what you can or can't do. You really have no fucking idea. Like look at that whole private Twitch guide that just released for moderation for the strike guide or whatever. Why the fuck wouldn't they make that available to partners? Why not show me clear-cut examples of like this is allowed and this isn't allowed. This is okay and this is like that seems like it'd be really valuable for people to have. If they worded the contract how it really is of we drop people who get too much public backlash, do you think the public would be okay with it? I don't know, maybe. I mean, they're okay with whatever because they don't like Andrew Tate. I was talking about his tweets doubling down with the whole I can hang out with whoever I want. Yeah, maybe he shouldn't have said that, sure, but that's not why he got in trouble. That's not why, right? Now you're doing the thing where like this has happened to me before. It's one of the reasons we have to be so careful. And you retards fall into this trap constantly, and it's so fucking annoying to watch even you guys do this. To where like somebody will walk up to you and they'll rape you 27 times. They'll bring all of your friends to rape you 27 times. And while you're laying there like bloody and fucking destroyed and ruined or whatever, you get up or whatever, and then some guy comes out and you call him like a racial slur or something. And then everybody comes down on you for it and like, oh my God, this is why you're in trouble and this is why you deserve everything that's happened to you because you did this thing. And it's like, wait, hold on. This happened after all the other shit. There have been so many times where I've been caught in like certain dramas and like after the canons have gone back and forth like 55 fucking times, then I'll end up saying something like dumb or whatever. And now all the focus is like, oh, well, the reason why everybody did all those things back then to you is because of what you just did now. It's like, wait, what the fuck? You guys fall into this so many times. I see it happen to you guys. It was so fucking annoying to deal with it. But from a public figure perspective, yeah, I'm sure there are people saying, oh, well, it's because of how he responded as a CEO. Bullshit. If you say that you're a fucking retard, you shouldn't comment on anything at all. Nothing about this had to do with because of his response. It had to do because he hung out with Andrew Tate. Like, if it would have been another person and there was like a minor backlash to it, and he'd be like, I can hang out with whoever I want. No one's going to please my friendships. Nobody would give a fuck. It's not because of his response. It's because of his response to Andrew Tate. That's the reason why. My opinion, people in the league community already hate Carlos for context. Things like screwing out EU talent / players, contracts, great attitude, they jump on any chance piling up. Sure. The N-word drama was because Denims wanted an out from the drama of fucking in your bed. True. Of breaking into my house, letting somebody else in, and fucking all over my bed for a day and a half, like the autistic fucking
will you remove the rule for banning people for any reason on your subreddit then?
No, banning people from a particular, like, area of a social media is not the same as banning somebody from social media. I don't know how people don't understand this. This is the same argument conservatives make when you're like, I think that like we should have like more lax immigration. Oh yeah? Would you let an illegal immigrant sleep in your bed every single night? What about 5,000 of them? You want to have 5,000 new immigrants in America, but you wouldn't let all of them live in your house? Well, aren't you a fucking hypocrite? Like, no, what the fuck? Like, just because I don't think you shouldn't be banned from like fucking Reddit for calling somebody retarded, that doesn't mean I don't think individual subreddits shouldn't be able to ban you. The individual subreddits can ban for whatever they want, or Twitter people can mute you or ignore you, or Facebook pages can ban you. But there's a difference between being banned from like a section on a page or a section on a social media website versus being banned from the entire social media website. It's a completely and fundamentally totally different thing.
Yes.
Based, true. There's research showing that ambiguous rules are frequently and asymmetrically applied according to people's selfish aims. Well, of course, it's part of the reasons why you have discretion.
400 years of colonial fucking
ass on, man.
Law firm that is investigating the situation, and I really can't talk about it because I'm extremely advised not to talk about it. Does that make sense? Yes. Is a
Okay. I don't know why I was like this. This is what that fucking any loser is. Jesus Christ, what an actual disgusting fucking loser. Oh my god. This is what a Wikipedia vandalizer looks like. How actual fucking gross.
The worst thing that we have to worry about is that we
Hello, chat. Pepe wins, Dinos lose. Many such cases.
risks to our knowledge.
Did you hear about what happened at the party last night? I don't know if you were there.
They're talking, I don't know if it's he, she, they, I don't know what the fuck the pronouns are for this person. I check the Twitter profile. But they're talking about, apparently Kethel's approaching Melina.
Did you hear about what happened at the party last night? I don't know if
Oh, and they're talking to Denims.
you were there. Kettle walked up to Melina and said,
Okay, here's $1.
she shook her hand and said, I'm going to get your husband's channel deleted from YouTube if he doesn't want it.
Yeah. Especially
Chuck Logic did a thing on it. It's on LSF right now. There's no, you can't film inside the partner party, so there's no video of it or anything.
God, she's such a giga chat.
She's such a giga chad. By the way, in case you didn't know, okay, Denims is literally, has become, Anna's chill now, okay? Anna's in the past, Denims is the new that. Like, every single time, I don't know if you guys know this, I have to keep reminding you of this. Every single time I have big drama with somebody, Denims is messaging them in the background, like offering support. It's like, oh my God, you got abused by Destiny too, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if you guys are aware of this now, but it happened in the last big drama that I was in. Where people message me like, do you know this person? Or like, oh shit, like this person just messaged me. And it's like, well, I don't know, that's so fucking weird. Like Denims literally is DMing people in the background of every big drama, trying to like flip people over in her fucking weird sociopathic sex cult or whatever the fuck they do over there. It's actually insane. I like the expectation versus reality. Good one, Chief. Fucking loser.
And said,
Okay, here's $1.
she shook her hand and said, I'm going to get your husband's channel deleted from YouTube if he doesn't want it.
Yeah. Especially
Chuck Logic did a thing on it. It's on LSF right now. There's no, you can't film inside the partner party, so there's no video of it or anything.
God, she's such a giga chat.
I know, it's like such a chat.
That is the most giga chat shit you can do. Just work it out.
She said she was pretty nervous because she did like a group of like 12 people. And I'm like, yeah, that's like quite nervous. It was like, well, nobody can say she doesn't bring the same energy IRL.
What energy IRL? She does bring the same energy IRL, which is nothing. She doesn't bring any energy online. There is no energy to mass flagging and getting everybody's account banned. That's not energy. That's not Giga Chad. That's called being the 9-year-old little tattletale that got bullied by everybody by having fucking paper wads spit at them in class and told the teacher on every fucking thing because it pissed you off, okay? And nobody likes you, and you have no friends, and you're a loser, and you deserved it. Okay, there's nothing Giga Chad. There's no big energy here. It's just you being a little crybaby bitch.
Giga Chad, yeah, it's something. Wait, did my fucking chat go away again?
God, it's so gross. Like, actually disgusting fucking people. Nightmare Politics panel? Wait, what is this? Why didn't you apply this logic to the Hunter Biden story? Your argument was the story was banned because they broke the hacking rules, but we clearly know that it had more to do with the fact that this was right before the election. I'm just banning you. I can't communicate with you. I've explained this a million fucking times, and I'm not gonna sit here and like have fucking morons like you like constantly try to attack me for this. I said a million times, okay? And I will explain this one more time for you before you fuck off to some like dipshit conservative channel forever, okay? The reason why that story was banned was because it included links to hacked materials. Now, people like you will come on and say that story with the entire story was censored. That's not true. You're factually wrong. It is fake news and you're making shit up. There were plenty of people that reported on that story that were not banned from Twitter. There are plenty of people that made articles, posted them on Twitter that were not banned. Twitter did not suppress that entire story. It was just the link to the original New York Post story that violated their hack materials policy. Not only is that the case, which you don't know because you probably don't know anything about this because you get all of your news from fucking 4chan. Not only is that the case, You could argue that Twitter was literally biased in favor of conservatives because after the outrage from that New York Post story getting censored was so big, they changed the rules just in response to that so that you can make newsworthy posts to hack materials. So if you want to take anything from that story and you're actually reading the facts instead of gurgling on the fucking cock juice of whoever the fuck conservative dipshit is feeding you whatever conspiracy theory you want at the time, the actual reality story is they actually favored conservatives there by rewriting the fucking rules to make that kind of stuff okay afterwards. Okay? Fuck you. Jesus Christ. Yes. Who ran Doom on their Rockbox, on their iPods in grade school? No, it would have been in high school.
Curious. You say you don't support cancel culture and deplatforming people from cell phone carriers, yet you kicked me from the group chat for too many Dogwarts hypotheticals.
True. What is this? This looks disgusting. Frogan, Hassan Simp, Brainless, Denims, Psychopathic, Brainless Bimbo Dipshit. This guy looks like a brainless bimbo dipshit, and this guy's probably a brainless bimbo dipshit. I don't even know who these two... I shouldn't say that, actually. These guys might be base Biden liberal supporters. I don't know who the guys on the right are. That's the Lucid Fox dude? Oh, yeah, he is a brainless dipshit. True. Absolutely true. We're not watching fucking Vosh clips. I don't know why I have this loaded up. But this is the Any 43 person. I think she's a mod of Vosh. She's a friend of, co-founder of White4.st. Oh, she might work with White Nervosa on shit. But,
God, man,
Ran like over.
Wait.
But .st. Oh,
this person is like the RTBA of losers. Am I right? This person just gets around. They're like RTBA if they were like scummy. What the fuck?
Might work. But this is the Any. Rose got deleted from like online, by the way. White Nervosa killed his website. And Vosh's community ejected him from the Discord server and that whole community, and they all hate him now because he did grammar and fact checking on my document. I don't understand how people can't see how unbelievably fucking like creepy and crazy they are. Like it's some actual fucking cult shit. Like you're watching it happen right in front of your eyes. Like these people would unironically go and drink, like gargle fucking glasses full of poison Kool-Aid, or I guess in this case it's fucking bathtub estrogen, to like fit in with whatever crazy fucking insane cult group that they're with. And they exhibit like all the characteristics of like insane cult group thing too. But it's crazy to me though, because like looking from the outside, like it's so obvious. It's so obvious. Or maybe I'm in the cult, who knows? We're all in cults at the end of the day. Jesus. They were banning anyone who was asking about Rose in the Vosh subreddit. Wait, really? Oh, also, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but do you guys know the document that Vosh would used? Or that Vosh would used? I need to stop doing drugs. That Vosh used? God, fuck. We went out partying a few nights. You ever do... Dude, the crossfading shit is awesome. Oh my God. You're like fucking unhinged for hours, wasted out of your mind. And then you smoke and you just like are fucking... Oh, damn, you're just like chill in another fucking dimension. And you're drunk, and you're high, and it's... I need to start buying some weed. Also, hey! News flash for druggies. Heads up, weed losers. Heads up. Weed losers. On the very, very, very top of based weed shit is a really, really, really good, really strong joint. Right after that are weed vape pens. And then way, 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 way below that is like medium strength weed and then low strength weed. I don't know why the fuck you would ever smoke.
Did you have to intervene when Chud was going to physically destroy Haz and Jackson? Twitch WW3
No, I wasn't even there. Anybody, I don't know who would smoke mediocre weed when there are fucking weed pens. Can somebody explain that to me? Why would anybody smoke medium weed. Like if somebody goes to him and like, is this some good shit? And they're like, oh, it's okay. And I'm like, oh, well, guess what, dumb fuck? We're in 2022. Why the fuck would I smoke okay weed when you can just go and pull a fucking weed vape pen out of a USB charger and I can get a good high just like that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That pen shit is bad for you long term. Hey, newsflash. Anytime you're inhaling some fucking drug shit into your nose, it's probably gonna be bad for you long term, buddy. This is why edibles are based. Edibles are cursed. Okay, we stay away from that shit. Oh, what was I saying earlier? Yeah, do you remember when do you remember the big Vosh research document that he would always bring up on stream? That I'm pretty sure that big research document was like hardcore, almost exclusively prepared for Vosh by Rose Wrist. I don't know if anybody has a link to that document.
Do you want us to walk? Jill. What?
Don't talk to you crazy.
Do you want us to walk?
Nice. You just hovered the link. Wait, did I? Oh, this. Oh my god. Somebody linked. Are these Vosh's logs for it? Rosewurst did a ton of work on this. Vosh would have this link like everything back when he was doing real debates before he bitched out and he's just coasting on the rest of his crazy YouTube money before he can go back to live with mom and dad again. But when he was actually trying, yeah, this whole thing was like fucking hardcore worked on by Rosewurst. And this is, I guess is this Vosh's chat where they where they link to it? Damn, shamelessness. Oh, this entire section is credited to Rose Wrist, a former guest of the stream. They are near entirely responsible for the collection of this data. Seriously, I just ripped most of this from their document with their permission, of course.
What's better, indoor dining or outdoor dining? If you answer the latter, you're wrong.
What's better, indoor dining or outdoor? It still depends on where you're at. I don't eat outside in Florida unless I'm in certain areas. If I am eating somewhere and I start getting eaten by mosquitoes, I'm abusing whoever I'm with. It'll be bad. You're gonna have to call the cops. That's why Dan doesn't hang out with me anymore. We went out to eat somewhere and he was like, let's go outside. And I was. And this is my rule. After swatting off 9 mosquitoes from my body, I said, Dan, look at my hands. I'm gonna make you bleed twice as much as the blood they've sucked from me. And then we fought. And I won. That's why he's not here anymore.
Oh my god, I love Destiny so much. I want to give him a big old kiss on the lips while I look in his pretty blue eyes.
Did you say they commented this out? Wait, did they really?
Is Vosh even in control of his community anymore? Was he ever?
I don't know. Wait, how can you see, where do you see it being commented out? Oh, it's this thing right here, isn't it? Is it? The exclamation mark, dash, dash. Based.
Different, or these aren't all of them, but these are some of the more common financing types for each of the different firms. And as we can see, there are ways for certain cooperatives to accumulate like outside equity through outside investments. The one that is able to accumulate the most outside investment, that is a cooperative, is the majority cooperatives, because they're able to sell non-controlling voting shares, which the other two cooperatives are not, in addition to the non-voting shares that the autonomous cooperatives are able to sell as well. So the complete autonomous cooperatives can fall short here because it's pretty difficult for them to attract outside capital in that sense. However, here's a pretty important caveat there. Even though it's possible,
this is all actually like 1,000,000 times more fucking weird and pathetic when you consider the fact that like Vosh is like this 31-year-old fucking man-child that is like basically using this 17-year-old for research on his stream, and then he gets his entire fucking community to gang up on him and kick him the fuck out afterwards. And he's like twice his age. Like, bro, come on, are you serious? It's like fucking weird. Jesus.
Cooperatives to
like a true communist. Based. Rose is 17. I think he's 18 or 19 now. This is in 2021 though. I don't know how old he was at this.
Destiny. I might have missed this. But what happened to Overrussell logs?
What did happen to it? Why did it stop? I don't remember. Did Twitch change the way they log stuff or something? I don't know. There's some reason why it stopped. Or maybe, I think Twitch made it so that you weren't, it's not like an okay service anymore. They made it illegal against their TOS, not illegal. But
voting shares and non-voting shares within worker cooperatives, there is still a disincentive for doing that compared to conventional firms.
Of course.
And that
because there's not the
because
same
you don't-
fiduciary responsibility.
Precisely.
Why did it work? Stop working in our chat? I don't know. Jader needs to turn the button on. He unchecked the box that has fucking logs working. I don't know why he doesn't just turn it back on. Oh shit, I didn't see this. A recent Vosh subreddit thread about Rose. Are we going a little too hard on Rose's wrist 2 hours ago? Like, give me a reason, a great reason why this person is as horrible as everyone keeps telling me. I'm pretty sure he's not good terms with Vosh's content isn't right wing. Considering Rose was involved in the creation of a document that calls for Cloudflare to reinstate Kiwi farms and stands by his endorsement of said document, I can't support that behavior. As the saying goes, if you lie down with dogs, you get up with fleas. I'm not sure how hard you've seen. I don't know how you see things hard. But he's basically backing the unhinged manifesto shit coming out of a guy online. So, like, I did enjoy his content and everything. Just think he's lost the plot in a way I do not vibe with. Oh, it's the Dino Smash. Wait, which one is Pascal? Is Pascal Dino Dad? This guy's just like another unhinged fucking loser. It's hard to keep track of them all. It's so funny, too, that, like... So, how am I spite-driven? Well, when you cover Vosh, even though you listed, like, 50 examples of you being charitable towards him, I don't think you're as charitable as you should be. So you're actually unhinged and psychotic. Okay. Well, what are you guys doing? Well, Rose Rist did a grammar and fact check on your manifesto, so we destroyed his website. We did a website redirect to our own project. Also, we permabanned him and kicked him out of a community that he's probably poured like dozens of hours of research into because he's associated with you. But you're the spite-driven one, by the way. Okay. That thread just got removed by Vosh's mods. Nice.
No matter what, dude, one of my things, yeah, we make it, no matter what, dude, one of my things is I am a master at cover-ups and reconstruction.
Me too, for 4 years.
Excuse me?
I think this will not look good like this. Like, let's be real.
Man, you know, it's funny. You know, I'll tell you like this, the number one fucking place to, yeah.
Bro, it's a little too spicy, even for me. Turn it down a little bit. Actually, you know what? It wouldn't be too spicy for me, but that's because I don't do weird shit. But listen. Shit, I don't want to get clipped on this. Miz will be okay. He's just gotta... Ms. Kiff called me a couple weeks ago to apologize for joking about my rape. He seemed sorry at the time. He was worried I'd prove him joking. But seeing him joke about success on stream today, come on, dude, I thought you were sorry. Damn.
How did you not lose your mind when talking to Sneeko? His ideology is actually ridiculous.
Yeah, most people online are. Yeah.
It's Morgan Uncensored, one of the most...
I feel like I'm gonna get copyright hit for this. Oh, cool. It's doing the thing where my mouse scroll wheel, when you push the middle mouse button. Do you ever have a thing where you push the middle mouse button on a page and then it gets stuck, like, scrolling in a certain direction, but then the page becomes, like, unresponsive and you have to kill it for no reason? And it doesn't make any sense why. I don't know. Okay. If you make a 920 in GOT rhythm, I'll give you $100. If you lose, you have to change your bisexual lighting to dark Brandon lighting. I don't know what dark Brandon lighting is, but I can... Hold on. Okay. Here we go.
If you make a 920 in GOT rhythm, I'll give you $100. If you lose, you have to change your bisexual lighting to dark Brandon lighting.
No. No, I knew it. I felt it. I felt it right here. It was fuck. Fuck. God damn it. God, this guy is so... I just... I don't even have to say anything. Bros, am I crazy? I watched Sweet Anita's stream. I assumed she was like 6 feet tall.
Have you watched What is a Women yet?
Yeah.
A Woman.
All day. I didn't know she was like 5'0" in real life. Jesus. That sounded like an insult. I didn't mean to make it an insult, but... Is this the Twitch equivalent of 20-year-olds hanging out with high schoolers or 35-year-olds who keep finding themselves on college campuses? What does this comparison even mean? What the fuck? My next account might be like dark liberal or something, and it might just be a pure bully account. Huh. Oh shit, when does Melver Idol get its update? Did you see this clip from TwitchCon? Probably not. Hold on. Edgy lighting. There you go.
Hey, yeah, can I get a picture? Thank you so much.
I'll kill you. Fuck off.
I don't mind it. I love your like streams. They're so calm.
Thank you. He's got tits.
What?
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Jesus. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Muchas felicidades al hermano presidente de Rusia. I don't know, Russia. I don't even pronounce it in Spanish. This means much congratulations To our friend president in Russia, our brotherly president in Russia, some term of endearment, president of Russia, right? I don't know if this actually would directly translate to my brother, but Vladimir Putin en el día de sus cumpleaños, a day of celebration. Cumpleaños is years. Oh, this is a birthday. It is the day of his birthday. Los pueblos dignos. I don't know what that means at all. Something dignity, freedom, and anti-imperialism. Something to do with the intervention of some bullshit in OTAN. I don't know what the fuck that means. Probably some South American shit. El mundo encontrará rara pascuando iiuu. Is this like some European development bullshit, Eastern some bullshit? Hey, de Antar, contra la vida. I don't know. Okay, fuck it. We got the first half. OTAN equals NATO. Oh. What does EEUU stand for? Oh, USA. Base. It's the plural way of saying United States and abbreviation. Gotcha. When there are plural words on the abbreviation, you repeat the letter. Is that really true? I've never heard that in my entire life. For Spanish, if there's a plural word, you just double the letter? That's some wild shit. Dude, you gotta watch Mizkif right now. Do I really have to? Do I really have to watch Mizkif?
Good. I was wondering if you could... Switching to glyco.
Oh, you want it easy? You're in the wrong place.
Okay, robotic overlord lady. It was fun and all, but I'm out of here. Well, this is awkward. A little help. Yeah?
Put your insurance on easy mode. Switch and save with Geico.
Can you translate this tweet too? Jock Landale es el mejor noticia de los Suns en esta offseason. La mejor is the worst. I don't know what noticia means. Of the Suns, not Suns. It's probably Suns. You would say Suns, right? What does this mean? Oh, is mejor no, it's not mejor. Sorry, fuck. Mejor, is that best? Oh shit. What is worst? Hold on one second. Peor is worst, mejor is best. You see, the Biden is trying to tighten contractor laws. I saw that. Les va a meter la pija en el culo a todos. I don't know what this phrase means. I don't know what any of this means. This is some weird, like, past tense shit or something, right? I only know, like, I don't remember any of the non-present tense. That's a slur? Oh, it's got 10,000 likes. No way. I know a todos usually means, like, everything or with all. Like, gracias por a todos is, like, thank you for everything. Dick in the ass in Argentinian Spanish. Oh, okay. Gotcha. What were my Omniliberal was my 100th. That one was the big one that got hit recently. What was it after that? Gaze Within. Was the other one before Gaze Within the Omni Destiny one? Or is there something else? Oh, Modal Sevens. What a cute name. I think I'm on the, I run an experiment. I think I'm actually on like the manual ban list for Twitter. I think there are people that actually, or there's at least one person I think at Twitter that knows who I am. That like will search for accounts. Holy shit. I wonder if they have to justify it to like anybody above them or if they can just like pull the trigger on an account. Because the last account I used had a different email address. I used a different Google Voice phone number, and the account was an older one too. For insta banning people that say like, okay, I don't know why you guys do shit like this. You'll say like, don't post pictures of yourself like you assume that a manual human is checking every report, which is generally not true. But then you'll say like this retarded shit where it's like, oh, just like run a company account. Like if you think a manual person is going through the account trying to ban me, why the fuck do you think some retarded shit like, well, just say Destiny GG LLC and then you can get around it? Like, yeah. Why don't you do the my friend shtick but keep at it? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. If there's a manual person checking, it's not going to do anything. If they think it's you, they'll just ban you. Are you using VPNs just connecting to the same Wi-Fi? No, it's not going to be as sophisticated as that. I think that if I had to guess for bans, oh god, fuck, I can't do this publicly. Actually, never mind. Most of you guys are so fucking retarded when it comes to anything tech. Fuck, I'm triggered today. Like, you guys actually think that, like, when an account is reported at, like, a company like Twitter, you guys think that there's, like, 20 people that are, like, going through and, like, oh, yeah. Like, there are so many of you guys where I think it's like, oh, yeah, Destiny said that was his Twitter account on stream. Like, you guys think that people at Twitter HQ are like, oh, okay, let me click through to this YouTube stream. Okay, this guy, Stephen Bonnell, Destiny. Oh, he said he had this Twitter. Let me check. Like, that's not how any of these things run in the background. Like, 99.99% of like moderation on these websites are going to be going to be automated. It's going to be like they're going to be looking for like patterns of like email addresses, IP addresses, phone registrations, probably names and birth dates. Like, there's going to be stuff like that going on. Except for in very, 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 very rare instances, you might actually be like a manually flagged person where they're actually looking for you. And I think I might be in that very rare instance. Yeah. Are you using the same phone across accounts? No. I used everything different. I don't think I even logged. All right, I'm not sure if I logged on my phone on this one, but I changed everything for this one. But I think I am just on like a manual. People are saying it's the rope emoji. No, it had nothing to do with the rope emoji. The account ban is for ban evasion. The rope emoji on its own is never going to get an account ban. There's nobody's been banned for that. If you think you're manually flagged, you get it reversed when like Musk takes the helm. I have no idea, but. Good experience set up simultaneously bot accounts that repost all of the same tweets as you do, so you have multiple accounts tweeting the same stuff. I don't think it's worth it. But I think, yeah, because some things I can tell get hit really fast. Like if I reuse phone, because there have been some accounts that I'll make, but I never tell you guys, but I'll see them get banned after a couple days. If I'm reusing phone numbers, if I'm reusing email addresses, and if I'm reusing my name and birth date, I'll see some accounts that will get banned without ever being public. But for my other ones, there must be people that are actually checking or
Don't
have
get
like
triggered. The factory
people that will actually know like who I am, I guess. How the hell did omni-liberal last so long? I don't know about that one. I'm not sure. It might have been that maybe I caught somebody's eye during the whole trans stuff because there's so many insane funky people that are like on that train that maybe I caught the eye of somebody that actually runs like high up in moderation, or maybe the bio protected us. I'm not sure. Pretty well that you're banned with our people on Twitter who are actively doing genocides, government officials. True. Would you take or accept someone's old Twitter account? The last account I used was an old Twitter account. Wow, Morgan, welcome to the Tier 4 Cyber Club, buddy.
Stupid fucking thing. Come on, come on. No, come on. Okay. Oh my god! How did I miss? Like, it won't. Stupid. Fucking thing. Come on, come on. No, come on. Okay. Oh my god! How did I miss? Like, it won't. Stupid fucking thing. Come on.
Batman, I caught a little Pokemon. Do you want to know what Pokemon I caught?
What Pokemon did you catch, Joker?
I caught a little punny, Batman. I caught a little punny.
Oh no, Joker. Don't tell me.
You already know, Batman. You know what I'm gonna do to that thing.
Joker, it's an animal, Joker. You can't.
Batman, there's no laws against the Pokemon, Batman. I can do whatever I want with it.
No, Joker. No, don't do it.
I'm gonna do it, Batman.
Why? I'm glad I was right about that Evo Morales guy being a loser. So fuck you guys. I was right. And I'm still right. Good luck on Vosh's subreddit trying to reconcile Vosh's insistent fucking suck-offing of the Bolivian dude. When I said he was a loser the whole time.
Zero chill.
He's banned from my stream, by the way.
Zero chill. What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ. You're out of control. Someone needs to fucking... this. Okay, we need to start saving some of these. Cause...
Gorilla versus lion versus bear.
Who wins in a fight to the death? Or maybe in a sport competition setting, but let's go with a fight to the death. A grizzly bear, a silverback gorilla, and maybe a lion or a tiger, an African lion, or one of the flavors of tiger. I don't know who you think is more ferocious. What are the parameters?
What is this shirt? This looks like some Solid Snake getup. What is this?
First to consider here. Maybe I can throw a few out, and maybe you can give me some thoughts about how much of these parameters matter. So first of all,
rash guard, Under Armour, athletic wear. He lives BJJ. Did you hear anything else from Alex? I don't know. Can you give us your take on Lex versus Mr. Girl? I don't know why Mr. Girl went unhinged. I'm not sure. I don't know. It's Mr. Girl doing Mr. Girl things. Read the post Mr. Girl made your sub. I did read it. I read it.
I pulled you over because I had to speed over the speed limit. I had to go 65 miles per hour just to catch up to your vehicle.
And how fast was I going? How fast was I going?
I cannot tell you exactly how fast you were going.
Why not?
I don't have a radar. But right now, the reason...
You don't have a radar, but you know I was speeding?
Yes, because I had to go over the speed limit to catch you, to pull you over.
You were 4 cars behind me.
I mean, technically, deductively, what she's saying is true. I just don't know what kind of ticket she's going to write for the guy.
I pulled you over because I had to speed over the speed limit. I had to go 65 miles per hour just to catch up to your vehicle.
Going.
Exactly how fast you were going.
Why not?
I know the reason.
You don't have... Not.
I don't have a radar. But right now, the reason...
You don't have a radar, but you know I was speeding?
Not true. You can overtake someone going faster. That is absolutely not true. I don't know who told you that. There are a couple of grandma and grandpa rules of driving that people will tell you that are absolutely not true. That is absolutely not true. You cannot speed to overtake somebody. Oh, no, wait. This is true, though. Hold on. If he's going the speed limit, then she has to go faster than the speed limit to catch up. That actually is true. Wait, yeah, duh. If the speed limit is 55 and he's going 55, she's going to have to go faster than 55 to catch up to him. Wait, that actually is true. Wait, never mind. What she's saying does not deductively follow. That's what we're saying? Wait, no, that's not what that guy was saying. That guy was saying that you can speed to overtake somebody. That's not true. Here, I'll let you back.
Next IRL stream, you non-audio files should get your ears checked. Thanks.
That's what I meant. Oh, well, you know what? Maybe the officer meant something different too. Not true. You can overtake someone going faster. Typically, they will follow behind for a time and compare it to their own speedometer. Maybe that's what she did. If a cop is following you, I think that I don't think that they're doing a speedometer comparison. I think they're running your plates to see if they can get you for anything else, or they're grocery shopping. If they're following you, they've already decided they're going to pull you over, or they're not going to, and they'll fuck off. But like once they're following you, I think they've already got something to pull you over. Just be careful or be aware.
Watch Nico's final message.
Beggars can't be choosers. Leaders in the global south have two choices: American hegemony or the Russo-Chinese coalition. Wow. If you hit 900 on the rhythm, ban me for a month, and I can't make an alt or I get permit. Score under 900, you have to turn on dark mode for Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Reddit. I don't even know how to turn on dark mode on for that shit. But I will hit a 900. Hold on, here we go. I'm not going to ban you if I hit it, though. Lock in.
Add Mel W to the YouTube emotes, please. DGGL.
I was locked in. Yes! 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 I was locked in. Oh, good job, guys. We bought an ATV. I told her if she was going to buy anything, it's got to be on my logo has to go on it. So they're going to try to pin our logo on it. I said that if my shit shows up in any weird fucking Russian torture videos, though, I'm pulling all of her shit down off of YouTube, and we're gonna charge back our donos. So hopefully nothing weird happens. Where are we in the elevator, guys? Remember, no war crimes, okay? If you care to watch Vosh following the steps of your channel after stagnation.
Thing. But I've been thinking about the future of this channel, right?
Oh no! I think we need to talk more about men's issues and red pill stuff. Like people like Sneeko and Andrew Tate deserve a lot more attention than I've been giving them.
I have a very positive opinion of this channel and the content that it produces, and also of my community. I'm very happy with all these things. But you should never let comfort be the enemy of ambition, right? The issue that I have right now is that there are two main problems. First of all, I am fully known in LeftTube. This is what's known as audience saturation, right? Everybody in Left YouTube knows.
Oh my God, he listened. Do you think he listened to my analysis? So Vosh's problem, in my opinion, is
why is the Pitbull discourse coming back, Sluxtony? Updated thoughts.
I
And
have no
cops said they
updated
can
thoughts.
find a
I
reason
don't
every time to stop
care.
you if they follow along. enough.
I don't even think. I don't even know if pit bulls are actually more dangerous than other dogs. I'm not sure. Somebody posted a huge meta-analysis that shows they weren't. Wash's problem is that you literally watched this clip last week. Did we watch the same exact clip? Did we really watch this clip? Pull up the VOD. Wash's problem is he can't pull from the far right because he's obviously too far. He's not far enough left to be that crazy to pull from the far right. He can't pull from center right or center medium or center left because all of those people are going to watch somebody like me instead. And then the far left absolutely fucking hates him. So he's like in this very, very, very weird. He's in this very weird area where he can't really draw from anybody, or the crowd that he could best draw from have absolutely no reason to watch him over somebody like me. On the October 8th stream, did we? Was I even home on October 8th? I feel like I was out of town. Ooh. No, I wasn't even in town on October 8th. What are you talking about?
Who I am and has an opinion on me. Some good, many bad, but they all know who I am. I am fully and completely in occupation of this mind space. The second problem that I run into is that, well, I don't really think that this is a debate bro channel. I seriously don't. We do lots of things beside debates. I have plenty of friendly conversations, even with people I disagree with. I like debate, but I don't think this is like, when I think debate bro, I think of the negative archetypes that I associate with like the late skeptic channels where they would like, anytime they disagreed with anyone and anything, they would like scream and like freak out over it. Like, you debate, like this like logic bro like archetype, you know? I don't think I embody that, even though I like debates. The two problems here is that there's not much room for me to grow in this space, as evidenced by my subgrowth. But there's room to grow in other spaces. There's, Destiny has made a lot of headway growing into the reactionary like drama space. Hassan has made a ton of headway getting into the like pseudo-celeb e-boy, like TikTok guy space. You know what I mean? Like the normie React streamer kind of thing. Fuck, Adam Something. Adam Something is a massive channel now. He was initially a fan of mine, and he's into like the urban planning, like broader, like civic engineering, here's what Elon Musk did and why it's stupid type thing, right? LeftTube on its own isn't enough. And this is what I've always said about the importance of reaching people through a variety of mediums, right?
One of the streamers at TwitchCon tested positive for COVID. How many more do you think there will be? Test positive for COVID-19. I said gutted. My last week in America's ruined. I had so much planned. I was just went down. Who knows? Rip. I think at this point, guys, don't let the conservatives win by becoming the stereotype they said that you were. Don't do this. If you want to wear masks and stuff when you go places, I think that's totally fine. If you want to like stay away from people, I think that's okay. And vaccinations are always good. I'll keep getting boosters probably. Like I would get a flu shot. But the idea that you are like cowering in fear, I saw some big Twitter thread a while ago. I think I was still home when we looked at this one. People that are like cowering in fear in their homes over their coronavirus. I think I think at some point you gotta be able to kind of move on. Yeah, you gotta be able to move on. I think I had COVID a few months ago with Molina, and it was like one day was kind of shitty, and then it was like when I was on stream and when I had like that dry cough, I think for like a week or two. It was annoying, but like that was it. I think by now the variants that are out, the DLC, the COVID DLC that's out is like pretty weak in general. I haven't looked at the mortality for like older or at-risk people, but I don't think it's as bad as any of the earlier ones. We are sacrificing the elderly for this. Okay, well listen, okay, elderly people are expensive as fuck, and we're not gonna grind down all of society to a halt. Okay, for the rest of all time. There has to be an exit off the train station at some point. There has to be an exit off the train station at some point. And we know that like we fucked up COVID in the beginning because for a variety of reasons. I won't blame any one particular side, conservatives, a lot of them. But for a variety of reasons, really not just conservatives. But really like how the fuck do we even handle the worldwide pandemic? We really didn't have a good map for it. But now it's endemic. Now it's going to be here forever. And now you kind of have to learn to live with it. But you're not going to, we can't live in fear for the rest of our fucking lives over it. There always needed to be an off of the COVID train. You can't keep engaging with the Red Pill community if you're just going to hemorrhage the viewers that watch you like what happened in the last video. What? I think they meant V-Man. Oh, I still don't understand. Hi, Destiny. Have you watched the VOD where that short-ass infrared was being a douchebag during TwitchCon? I have not seen it yet. Is she getting into slow cooking? I'm cooking your mom right now, bro. What was the original photo of this without edits? Oh. I feel like conservatives go, you guys are scared even if you wear a mask, though. If you want to wear a mask, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. People that make fun of people for wearing masks are literally cringe fucking demon losers. But people that are tweeting out shit that's like, I'm afraid to go outside still, are also cringe fucking losers. Do you think Haas and Hinkle would have acted the same way if you were there that day? I don't know. Hold on one second, be back. Everybody slurp for hamster.
Yes, I have taken the time to reflect on it. In my reflection, I don't see it as being wrong. I just see it as being a stage that we all go through. You know, it's just like that. Take the time to reflect on it. Just like that. Take the time to reflect on it. Just like that. Take the time to reflect on it. Just like that. Take the time to reflect on it. Just like that. Take the time to reflect on it. Just like that. Take the time to reflect on it.
True.
You don't want every lefty YouTuber to just do leftism, because if that's the case, the only people who will be drawn to them are already leftists. The best way to bring people over is to make content on adjacent issues and have them be sort of tinted by your political opinions. And this is a
Pokey mentioned you. Did she?
LSF has been really something recently. Actually, is it anything new? It's really not. It's like one person says something that they know is going to be on LSF, and then someone looks at, and then someone's reacting to what someone said, and then someone's reacting to what someone said about what someone said. And then it's Destiny's hot take. Destiny essentially telling everybody what to think. And then it's Destiny having someone on his stream reacting to what someone said on their stream. And it's like, dude, if you miss one day of LSF, you don't know shit. You don't. It's over for you. It's over. It's
Okay, I'm gonna do a real expose. Okay? Pokey came, no, not Pokey, okay? Lily came to fucking San Diego and went to the zoo. I was begging her all night. Lily, please. Lily, where are you? Lily, I want to meet you. And Lily said, fuck you. I'm I'm reading over my I'm reading over my DMs. I am unhinged. I think I'm just really drunk. When you press emojis on your keyboard, sometimes it switches out some emojis for other emojis. I think we were trying to call each other, but I think we were both drunk when we were trying to we were trying to call each other. Because she disappeared from the city. And then I think she missed my call, and then I missed her call, or it didn't even work. What an asshole. What a mess. Unbelievable.
Process that you should be doing honestly and forthcomingly, but it is a process, right? Like, how much larger? Like, I'll put it this way: would Andrew Tate have been as effective at pushing reactionary politics if he had been a reactionary politics channel, as opposed to a like masculine, like gender warrior, crypto, like lifestyle type channel? Of course not. He was able to push those politics more effectively because he didn't bait people over with the explicit stuff. It was like the self-help grip, you know, the like men's pickup artist grip. You know, it was more effective that way. I think I want to expand the boundaries, you know, and I think there's something that I clearly lean into, and I think you can all kind of agree with me, and it's the like TikTok irony bro, like vaguely progressive, mostly here to have a good time, mildly edgy type stuff, you know? There are a lot of like aesthetics on TikTok that I see that I feel like are underdeveloped and massive. There are communities out there of people who I think would genuinely enjoy this content that are like exponentially larger than BreadTube. Like I'm talking orders of magnitude, 10, 20, 30 times larger in terms of like total audience acquisition, you know? I'm not that good at doing stuff directly outside of YouTube. I like live streaming. I'm not that familiar with TikTok, but I want to make an active effort to try to, you know, sort of move a bit with the times, especially since the debate bro aesthetic is a little bit like cliche and cringy.
Good call,
like,
Vosh.
make fun of it, including
good
me,
thoughts.
Right? Like when I think
good
of, like,
moves.
Yeah, it's dated, like destroyed by this and this. Like even Ben Shapiro has changed the type of content that he does, right? Ben Shapiro used to be all like debate, destroy, epically own logic, but now if you take a look at the biggest videos on his channel, what are they? TikTok reacts. They're TikTok reacts. And this is effective in bringing in a new audience, a young audience, and it also leads more into the shift from I will intellectually dominate you with my big brain, etc., to like you know, I'm sort of reacting and laughing at these cultural trends. It's more irony poisoned. It's more zoomer, and I think I gel with it. So I think like this will be an effort that I'm going to make. You know, I'll try to. I'll see how I can handle the channel's direction. I just don't want to be one of those guys who sits pretty right now with the money that I make and the audience that I have, like 10 million a month between my two channels, and I get complacent. And then like 5 years from now, it's like, oh well, look at
10 million a month, Vosh. Are you sure? Sounds a little high. Isn't it more like 7.5 million a month, Vosh?
that trend. You know, that trend's dead now. You know, eventually like you fade off with it, right? You always have to keep an eye on what's meaningful and what's you know.
Keep
what's
bugging.
Frankly, I don't think that moving into that space requires any change in the type of content that I provide at all. Just the way in which it's produced and managed. Does that make sense? I don't think I fail in being funny at all. I currently have a default hair center part, which makes me an e-boy by default. You know, I think I'm sufficiently irony poisoned, so you know, should be easy enough to move into. It won't come at the you know, it won't come at the
I mean, it's 2 channels maybe, bro. I check everybody's analytics. Okay, if I had to guess the last 30 days for Vosh's 2 channels combined right now, my guess would be about, I'm gonna say 8.2 million, 8.1 million, 8.1 million. I'm gonna guess 8.1 million. Okay, 2.27 plus 5.96. What was my guess? 8 point what million? Did I say 8.1 or 8.2? Yeah. I got all these guys in my brain. Okay, I'm keeping track of them. Keeping tabs on all these guys.
The cost of debates or news or anything that I do currently. It's just an effort that I'll make. There was a brief point in time where I did attract a lot of people off TikTok and brought them to my channel, and that was actually really awesome. I gained a lot of subs from that, and a lot of them stuck around and continue to enjoy the content that I produce. You know, this is obviously just a generally good, you know, business move. Yeah, I have almost 200K on TikTok, and I don't even do anything with them. You all fully understand what I'm talking about, correct?
Oh, I had a person come up to me and say, Destiny, I recognize you from TikTok, dude. What the fuck?
I told you this earlier. I don't know if you saw it or not. I just came back. Can you not use curse words? I'm religious, and I want to watch you with a clean conscience. Thank you, T1. Fuck you and your fucking religion. You son of a bitch, titty, pussy, cock, ass, shit, fuck, dick. Fuck you.
Do you feel like he had to stop for a moment because he was reaching and he realized that that he might have been reaching too deep?
Thank you, T1. Fuck you and your fucking religion. You son of a bitch, titty.
And he's like, wait a second.
Pussy.
Am I the asshole for ordering a drink for a person who didn't want one? So yesterday was my birthday. The girl had been singing for a few months, asked me what I wanted to do, and I said I'd love to go for a meal at a nice restaurant. We ended up going to a Spanish tapas restaurant. We were looking at the menu, and I asked if she wanted some wine. In my mind, as a way to celebrate my birthday. In my country, it's a tradition to have a drink on special occasion. She explained she didn't want one because she had drinks the night before. Bear in mind, also, she isn't from my country. I thought to myself, a small glass wouldn't do any harm for the sake of my birthday, but I didn't argue. The waitress arrived at our table and asked if we wanted any drinks. I asked for one, asked my date once more. She was sure she didn't want to sing anything. She said no again. I don't know what exactly happened in that moment, but I just decided to ask the waitress for 2 glasses of wine instead of just one. Maybe it was because I sensed some undecidedness in the way that... Dude, why would you ask twice? Why would you ask twice and still push it? How stupid. What a fucking moron. That's so cringe. And the other person even had the politeness to say no twice to you without... So the waitress went to get the drinks, and immediately my date began arguing that I had to go tell the waitress I just wanted one glass. I felt it was a bit embarrassing, so I said it's okay, I'll just have them both if she doesn't want hers. The wines arrived, she sipped one for the sake of tradition. After the sip, she told me off for doing something extremely misogynistic and inconsiderate for not listening to her wishes. That what I had done was a micro-violence that made her feel unimportant and unheard. This argument continued for pretty much the rest of the night. I did argue at first. I was trying to understand why she felt so bitter because I didn't. I was a bit in shock to me that the anger came out of nowhere. I told her that it's my personality to kind of do those things for people, not in a way that they can't. Jesus, it's like unironically, this is like the guy where this is actually all true. It was pretty misogynistic. Have some wine. I'm going to buy it for you. Fucking drink it. It was inconsiderate. Absolutely. And it is kind of a form of like, as cringe as this thing is, it is a form of microaggression where like, I'm going to force you to drink by basically putting you in a situation where if you say no, you're going to feel like a huge asshole. Oh, you don't want to drink? I'm just going to fucking, I'm just going to have both of them. If you're so much of a fucking bitch that you're not going to fucking drink the wine that I bought you. Like, Jesus Christ. What else has she said no to that you insisted on anyway? This is maybe an extreme example, but she got COVID a few months back. I said I wanted to come over and keep her company. She said no, she didn't want me to get sick. I was a bit insistent, so in the end we agreed to meet at the door. I brought her some bits and pieces which she didn't ask for, thinking because she couldn't leave the house, I picked some things up. Ultimately, I ended up in the house and we watched a movie. I didn't catch COVID because I had it a few weeks before that. She told me recently she really appreciated that I was there for her during that time. But I wouldn't have been there had I not been so pushy. But in this example, there is some degree of consent, whereas in the wine scenario, there isn't. Okay, this is just dumb. Okay. You're going to trigger me.
Right, guys, I'm going to show you this star here. There it is. Okay. Now, for those of you that aren't in the know, right, this is one celebrity name that you need to be very cautious when you say it, okay? The pronunciation is key, all right? If you get it wrong, let's just say you're going to get in some problems, okay? Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Say it with me. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Arnold Schwarzenegger, okay? We found Trumps already and we kicked it and stuff, didn't we? I'm just saying, look, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's all I'm saying. Okay?
Jesus. Did you say Asmongold watched all of this? Oh my god, that's an hour of Factorio optimizing. Yes.
Tonight on Piers Morgan Uncensored, one of the most infamous men in the world, Andrew Tate's misogynistic tirades have been viewed billions of times online. He's now been effectively banned, though, from the internet. He doesn't think that's fair. Tonight, I'm going to try and work out if it is.
Piers Morgan Uncensored.
This is Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Well, good evening from London and welcome to a special edition of Piers Morgan.
Wait, hold on. That sounds hilarious. Wait, what? Did you see that crazy shit where a guy faked a weed-growing operation to set up some cops?
You realize the failure of the war on drugs when someone tasked with combating it switches sides.
A one-time Texas drug agent described by his former
Hold
boss
on.
as one of the
We're watching
best
this first.
narcotics officers in the country.
Barry Cooper, Copbusters, Copbusters, Copbusters,
Controversial.
arrested, vigilante,
Questionable.
tiny Christmas trees, watchdog,
Illegal.
The Texas Rangers are investigating a sting Cooper carried out against Odessa police officers in 2008.
Welcome back to the Lackluster channel. Barry Cooper was once one of the nation's top canine and narcotics officers. During his tenure, he realized that the war on drugs was immoral and ineffective. His new understanding caused him to shift directions, and he created the Never Get Busted video series to teach people how to never get caught. Soon, he realized that he knew all the cops' dirty little secrets, like how they make a canine false alert, how officers use confidential informants to plant narcotics, and much more. With that wealth of information, he decided it was time to start busting bad cops. This story begins with the arrest of Yolanda Madden, a single mother of two with no criminal history or issues with addiction. In 2005, she was arrested for possession.
Any drugs or weapons in there? What's your truck? My dad, there any drugs in it right now? Weapons? Nothing at all. Mind if we check it? We got information there's supposed to be drugs in there.
Though she was 100% innocent, she was convicted, and due to the weight of the illicit substance, she was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Yolanda's father had overwhelming evidence that the substances used to convict her were planted by a confidential informant who had accidentally hit the wrong target. Her father contacted Barry Cooper, as he not only ran Copbusters, but he also previously worked in the area with some of the same officers involved. Barry decided to take action to catch the officers by setting up a fake grow house in the district, hoping that by doing so, he could prove Yolanda's conviction was sourced by unlawful and unconstitutional actions of the officers involved. So in December of 2008, Barry found a vacant house and put tin foil over the windows. He brought in grow lights and ventilation systems, all for the care and nurture for 2 small pine tree saplings, and to trigger an illegal raid by the Odessa Police Department.
Police are not supposed to run a search warrant or make an arrest on an anonymous tip alone.
Right.
And this vice unit has a habit of lying on search warrants and claiming they had an informant go in and see drugs in the house, and then they raid the house. We used to do it when I worked for them. If we couldn't get the evidence we needed and we wanted to raid the house, we lied and said an informant went in there.
So now, with Barry's pine sapling nursery set up, cameras were installed to survey the property, and it didn't take long for the Odessa Police Department to arrive at the location as planned. With weapons drawn, the officers enter the residence and systematically clear the house room by room.
Hold on. If it's just lights in foil or whatever, this is literally just for fucking weed, right? Like, you wouldn't set this shit up for like a meth lab or some shit. So this is literally just for fucking marijuana. Oh, no, never mind. I was gonna say get a job, but I guess this is your job.
They finally make it to the room hosting the Christmas tree grove and realize that their anonymous tip was false.
Fine trees growing. Got rid of all this stuff.
Before leaving, they noticed a Copbusters t-shirt pinned to the wall, alongside a note addressing the officers that read, "You are the focus of a new reality TV show called Copbusters. There's nobody in the house, and nothing illegal has happened.
Except for what you did.
We will be approaching to interview you with cameras. Our crew will be in red t-shirts, like the one on the wall." The officers then find the surveillance equipment and leave, just as quickly as they arrived.
Yeah, because they got this camera here, they got 2 in there, and all the monitors are running up there in the cabinet.
Uh-oh.
So we can set up, But we're talking to the United States Attorney, so if you would, please not touch anything.
I'm not. I got my hands in my pocket.
We'll find out what we need to do with the cameras and all that stuff.
And just as the sign on the wall said, Barry Cooper and his camera crew were traveling to the house to film the officers' reactions to getting caught in the execution of an illegally obtained search warrant.
There's another car behind them. Right behind them.
Oh, yeah, baby.
That's it.
They're about to raid it. And Jason, you can tell them
They're in.
They're in. Hang on.
They're in.
They're raiding it.
They kicked in the back door.
They're in. Back door.
They kicked in the back door. I didn't see it. They got Adam in the front yard cuffed.
Handcuffed. They got Adam cuffed.
Yeah, we heard you the first 7 times.
All right. What? We're just pulling up.
They're just about to leave.
Go, go, go.
Go. Right here. Stop. Right here. Right here. You got the cameras. Get them out.
These guys are a little soy, okay?
Go.
Why can't... Okay, this is my next market. I know what I'm going to do next. Okay? There needs to be somebody doing content where they bust cops for doing fucky shit, but they're not soy as fuck about it. You ever notice it, like sovereign citizens and people that, like, catch cops doing bad shit, they, like, that's an important thing. We should have people that hold cops accountable. I agree, that's an important thing. But they're always so fucking soy about it, you know? Always so goddamn soy about it. We need some unsoy cop busters.
Hey, I'm very...
The audit guy does a good job usually, yeah.
Why are you in my house? What?
Hold on. Destiny, is there any line where you consider this not bad / entrapment if you see grow lights in foil wrapped rooms? Is there any use for that other than weed or just trolling the cops? This, my friend, is the United States of America. I can do whatever the fuck I want in my house as long as it's not illegal. Okay, if I want to put foil all over all my fucking windows to protect me from aliens and then put a whole bunch of hot lights inside my house because I think it makes it look like the surface of the sun because that's what I'm into, I have a right to do that. And you need goddamn probable cause to bust into my fucking house and search my shit, okay? Fuck you. This is the US of A, okay? That shit don't fly here. Oh yeah, unless our HOA doesn't like it, in which case, yeah, we're completely fucked.
I'm busy making sure these Odessa cops quit planting drugs on people, so you've been caught in a...
Free Yolanda.
Look, we're trying to cooperate. We're not giving nobody no hassle.
You did too. Y'all planted drugs on Yolanda, and she's in prison because of it. That's giving people a hassle. You guys are wrong on this one, and you know it, and you got burnt.
Court! He missed!
Oh! I want to see the affidavit. What judge signed an affidavit? There's nothing illegally going on unless y'all lied on that affidavit.
Uh-oh.
What did you say to get in there?
Yeah.
What happened?
Talk to the detective.
After we set the trap house, it was the cops' job to do a proper investigation. And had they investigated properly, they never would have raided the house.
Yes, also, so here's something I will say. Having the having like the foil and the lights, all that is really fucking sus. And I think it's totally fine for cops to investigate that. And whatever way they want to investigate it is fine, as long as they're not doing illegal shit. If you want to have cops, you know, patrolling the area, looking out for suspicious shit, or you want to go and knock on doors and ask questions or whatever, as a police officer, go for it. That's good. If you want to try to get a confidential informant, a CI or some weird shit, or do some other type of investigation, go for it too. Whatever's legally accessible to you, that's totally fine. But you can't be fucking faking warrants from judges, okay? You can't fake a warrant from a judge to go and fucking no-knock or break into a fucking house to search for shit. That's fucked up, okay?
Information obtained by this operation was used to prove that the Odessa Police Department lied on affidavits used to obtain search warrants and eventually freed Yolanda Madden.
Tonight, Yolanda Madden is a free woman, and she says she was falsely imprisoned for 4 years.
Today, District Judge Rob Junell vacated her sentence.
Sure. Hey!
Because of the setup, Yolanda spent 4 years of her life in prison despite her innocence. The police chief responded to the fake grow house operation by calling Barry Cooper immature and juvenile.
In a statement, Odessa Police Chief Timothy Burton calls Cooper's actions juvenile and irresponsible,
claiming that his actions were potentially illegal and wasted the time of law enforcement and taxpayer money. Barry eventually ran for Texas Attorney General, but his contributions to help end the drug war brought him under the ire of the state. The police ran a search warrant on his home to seize his Cop Busters videos. Not narcotics, videos.
Executed a search warrant on Cooper's home. They confiscate his camera equipment, videos, and computers.
After the raid, they arrested him 3 times and his wife once under misdemeanor charges related to the Sting videos. All charges were later dismissed, but while he fought them, the US government took his child and declared him and his wife an unfit parent for teaching them about the dangerous arms of the state.
The state has taken away his child, Zach, and cited as a specific reason that Barry and his wife, quote, are unsuitable and create an environment where the children believe the government is out to harm them. How much harm has Mr. Cooper done compared to the government? Stealing property, stealing freedom, and in this case, kidnapping his child.
And because of the alleged retaliation, Barry and his family fled to South America for asylum in 2011. Barry Cooper is now a criminal defense expert witness that testifies against false alerts by dogs performing free air sniffs, search and seizure issues, and much more. He is also an international aide that helps train search and rescue canines around the world. He now refuses to train narcotics canines. Netflix has taken an interest in his life and activism, and a 4-part docuseries is currently being produced with an expected release in 2023. Barry and I are currently working together to create a live-streamed video podcast. The show will air in the coming weeks on the
Okay, good luck. Look at this snack. Damn, who took a bite? That's fucked up. Okay, back to this. Greg Nuckols, one of the founders of Mass Research, which is what Dr. Mike and Jeff never produced, and 99% claims, made a video just for you, specifically about how your training is going. Wow.
Organ Uncensored, Andrew Tate, one-on-one. He's the most famous man you probably never heard of, with billions of views online.
Billions!
At one point this year, more people were searching Google for Andrew Tate than Donald Trump or Kim Kardashian. Former professional kickboxer, he was kicked off Big Brother in 2016 after a video emerged of him striking a woman.
Kickboxer kicked off.
Was a consensual sex game. He's since made millions as a pornographer and casino owner in Romania, but it's his online videos that have made him notorious across the world. Posing as a playboy with fast cars, cigars, weapons and cash. He rants about his often scandalous views on women.
Or instruct a female to provide sustenance. Cook.
So I think my sister is her husband's property, yes.
Tells young men they can get as rich as him by paying for his digital life lessons.
I have 100 business tips I'm going to teach you, which will allow you to make your own money instantly.
But amid a global media backlash, the net has closed on Andrew Tate. While millions still share his videos, he's effectively banned from the web, booted off Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. To his fans, he's a misunderstood satirist and the victim of big tech censorship. To many others, he's a malicious misogynist. Tonight, I'll try and get to the truth. Well, some of the opinions Andrew Tate shares in his videos are undeniably deeply offensive. We're going to show you some of them on this show. I think you should see them for yourself, not simply...
Yeah, wait, why don't I have like a creator kit or whatever? We need one of these.
Hear
Get the creativity
what he says
kit,
about
guys.
them or what other people say about them. Tens of millions of people across the world follow Andrew Tate, and with a big following comes a big responsibility, as well as a public interest in holding his views to account. If outrageous opinions are read aloud, they can be challenged and exposed for what they are. If they're silenced, the person holding these views can become a martyr. So that's why I invited Andrew Tate to come here tonight, and he joins me now live. So Andrew, well, welcome, first of all. You've come all the way from Romania to do this interview.
Correct.
What do you hope to achieve from this interview? Why are you here?
It'd be interesting to have a conversation with you. You've certainly been the subject of your own divided opinions in the world. There's a lot of people who would say some of the things you say are perhaps dangerous or toxic. So I thought you'd be a good person to speak to about this subject.
I didn't know much about you before this year, and then I suddenly became very aware of you, as the world did, because, as I said earlier, you were the #1 subject searched on Google ahead of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was even possible. Yeah. Why did you get suddenly so popular / infamous, do you think?
I exploded. I certainly didn't do that with magic. I've been on the internet for a very long time. I think in the world we live in now, as the other side, the people who disagree with me, as they get more and more tyrannical in their censorships and their hate mobs, etc., as standard masculine practices are deemed toxic, I didn't put a magic spell on everybody. I managed to accumulate a large amount of...
Wait, set input priority on splitter joining the red shit. Okay, hold on, let's think for a second. I have input priority on this. So here's the problem that I have right now. The outer lane prefers to fill this top part here, but I need this inner one to fill as well, but it's not going to do that. So that means that this top lane is being drawn from here. Is there a better solution to this other than to just... Because I could technically... I could just do this. It feels really hacky. I don't know if there's like a more elegant... Oh, buffer chest. A chest would work. What's more... Well, this is probably more elegant than a chest, right? Because this is not... No electricity draw and probably better impact on UPS.
Affinity with the male populace across the Western world, because I'm simply saying things that many men believe, think, and feel.
The problem I would say is I want to play you just a clip off the top. This is from Joe Rogan.
A clip off the top. Here we go.
And I think it explains to me what I presume my issue with you is going to be, right?
Correct.
And you have absolutely got the right to try and persuade me otherwise.
Sure.
But Joe Rogan said this about you.
My 12-year-old and my 14-year-old asked me about Andrew Tate.
And
my
what'd you say?
14-year-old
What'd you
asked
say?
me, I said he's a legit world champion kickboxer. I go, I like him a lot. Why do you like him? And I was asking him. And they said he says a lot of funny stuff on Twitter and TikTok. He f***ed up with the misogynist stuff.
Yes.
Because if he didn't do that, if he just did the pro-male stuff.
So I thought that was interesting because when I've gone over everything that's been at the centre of the debate about Andrew Tate, I come down with Joe Rogan in the sense that there's a lot of stuff you say I agree with. You know, I've got 3 sons in their 20s. It's not easy, actually, being a young male in the modern world. And I think a lot of the things that you say about that can resonate with them. Yeah. The problem comes with the, I don't know, 10, 20% or whatever of your output, which on the face of it appears to be blatant misogyny. And when you couple that with your massive influence and huge reach, that is why the social media companies have decided to effectively cancel you. I don't believe in cancellation. I don't believe in censorship particularly. That's why I've invited you to come on the show. But I do think a lot of the things you've said are blatant misogyny. Do you accept that?
So you made a very interesting point there. You just said on the face of it appear to be blatantly misogynistic. I understand that on the face of some of the long format content I've made, if you're going to take a few seconds out of hours, chop it up, put it all over social media, accompanied with my massive fame, then things can absolutely not be taken out of context. I do not hate women in any regard. I have no negative relationship with women. No women have come forward saying I've hurt them. I've no criminal record for hurting women. There's no way I can be seen as the face or the devil in regards to how men treat women on the planet. I'm absolutely and utterly the opposite. I believe in protecting and providing. I've been misunderstood. There's been large contingents of people who have tried very hard to purport lies about me. And the truth of the matter is, I've been producing content for a very long time. Hours and hours of videos been cut down to 2 or 3 seconds of clip. Those clips have gone viral and people misunderstand me.
But I think you've used this phrase
I feel you, brother.
Out of context, and I'm not sure that is correct in the sense that it still comes out of your mouth. And some of the things some of the things you've said, I just think are blatantly.
Well, let's do them. Let's hear them.
Let's go through some.
Sure.
Right. So you said this about Me Too / rape. This is probably 40% of the reason I moved to Romania. In Eastern Europe, none of this garbage flies. You go to the police and say, he raped me back in 1988. They'll say, well, you should have done something about it back then.
Yeah, so the point I was making was obviously at the height of the Me Too scandal, and also if we look at Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, there's been a lot of high-profile cases where men have been accused of things they did not do without evidence, and their lives have been completely and utterly destroyed. Right. When I say these things, people sit and say that, oh, he hates women. I don't hate women. I think rape is disgusting. I would take a stronger stance on rape than the British government. I think these people should face the death penalty. But to sit and say that women without evidence can go forward and just make up accusations against men, even though they've been repeatedly proven to destroy men's lives at will, is absolutely and utterly
What about a woman who was raped back in 19...
Okay, I hate this, but he's absolutely correct in that we've gone really, really far with the you can accuse somebody with absolutely no evidence, and at least on social media, like it's like chill to do that. Like that's cool. We celebrate it. We believe all women. That has gotten insane. That should have never ever been the standard, and the fact that it somehow kind of sort of became the standard and people are okay with it is absolutely fucking crazy. That shouldn't even be controversial to say.
1988. And go,
is it just me, or is your left eye slightly lower than your right eye? I'm surprised you haven't noticed. Here's a huge news shock. I might destroy all human faces for you, but almost everybody's eyes, like 99% of people's eyes, are actually quite a bit on level. Almost everybody's are. Actually, it was funny, somebody posted a picture of Ryan Gosling's face, I think, on my subreddit the other day, and they were like, oh my God, like, people would see a picture of this kind of thing. But like, if you look at Ryan Gosling's eyes, these are actually unbelievably unlevel. I'm not saying it doesn't make him, he's not like unattractive or anything, but like, how do you, oh, it's shift. Like from one pupil to the next. But most people's eyes are like not level. Like that's just a thing. Jake Gyllenhaal has massively asymmetrical eyes. Yeah, people's eyes are just not, yeah, they just aren't. Maybe it's the tilt. Nope. You can go and compare any eyes you want. I'm not going to do this on stream, but you can go, how the fuck do you know this? I don't know, because it's just a thing. Most bodies are not super symmetrical. Most bodies are asymmetrical in a lot of different ways. Women with boobs usually can sometimes vary 1 or 2 cup sizes between one boob or another. That's why a lot of women that send nudes kind of like do it from angles or where their bodies, it's not like fully straight on, because then your tits look kind of weird. There's like a, yeah, sometimes people's legs will be slightly different lengths. Oh, I know this personally. If you've got, if you've ever tried to wear headphones, or I'm sorry, IEMs in your monitors, the earbuds, one of your ears is always a little bit bigger than the other one. Like for me, I think like a medium tip works in one ear, and I need like a small tip in another ear. Yeah, there's like there's a lot of weird things about like the human body that aren't perfectly symmetrical. Okay.
Goes to the police.
Then the man should face absolute and complete justice.
But do you understand that when that clip appears on TikTok as a clip, and all right,
as a clip, completely.
Okay, but it's still something that came out of your mouth. Do you accept that when that appears on TikTok, a lot of young, maybe not as smart as you, young men, right, impressionable teenagers, will read that and go, what's he saying here? Is he saying that rape doesn't exist?
No, I completely. I'm not going to sit here as a professional and say that I can't be taken out of context. What I will say is that one small sentence you've taken was from a 1-hour video where I explained that, of course, rape is disgusting. Of course, everybody should be punished for their crimes regardless of when they happen. But people are not perfect, male and female. And if you give women the opportunity to destroy men's lives without evidence, there's going to be a contingent of women who will do that. I'm trying to make a balanced and nuanced argument in a world where people have no attention span. They're going to take a few seconds, put it online, decide someone's good or bad, not be interested in the longer format video, and here I am. No, I'm certainly a person who takes personal responsibility. That's who I am as a person. But we live in a world now with TikTok videos 5 or 6 seconds long. There's no content.
Do you think women are the property of men?
No. The point I was making...
Why have you said they are?
Because I made a religious point. I said that when a man marries a woman, the woman's father walks her down the aisle, and hands her away to the man. Traditionally, this is what it says in the Bible. I'm a religious person. I believe in God. I live in the most religious country in the world.
So you do think that the woman becomes the men?
I think she takes his last name.
I mean, let's watch the clip that you said about this so that we can get it in context.
So I think my sister is her husband's property, yes. When a bride is walking down the aisle to marry the groom, the father walks next to her and gives her away. True or false?
Absolutely.
But I've been married twice, as it turns out, and on both occasions, I didn't believe that the woman was being handed to me as chattel, as property.
Perhaps the way the reason I'm asked that question repeatedly, and I'm asked in a loaded way.
So would you rephrase what you said there?
Now, that's an interesting point about phrasing. The way I would say things before I was famous, I have to take personal responsibility and accept that if I make a video that 500 people see and 1% of them misunderstand it, that's not a problem. If I make a video that 5 million people see and 1% of them understand.
So specifically on that point, I think my sister is her husband's property.
She took his last name. She married him. She wanted to join his family. She has said it herself.
Right. So she's
still a sovereign individual. She's absolutely not a sovereign individual.
Property means that the husband owns your sister.
Listen, my friend, if we want to argue about this, you need to go back to the Bible, to the Quran. You need to argue with religious.
No, I'm not talking about anything in the Bible or Quran.
But that's what it says.
No, I'm asking you what you think.
I think that if a woman marries a man and she decides to take his last name, that they have different roles and responsibilities within that marriage, and I believe that.
That's not the question.
I believe the father. The father hands her.
Don't behave like a politician.
The father hands her to the man.
Right, but don't be a politician, because I think you're a straight talker, right? You keep telling me you're a straight talker. I think
Andrew can't win on this point. I kind of see what he's going for, but the word property is like, that's just a loser of an argument. There's no way that he ever wins on this point. He should move off of it. What he should have said is like, I phrased it really poorly, but I mean, when you live in a society where the woman takes the last name of the father, where oftentimes fiancés or husbands have to get permission from their wives' fathers to marry, when husbands when fathers are handing daughters off to widows, blah, 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 like that might be the thing, but you can't use the word property. That's a misspeak. You can't do it. There's just no way.
My sister is her husband's property. Do you regret saying it like that?
I understand that with my newfound fame, perhaps it could be phrased differently. However, I still believe that a woman is given to the man in marriage. That's what I believe.
Yeah, but not as property.
No, the property is the word that other people use when they ask me the question.
But as an equal partner in a loving union, that's what marriage actually means. It doesn't mean that when you get married, the woman is given to you as a bit of chattel.
Agreed.
So why say it?
But that's the way that people ask me the question. People say to me, they ask the
question.
Hang on,
you can't blame people for asking you questions. Surely, if you want to be accountable for what you've said, you've got to own your responses, not blame the question.
I own the response.
Like me asking you a question now and you say something and then say, well, actually, I blame you for asking.
I understand, Piers. Piers, I understand. I believe the woman is given to the man. I believe she's given away by the father. I believe she belongs to the man.
So
she belongs to the
fundamentally, all right, so fundamentally, you do believe that a woman becomes a man's property at marriage.
I believe she belongs to the man in marriage, correct.
Right. Oh, you see, that to me is misogyny.
And you're entitled to your opinion.
Right. But do you not understand why people think it is misogyny?
I understand why some people can be very offended by what I say. What they do is they take a point like that and they ignore all the other points I make the other way around.
Yeah, but that's why I've repeatedly asked you about that line to see if you've changed your position. But the reality is you haven't.
It's not about changing positions. I'm a full-grown adult and I stick by the things I say and I'm responsible for them.
Which, by the way, is fine.
Absolutely.
But what you did say at the start of this little exchange, you said, you know, I wouldn't maybe say things the same way now that I did before I was famous. And yet, actually, you've doubled down and said exactly the same thing.
On certain points.
So that is what you believe. That's my point.
Yes.
I'm trying to work out, look, I don't know you. We've just met, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to work out who Andrew Tate is and what you actually believe. I don't want to twist anything at all.
Then let me make it very, very clear to the camera. I believe a woman is given to the man in marriage. I believe that. I also believe a man...
I think that... Ooh, I'm trying to... The points are just so indefensible. It's so hard. I think that if Andrew Tate wanted to try to edge out, like, some sort of, like, win here, I think that what he should do is he should ask hard questions of Piers Morgan. Why is it the case that the man never takes the woman's last name? Why is it the case that a woman never asks a man's father or mother for permission to marry? Why is it the case that the husband is never handed off by his mom or dad? Like, these are questions that would put Piers Morgan on the defense, and he would kind of have to try to answer, well, it's a tradition, blah, 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 blah. And then if he says any answer like that, then Andrew Tate can kind of like circle back to the, yes, it is tradition. Traditionally, women are seen as kind of like, in a way, being subservient or owned by their husbands. But it's still like such a hard, it just sounds so bad to say property. Like, ugh.
Man has a duty to protect and provide for her. I believe a man should lay down his life if something happens or his wife's life is threatened. I believe that women and children first are on the lifeboats.
But men,
I believe that men...
But a man doesn't own a woman.
It's not, no. It's,
unless they literally buy them as a slave.
Well, obviously we're not talking about that. We're talking about religious, biblical marriage. We're talking about something else.
Yeah, but I'm a Christian. I don't believe that I own my wife.
Do you believe your wife was given away to you when she took your last name?
I believe that there is a process where a father traditionally walks his daughter down the aisle and hands
he's getting closer to it.
This man, and they stand there and become a union of two loving people in a partnership. No, there's no ownership involved.
I didn't say
ownership. He's not selling her. The father
you didn't say ownership though when you say property.
No, absolutely.
Well, that's what property means.
She becomes a...
Wait, hold on one second. It's milking. Mel.
The member
like
of your
house,
family.
Is it?
I think we're arguing over semantics.
We're not, though, because fundamentally, I don't believe a man owns a woman. You do.
Well, I don't think a man owns any sovereign individual. I don't think we live in the world of slavery. I don't own any men or any woman.
Right.
Nobody owns
When
anybody.
you use phrases like property, that's what you imply.
I understand.
And so my point again is, you're a smart guy, right? There's no denying that. You're smart, you're a good talker. I've seen a lot of the stuff. But what I don't think you quite fully understand.
No, I understand very well.
When young, impressionable people who are not as smart see things like, I think my sister is her husband's property, yes, and you've just reaffirmed that belief, they think that they have the right to own women.
I understand that very well, Piers.
That's why people think you're a misogynist.
Completely. I understand all of this very well, which is why when you're saying I was backtracking, I'm not.
Do you have any regret, though, over the way you phrase this stuff?
Well, this is the point I was trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is,
Let him make his
I
point.
was not nearly as famous, and I was making long-format content. I was not sitting there anticipating I'd become the most Googled man on the planet, and that a few seconds could be taken out of context. That was not my anticipation.
No, but it's still what you believed. It's what you believe now. So what's the difference?
It's not about. You're asking me. You're saying that young people who are
If
impressionable.
you said to me, look, Piers, honestly, I've had time to think about this, and I wish I hadn't said it. I don't believe that. That's one thing. Actually, you've said the opposite. You said, actually, that's what I think, yeah.
I think that when a...
it doesn't really matter whether you recorded it when you're famous or not famous. It's what you actually believe, right?
I believe that a man has a duty to protect and provide for a woman. I believe that a woman's father gives her away to the man. That's what I believe, and that's in my marriage. That's the circumstance I'm going to live under. If people want to live in a different scenario, that's completely theirs. Their prerogative.
You went on to say about authority over women. If I have a responsibility over her, I must have a degree of authority.
Yeah.
For the same reason, if I have responsibility over and people are going to use their mind, it's an example, an analogy. Responsibility over a child, I have to have some authority. Yeah. So you believe as part of your ownership or your property of the woman.
Is Pierre's not engaging in some serious pedantry here? Like, is what Tate's saying actually that bad? Yeah, kind of. Like, to say that, like, a woman is, like, her husband's property, that's a pretty bad thing to say. It's kind of hard to... It's kind of hard to, dance around that one.
You have authority over her.
No, I believe if you have...
That's what you said.
I believe if you have responsibility over something, you have to have a degree of authority or you can't be responsible.
Yeah, but authority means, again, that you're the boss.
The point I'm making, if you'll please let me finish at this point, the point I was trying to make was talking about the safety of a woman. She was walking alone at night, and I was saying, well, I wouldn't let my woman walk alone at night. And they said, well, you're not in charge of her, you don't get to decide what she does. I said, I understand, but if I'm responsible for her safety, and I'm the person who's burdened with making sure she is safe, I have to have the authority to say, don't put yourself in unsafe situations. The two things are linked.
Well, you don't have authority. You can absolutely have the right to say to the woman you're with, I don't think you should, but ultimately...
If she decides, then I can't force her.
Right, so authority implies that you have the ability to control someone.
No, authority implies that I have the moral right to sit and say that that's an irresponsible thing to do and I'm responsible for
That's not what authority means.
Well, I'm not going to... If you think I'm going to lock somebody up in their room, is that what you're implying?
No, I don't think you know what authority means.
I know what it means. I'm saying that if
I just a different description of what authority means.
If I have responsibility for her safety, then I have to have the authority to tell her not to do unsafe
things. Yeah, but authority means that you have some form of control over this woman.
I think you're trying to... What you're trying to do...
I'm only trying to get to what you think. Honestly, I am. I come with no agenda here at all.
I understand. And I'm explaining very, very clearly. If I have responsibility over said subject, I have to have authority over it. So let me say you have children, right?
Right.
You have responsibility for them.
No, I have legal authority over my children. That is very different to having legal authority over my wife or my female partner.
Completely, but the point I'm trying to make...
So you accept that?
No, he shouldn't. Tate shouldn't accept that.
The analogy of responsibility.
Tate, Tate's not ready for... I don't know if Tate actually probably doesn't do debate stuff very much. What Andrew Tate should say is, we're not talking about a legal authority, we're talking about a moral authority. That if you have moral authority over your children, you also have the authority to tell them what to do, what they can or can't do as part of keeping them safe, right? That's what he's trying to make with the woman thing. I don't think Andrew Tate does very much debate stuff, though. I mean, he kind of lost the debate to Hassan, so it's pretty obvious, but...
For a child.
My friend, these are very...
These are actually really important things.
They're important things, but you interrupt me every 5 seconds, so it's hard for me to actually explain my point. The point I'm making here is very simple. You have children, and you're responsible for their safety, so you're going to have authority to say, don't go out at night, perhaps, because you want them to be safe.
I have legal authority.
You have a legal authority.
Yeah.
Legal authority.
No, you're talking about moral authority.
That if I had a woman, and the question where you've raised this soundbite from, I was asked about protecting a woman, making sure she's safe. And I would say, I wouldn't want her to go out at night on her own, because I'm responsible for her safety. And someone said, well, you don't have authority over her to do that. And I said, well, no, I can't force her to stay inside. But if she were to ask me, how do I protect myself at night? I would say, well, you should stay inside. That's how you should do it.
I don't have an issue with what
So
you
we
just
agree?
Said. No.
It's the semantics.
No, it's not semantics. And this is what I don't think you quite get why there's a furore over what you say, with respect. Because the semantics point would be, we're saying the same thing in different ways, but we're not. I'm saying to you that when you say I have to have some authority over a woman, I say to you, you have no right to any authority over a woman. You do over a child if it's your child, because you are the legal appointed guardian of that child.
Understood.
You're not a legally appointed guardian or authority over your wife or female partner.
Legally appointed, absolutely not. I agree. However, when it comes to things like personal responsibility or personal safety, men, largely by society, are accepted. We're the protectors and providers. We can sit here and pretend that in the world we live in, if me and my wife were walking down the street and men were to come up and try and attack us, I wouldn't be the one fighting. But we both know in reality I would.
Right.
I have a degree of responsibility to protect her. So if I have a degree of responsibility to protect her physically, then the point I'm trying to make is I will do my best to make sure she's never putting herself in unsafe situations.
Do you wish you hadn't used the word authority?
The authority is something that she would give to me. She would come to me and say, how can I make sure I'm as safe as possible?
But I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to point out that's not what authority means.
If someone gives, a person can give
voluntary authority is not authority.
No, but that's the
What do you mean? Of course it can be.
The point.
It's not.
Pierce.
Andrew, stop.
Pierce, if a woman comes to me and says, I want you to keep me safe, she is handing me authority for her safety.
But do you understand the difference between having authority over somebody and somebody giving you permission to have authority?
Completely. I never said
one is consensual.
Yeah, but marriage in Andrew Tate's world, a lot of people miss this part when they criticize Andrew Tate as well. And it's something that I noticed that I don't know if he's consciously careful of this or it's just he just generally thinks this way. But generally when Andrew Tate talks about things, he's not talking about like, oh, I'm forcing a woman to do this. Like these are consensual interactions. And even if you think that the types of relationships are like dumb or gross, I kind of do. If the people are consenting to them, I mean, that's on them. They can consent to whatever they want. Like you're an adult, you're allowed to consent to what you want to consent to. You don't really have any say over that if somebody wants to do a relationship that way.
And one isn't.
But why are we pretending I do unconsensual things?
Because you literally.
So what's the word then? What would another word be to use instead of authority? Authority is a good word, but he has to build out like the whole view, which is kind of misogynistic, but it's very traditional. It just depends on whether or not he's comfortable doing that or something, right? Like you would essentially have to do kind of like what like Jesse Lee Peterson would kind of like argue, like, well, men have authority over women because men are above women in matters of like running, running countries and running society. That's just kind of like the role that men have. That's just a thing that we've deferred to for a long time. That's been the rules of the Bible. It's why only priests in the Catholic Church can do holy orders. It's why, God sent his son. It's why, men have historically always been the rulers of blah, blah, blah. And it's the same case in marriage. We do it patriarchally. Women take the last name of the man. Women are handed off to men. And part of being handed off is that the man has authority over the woman. Now, he's also the protector and the provider, and they also share responsibilities, and the woman might rule the household, but the man has responsibilities that extend outside of the household, where the man is the sole protector, provider, and source of like stability and everything for that household. He would have to build this whole religious view out. I don't know why he doesn't, or if it's too much, or if he just doesn't know it, or if he just doesn't care. But the problem is you have to build this whole view out. You can't just pick and choose little parts of like this kind of like conservative Christian worldview. You're gonna have to set the whole thing out. Otherwise, on its own, it just sounds kind of misogynistic. And even within itself, it is kind of misogynistic. But
Really say I must have a degree of authority. I have to have some authority. And the point about
only if I'm responsible for her safety. If I'm not responsible for her safety, I don't have authority.
If your position now is that with her permission, I would like to have authority.
Of course, it's with her permission. He's not forcing women to get married to him or other people, right?
When we go out at night to protect her, that's a different.
That was
thing.
always my position.
But that's not what you said.
But that was always my position.
So again, I simply say to you,
It is what I said, though.
Do you wish you'd phrased it a different way?
No, because we're talking about long format copy where I'm talking about a woman who has come to me and said, you're responsible for making sure I'm safe. I said, well, then I have to make the decisions.
When an 18-year-old boy reads, I must have some authority over a woman, what do you think he thinks?
Well, I understand that. And I said this earlier when you tried to say I was backtracking, which I'm not doing.
No, actually, I'm not. I don't want to.
Okay.
I'm not trying to gotcha you.
Cool.
I'm trying to work out exactly what you actually
I understand
think.
With massive fame comes massive responsibility. I understand that a percentage of the population are always going to take everything that's said by anybody out of context.
Would you change the wording of what you said?
No, I would just encourage people to watch my long format copy and understand it
fully.
Would
you tell an 18-year-old boy you don't have authority over women?
Absolutely.
You would say that?
Unless a woman comes to him and says, you're responsible for my safety, please make sure keep me safe. Like
I see.
woman
Now
says,
that Andrew Tate I can sign up to.
Well, then we agree.
Yeah, but I don't agree with what you said before.
Because you're taking a soundbite from a 2-hour conversation.
Yeah, but you haven't been taken out of context, because I read you the entire sentence. It's very
But you've ignored all the context around the sentence, my friend.
You can't ignore a sentence that says, I must have a degree of authority.
But you can when there's a 2-hour conversation where a woman is telling me if she makes me responsible for her safety, and me explaining, well, if I'm responsible for your safety, I have the authority to make decisions. So yes, you've ignored all the context.
Do you respect women?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't I?
Do you think that 18, 19-year-old women are more attractive than 25-year-old women?
I think there's attractive people. That's a loaded question.
Oh, he's trying to...
Is it?
I can't
know why I'm asking.
Because you said it.
I can't sit here and
for
say.
the benefit of viewers who don't know why I'm asking, you said this. In general, this is also one of the reasons men find
because they haven't been dicked down as much.
I'll block the internet. I'll block the internet right effing now. The reason 18 and 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25-year-olds is because they've been through less dick. People say, oh, you can't say that, but yes, I can. A 19-year-old is more attractive than a 26-year-old woman, and I'll tell you why. Because that 26-year-old has talked to more guys, been to the club more times, been effed and dumped more times, more arguments, more mess, more for me to clean up. That is misogyny.
I have to feel pretty unsympathetic for Tate here. He should have invited me to his war room. That's what he should have done. Tate should know, I know by this point, actually, like, that these clips are going to come up in this interview. He should be absolutely ready for any of this, knowing that, like, obviously I'm going to get hit with this, I'm going to get hit with this, and he should be, like, really well prepared for all of these clips because he knows he's going to get hit on all of these, and he should have, like, rock solid answers ready to go on every single one. And the fact that he doesn't is pretty stupid. That's pretty silly. He should know what's going to happen here. He doesn't feel as ready as... for as dumb as these people are, like Piers Morgan, and I'll say Piers is dumb. No, I won't. Never mind, because I might go on a show at some point. I love you, Piers. But, like, you can call these people dumb. I do. The reality is, though, they're in these positions for a reason. Piers Morgan is going to be a good interviewer. Anybody on Fox News, anybody on any of these things, these guys are like the NBA players in a way of, like, the pundit world. Like, it's never, ever, ever, even if I was on, like, I think that I would, quote unquote, win a debate against Piers on any topic that I felt strongly about, but I would prepare for it. I would know it would be a challenging conversation. Even if I think I might be factually and even rhetorically stronger, it's going to be difficult. This guy, like, does interviews and has some more eyes on him than almost any other, like, person in the world. Of course, it's going to be incredibly challenging. You have to be ready for this conversation. And Tate does not sound like he was ready to go into the, like, battle arena with this.
Why?
Because you are encouraging a mindset about 25-year-old women that makes them sound out to be infinitely less desirable than 18, 19-year-olds, and having effectively been having too much sex to be taken in a more respectful way.
That would, well, firstly, even if that was the case, that wouldn't be misogyny.
Well, what did you mean by what you said?
That's not misogyny because it's not anti-women. I'm saying that an 18 or a 19-year-old woman would be more desirable.
Pretty anti-25-year-old women.
Anti-25-year-old women we can argue, but not misogyny.
Well, that's misogyny.
No, it's not.
Well, being anti any woman at all is misogyny.
Not when I'm saying that women are beautiful and attractive at a certain age and saying that age.
You're saying 18, 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25.
Than ageist, perhaps, but misogynistic, absolutely
Is that
not.
But you just accepted it was misogyny.
No, I didn't.
No,
you said it was misogyny. I'm telling you, no, it's not.
So you don't think if you're saying slightly hateful things about a 25-year-old...
That's not slightly hateful.
Piers is very slippery.
You think you say that to a woman's face if she's 25?
Of course he would.
You would go up to a 25-year-old woman and tell her exactly what I've just read out.
Why would I walk up to a random 25-year-old woman?
Because you said it in public on the internet, and it's been listened to and watched by millions and millions of young, impressionable boys.
Correct. There was a large panel. There was a conversation. There was hours long of conversation. There were feminists attacking men for toxic masculinity and attacking me and saying things, and I said things back which were going to antagonize them. Which you've done yourself a bunch of times.
I think a lot of allegations of toxic masculinity are not toxic.
Correct.
I do think that kind of sentence that I just read out, that paragraph
is toxic.
Is actually toxic. If you genuinely mean that, and you say you wouldn't say it to a woman's face, but you said it in public about women of that age, I do think that's misogynist. And I think you probably do too.
I don't think it's misogynistic. I understand why it can be insulting.
You wouldn't say it to a woman's face?
Well, it depends. You're making out like I'm walking around the street going up to random 25-year-olds.
Well, effectively, you're doing it to tens of millions of people online. There's no difference.
Not at all. We're discussing a topic. We were discussing the ideal age of a man.
Should young boys, right, in their teens, are you comfortable that they would have that mindset? Be honest.
I think that young boys in their teens lack life experience. They lack nuance. And they need to be very, very careful what they're digesting online, whether it's my content or anybody else's.
Yeah, I think you know for a fact millions of them are digesting exactly what you're saying.
Completely. The entire internet, to a degree, I think any subject you can find, there's going to be a whole heap of content.
I come back to the Joe Rogan thing, Andrew. Is that a lot of what you say, I agree with.
Yeah.
Right? I do, genuinely. I've read a lot of stuff you said. a lot of the stuff you talk about, I think, yeah, he's got a good point, right? So we agree about a lot of things. But when I read that kind of thing, I'm like...
Devil's advocate, but don't most women agree that men become more attractive with age? Yeah, there are like nuggets of truth to everything here, but Tate is just absolutely getting handled by Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan is, I mean, like I said, like anybody that's going to be in these positions is going to be like a pretty talented... I shouldn't put a frowning face on this. Watching Piers Morgan is going to be a challenging interview for anybody. Like that's going to be the case. And it just seems like he just didn't prepare for it.
How much of that is you? How much of that is some act? Do you regret saying stuff like this? I don't. And actually, do you see it as weakness to admit you shouldn't have said something like that?
No, I don't live with regret. I think what's happened is that, like I said, long format content, arguments with feminists, arguments with the toxic masculine crowd, arguments with the left, and they're going to take a small clip, small sentence from ours, and they're going to try and paint me as a villain.
But I'm not left or right.
I don't know what you are, Piers.
Exactly. That's my point. No, but that's my point.
And I understand, and you're doing exactly as I knew would happen on this interview, which is because you're a busy man. You're not going to watch hours and hours and hours of video.
Actually, I have watched hours and hours of video, and I'm going to come to the stuff where I agree with you.
No.
I'm going to come to the stuff about your censorship, which I have issues with. So this is, it's a long interview, right?
Sure.
I just thought off the top, you said to me, and you were quite bold about it, well, go on, then let's go through these.
And you should keep going. I will sit here and stand by what I said. I believe that
on that, I just read to you then.
Yeah.
Do you wish you hadn't said that?
I understand how it's been misconstrued. I understand how it's been weaponized against me. Do I regret it because it's been weaponized and used against me? Well, that's slightly annoying.
That's not why I want you to
Did I
regret.
at the time mean what I said in the context of the conversation? Which
Tate is trying to have it both ways. He's trying to do this thing where it's like, I stand by every single thing I fucking said. But I wish I would have said some things differently. But god damn it, do I stand by them. But I wish that I had different things that I could be standing by. But I do stand by them. But I wish they were different things. But he's trying to do this like back and forth. Like it's, at some point, something's got to give. You either regretted the way you said something, or you still believe all the same fucking shit. In which case, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like that, which is kind of what Piers Morgan is kind of dancing around right now, basically. Yeah.
which obviously you're not familiar with, and the people at home are not familiar with. No, I meant what I said.
The 25-year-old women, they've just talked to more.
If he wants to be able to defend the controversial things that he said, he has to lay out everything. He can't let Piers walk him through these things one at a time. He can't let Piers Morgan keep walking him quote, 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 quote. He has to lay out okay, well, here's my full view of all of this stuff. This is my full understanding of the world or religion or conservative. He has to do that. He can't just go little snippet to little snippet to little snippet. It just sounds horrible.
Guys, been to the club more times.
Piers Morgan, not Piers. Wait, is it Piers or Pierce? No, it's Piers. Why did you just say it's Pierce? It's Piers Morgan.
Been effed and dumped more times, more arguments, more mess, more for me to clean up.
Well, there's a whole bunch of context and conversation around that's been missed, and I
don't think I'm missing much context.
Well, I encourage people.
You can't just say there's more context. You have to give the context. That's why you're doing the long form interview. This is your chance, bro. Give the context. You can't just keep saying, well, there's more context. What is it? You're on. This is your show. Give the context. Do it.
We're interested to go watch it.
Right, but I mean, I've just read out 3 sentences on the bounce there. I don't think there's any context I'm missing. I mean, you made it pretty clear what you think about the difference between 18 and 90-year-old women.
I wasn't talking about myself, even. I was talking with a Muslim guy who was on the panel, and he was explaining how youth is very valued in most parts of the world, and why virginity is valued in most parts of the world. The feminists were arguing against it, and I was sitting there, actually very much like you, a mediator between the two, explaining why in most of the world still today, perhaps not in the Western world, virginity is coveted, youth is coveted in most of the world, and throughout all of human history. And I was sitting there making the point, explaining why in certain parts of the world they think how they do,
well, even though
it's very different to the Western world. So I was making a point, mediating between two groups very similar to yourself. The conversation has been misunderstood. They've taken this clip of it and it's being weaponized and used against me. I understand that is because I'm now the most famous Google person on the planet. It's inconvenient, sure. But I'm definitely not a danger to women in any regard. I date women 25, 26, 27 years old all the time. None of them are offended by the things
I don't think you're a danger to women.
Of course not.
I think the danger, if it concerns you, the danger is the influence you have on young men to have this kind of mindset about women. And that's really where I'm trying to get to what you really believe and how much you've just shot off because you think it's like entertaining and you haven't really given it much thought. And whether now you're a bit older and you've had all the fallout, whether part of you is thinking, actually, if I had, as Joe Rogan says, if you hadn't said stuff like this, you'd probably still be on all these platforms. You'd be massively more popular, massively more famous, massively richer. So I'm really just trying to get to, on the blatantly misogynist stuff, do you just wish you hadn't said it?
With great power comes great responsibility. It was certainly said before the great power came. It's inconvenient to a degree. However, like I said at the time, with the context of the conversation, I know that I'm not saying things which I believe to be detrimental to the world. However, they've been misconstrued and they've been misunderstood.
If a 25-year-old woman was watching this, would you say, I'm sorry for saying that?
Well, I wouldn't want anyone to be offended by anything I say. But I say things I say things that offend. And this is the thing that's interesting, Piers. Please let me finish.
Yeah, but you're behaving like a politician. Yeah, but hang on. You could say I'm interrupting.
You do.
But you're answering a different question to the one I asked you. So, as an interviewer, you're
behaving... Sure, okay, let's... Sure.
Okay, you accept that.
You know those things that I tell you about how, like, when I do debates, there's a guy that... what's the name of that guy? Is it Rob? Is really good about dancing away from, like, losses in a conversation. He, like, you'll win on a point, but it won't feel like it because he dances away from it so quickly that he's already on to the next thing, and it's like, wait, didn't I just have a W? You don't even feel it? Rob Norton, yeah. Notice that, like, Piers Morgan is, like, the exact opposite. Like, that would never happen to him. When he asks a question, he will hammer, 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 hammer. Well, didn't you say that? Didn't you say? Well, you're answering it. Well, didn't you say this? Well, didn't you say that? Aren't you saying this? Like, he'll interrupt him and he'll hammer, and he will 1,000,000% go for that. Like, I know you said this, and I know I'm going to win on this topic, and we're not going to the next thing until I get my W on this thing. Didn't you say that, though? Didn't you say that? Yeah, but didn't you say that? Like, he keeps hammering it over and over and over again. This is probably a pretty common interview technique that you'll see on a lot of people for, like, mainstream media when they're trying to get you. I don't want to say trying to get a soundbite because that sounds more malicious than I would intend it to sound, but that is kind of what they're doing. They're trying to hammer home that point of, like, this is a point that you're taking an L on, and I want you to know that you're taking the L on, and more importantly, I want the audience to know that you're taking an L on, and I'm going to keep asking you over and over and over again until you admit that you've taken an L.
So we both got up. Okay. So again, my point is simply, if a 26-year-old woman is watching this and has heard those comments, would you just say to her, look, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that?
No, I won't. I will say that I am sorry that that offends you. However, there's a large contingent of the world.
That doesn't mean you're sorry.
The thing is, too, the sad thing as well is that, like, it's funny because this is actually an example of kind of what Hassan talks about, where he's like, debates are just pseudo intellectual sparring. In a way, that's kind of what's happening because Andrew Tate has all the answers inside of his head to make these things work. He has all of the knowledge, the red pill shit, to actually give appropriate answers to Piers and even rhetorically win, right? Like, what would you say to the 25-year-old woman? I would say, I'm sorry that feminists have lied to you and told you that you could fuck 100 guys by the time you're 25 and no man would ever judge you for it. It's not fair. I don't agree with it. It's not right. And you are right. In the Western world, we do view it differently in some places. But the reality is that 25-year-old women that have gone on this whole feminist binge where they fucked 100 guys and got huge body counts and maybe children and STDs are at a disadvantage against either younger women or women that haven't. And that's why I say the things that I say. That's why I'm red pill, blah, blah, blah. Like, Tate has the knowledge in his head to put together the answers that he needs to, but he can't do it because, like, Piers has him so fucking frazzled that he's, like, on the defense constantly, and he can't, like, muster any actual, even from the stuff that he knows that he believes is true, right? Because Tate has the answers to these questions, he just can't do it. Why is Tate afraid of saying what he actually thinks? I don't think he's afraid. I think that Piers this is probably one of the largest platforms that this might be the biggest interview that Tate's ever given, actually. Do you think?
No, I'm not sorry. That's the point I'm making. I'm sorry if that offends you. However, there's a large contingent of the world that believe that, and I was mediating for a conversation.
Parts of the world that believe that about 26-year-old women.
Was he on Tucker? Is Tucker Carlson bigger than Piers Morgan? I don't actually know the answer to that. I'm not sure. But also, I heard that the Tucker Carlson interview was a very softball interview. I don't know if that's true or not, but I heard that. Tucker is bigger? Okay.
Allowed out on their own.
That's a conversation.
They have to wear full burqas.
Well, that's a conversation.
They're not allowed to drive cars.
That's nothing to do with me.
But is that the kind of world?
Tucker's is the biggest platform in the U.S. Well, yeah, but I don't know how big like Tucker Carlson is in like fucking Europe. But isn't Piers Morgan like relatively international, like big in the UK? He was kind of big in the U.S. and I don't know in other European countries. I'm not sure. But this is probably the largest like challenging conversation he's had. I'm guessing.
Look, I was mediating a conversation.
No, I'm asking you what you think.
I don't live in a country where that happens.
You're using that as the excuse for why you're not sorry for saying it.
It's not an excuse.
Is that there are parts of the world where this is fine? So my question to you is, well, do you think it's fine?
I don't think it's fine. I live in a world where...
You don't think it's fine?
The reason
This isn't that hard, Andrew. You can simply say, Piers, you know what? With the benefit of hindsight, I wish I hadn't said it like that. And if a 26-year-old woman's watching, I'm sorry I said that, because that actually is blatantly misogynist. And even though that's a view held by other parts of the world, it's not a view I share. Now, I would respect you more if you said that than if you try and say, well, it's said in other parts of the world, so I'm not sorry.
I think
that doesn't tell me what you think.
Then you need to understand why my content existed in the first place. My content existed because I tried my very hardest to be an absolute and utter realist, especially with uncomfortable truths. I was pointing out that very uncomfortable.
Is that a truth?
It's an uncomfortable truth in many parts of the world. It's not a truth that I'm happy about. It's not a truth I created.
Hang on. You're doing it again. What do you mean that's a truth in other parts of the world? That's what you said. It's not. You're not talking about another part of the world. You're talking about what you believe is the difference between...
Do you notice that, like, so Fresh and Fit, Myron does this a lot. I'm not saying this is like a debate tactic or bad. I'm not trying to be judgy or whatever. But anytime Myron answers a question on Fresh and Fit, notice what he does is before he gives the answer, he kind of lays out his whole worldview again, and then he answers it so that he can reinforce kind of his perspective every time. Anytime Andrew Tate tries to go into that, Pierre's like, no, come back here, answer this. Well, you see, you've got to understand why my content exists. It's because of the, like, in the world, people believe that, no, you said this, right? Pierce keeps dragging it back in. And I think sometimes when these guys don't have the opportunity to kind of, like, ramble a lot, I say ramble is really negative, but they don't have the opportunity to, like, lay out that full foundation before they give an answer, and they have a harder time, like, answering directly. Yeah, it's really, really brutal to watch.
18 and 90-year-olds and 26-year-olds.
I was talking about...
It's your belief.
I was talking about what the people on the panel believe the difference is.
So what do you think the difference is?
I think the difference is age.
What's the difference?
No. Well, now he's just lying. You don't think the difference is age. You think it's because she's had less dick through her. Her pussy has less fucking dicks per year or whatever the fuck, however you would spell it or smell it. You've said this a million times. He's going to end up, like, saying something in the debate that he's going to get held to that he doesn't even believe. Like, what is he?
26-year-old's older than the 19-year-old.
And so you stand by what you said about talking to the guys, being to the club more times, being effed and dumped more times. Well, you believe that or not?
No, there's plenty of 26-year-old women who have been with one man or virgins, of course.
So you don't believe?
I don't think that the age is the only thing that's going to decipher how many men or women...
Right, so if you don't actually believe what you said, just say so.
To be fair, do you think any worldview could survive an analysis like this? There's no shot that any worldview could survive a grilling. Oh, yeah, no, you could. This has less to do with the worldview and more to do with the kind of like rhetorical sparring that's happening right now. Pierce is just very, very, very comfortable in this environment. He excels here. He's leading the conversation, and he did do his homework, and Tate didn't. So like the battle is his to lose, essentially. Like he shouldn't fumble here, because Tate just didn't prepare. But I mean, you could theoretically, you could come out of these okay. You just have to be ready for the conversation.
Sorry. It's not about not believing what I'm saying. It's about you understanding that there's large conversations going on.
I'm just reading.
Yeah, he pulled a Vosh.
I know
I'm asking you, do you believe it?
I believe that it's more likely a 26-year-old's had more partners than a 19-year-old.
You don't know that.
I don't know that. You're right.
In fact, there could be absolutely no evidence for that whatsoever.
Completely agree.
So why say it? Why stigmatize all 26-year-old women?
It's not about, we're repeating ourselves here.
But not really. I'm just trying to get to what you actually believe.
I believe that men find youth attractive in general. I believe that in the context of the conversation...
25-year-old women aren't old.
Why is he saying, and now, like, notice how Tate is bouncing around. Notice how Tate is saying things that he, like, doesn't even believe or contradicting things he just said. Well, he was just saying, well, I date a lot of 25 and 26-year-olds. It's fine. And now he's saying, like, well, but youth is attractive. Like, it's like he's getting... He's like a ball in a pinball machine right now. It's just like...
I agree with you. They're not. Especially, I'm old. I'm a lot older than that. The point I was making was part of mediating a panel, a conversation between feminists.
Now he's repeating this again.
I get it.
Okay,
I get it.
Good. So you understand why I said the sentence.
But as far as I know, you weren't espousing what a Muslim man might think. You were espousing what you think.
I was espousing what the people on the panel believed.
But you were saying what you think.
What?
I feel like you're trying to pin me down.
If it's not what you believe, just say.
Then say what you believe. Yeah.
What part wouldn't I believe?
Well, you tell me which part you don't believe.
It's up to you to say that.
Which part would you now say you don't believe?
I believe that 25-year-old women perhaps have had, because they've been alive longer, maybe have had more partners, but I don't believe that makes them a bad person.
Okay, wait. So then you do think then it's not just about people being younger. It is about like figuring out how many partners they've had then.
Right. But you understand that the way you phrased it.
How do you honestly think you do in this kind of situation? I think given time to prepare, I feel comfortable in any conversation. If I have time to prepare, I think I've shown that given the opportunity to prepare a conversation, I feel comfortable against almost anybody. But the preparation would have to be done pretty carefully.
Makes every 25-year-old
I understand.
feel a bad person.
No, I don't think so.
Of course you do. You're not stupid, come on.
Piers.
Andrew, you're not stupid. You know what that sounds like to any 25, 26-year-old woman.
Completely. And
right? So you have maligned every 25, 26-year-old woman with that statement. And I'm simply asking you, to all those who are not of the type of women that you've described here, are you sorry?
I don't want anybody to be offended by anything I say. I want to be a positive force in the world. I don't want anybody to hear what I say and make them feel bad about themselves. I want all people to live righteous and good, whether they're male or female. And anybody who's...
You lead a righteous life?
I think I do, yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
You posted openly of having 6, 7 partners at once. So is that righteous? I'm not taking there's no moral view from me. Simply asking you what you think righteous means.
I think righteous is living true to your heart and knowing that you're doing good by people, not snaking.
Living true to your heart, mate. That's some fucking shit that you see like on a college girl's like dorm fucking door or whatever, right? Like live, what is it? Like live, laugh, love or whatever. Like live by what you think is right. What if you're a fucking sociopathic serial killer? Like what?
Anybody, not lying to anybody. I know.
Yeah, that's not Christianity either. What's right is probably the word of God. Like it has absolutely nothing to do with what you personally think is right or wrong. That's actually one of the most irrelevant things in the world. God doesn't care what the fuck you personally want or what you personally think you're doing. He literally has sent like fucking 17 different times different rule lists down for you on how to live your fucking life.
I live a very righteous life.
Have you ever been in love?
Yeah.
How many times?
Plenty. I believe in love between men and women.
I mean, real love, you know, where it's...
Yeah. I believe...
How many times would you say?
Enough. I believe men and women are a beautiful union. I think we're slightly different, but when we work together, we're the most powerful force in the world.
How many women have you loved?
I don't know, Piers. A few.
Give me a ballpark. 5, 10, 20?
Let's say...
You don't forget how many people you've been in love with.
Let's say 10. I mean, I've been in love, and I certainly believe that
no.
men and women, when they work together, it's the most beautiful force on the planet. I believe in family. I believe in children. I believe in...
If you believe in family and children and love, why are you single?
I'm not single.
Well, you're not married. That's what I mean.
Well, if I was married, the last thing I would do is advertise it to the feral psychopaths on the internet. So
I'm not a feral psychopath.
Well,
you called me friend earlier.
Can be debated, Piers. But the point.
The
point I'm making as a whole is that all of
this guy's been in love 10 times. What does love even mean to him? I'm super curious what he means by that. I'm surprised Piers didn't grill him on that. 10 times? In my opinion, that's kind of a lot of times to be like. How old is Andrew Tate? Is this guy even 40? This guy's 35 years old. Damn, you've had 10 true loves in your life, mate. That's a big answer.
Do you want to get married? Is my point.
No, but let's please for a second.
You don't, or you do?
Let's please for a second, because you've interrupted me so many times I've failed to...
Well, actually, I've only interrupted you, just to be clear, when you've actually answered a different question.
Cool. Well, then, on all these points you're making...
And you've admitted that.
On all these points you're making,
yes.
On repeat, you're taking these sentences, and on repeat, you're you're weaponizing them against me.
I'm not weaponizing anything.
Okay, it's fine.
No. You're weaponizing the weaponizing, which doesn't exist.
No problem.
But you said to me, come on, bring it on, read out all the things that you think are blatant misogyny.
Tate is trying to get these wins by saying, you're weaponizing things against me. And you can say that, and it is fair to say that in debates, but that's not what's happened. And Piers has laid down the groundwork where Tate is agreeing with him. Tate is saying, okay, fine, bring it on. Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Okay, yeah, you're right on that. Tate is agreeing with everything, so Tate doesn't really have much room to complain. He kind of has to just like, okay, yeah, fuck me, I guess.
All I've done is literally read out all the things we identified from all the research that I thought were blatantly misogynist.
Understood.
And giving you the chance to respond. And the only time I've interrupted you is when you've tried to answer a completely different question.
Understood, Piers. But these things were said in large context where often
he's gone back to the context thing again, but he's already failed to substantiate that.
Podcast where you've read one of them sentences from, I was talking about how it's a man's duty to die by a woman. And the guy asked me, he said, if 10 men with knives attacked your woman, wouldn't you just... I said, yeah, I'd stand and die. I'd never just run away because I have a duty as a man. I must die on the spot to protect her honor and my honor. I'm talking about a man having responsibility to his duties. I'm talking about the old traditional ways of masculinity. And what happens is a few sentences from such a long conversation is taken and used against me.
I understand that.
So I want you to understand that I'm talking about protecting and providing for women. I'm talking about a man making sure
Do you want to get married?
No, but this is we have to. We has all feed into each other, Piers. I'm talking about protecting.
It's not a hard question.
No, but I'm talking about protecting and providing for a woman. I'm talking about a man being responsible for her safety.
I understand.
So of course I believe in men and women. Of course I believe in love. Of course I believe in marriage. Of course I believe in family.
No, but none
the
of that
idea
was
that
my
I don't believe in the idea that I don't believe in these things
I
is
didn't
crazy.
ask you if you believed in it. I asked you if you're going to get married.
One day, absolutely.
You'd like to.
If I'm not married already, I will be married one day. If I'm not.
Well, you might be secretly married.
I could be married, correct.
Why would you not tell me either way?
Why would I advertise to the feral psychopaths of the world who have tried their very best to destroy me for an opinion about my private life and the things that are most sacred to me? Why
What do
would
you
I
think
do
if
that?
you said you were married, everyone would hate you?
I don't know about people hate me. It's about me understanding that I'm a hard target, but I am very, very protective of the people I care about.
Right. But you believe in the concept of marriage?
Completely. That's what we were talking about the whole time.
What do you think?
We talked about a man giving a woman away. Okay. I believe in marriage more than anybody. In fact, I believe in marriage no, please. Okay. I believe in marriage in the traditional sense.
Please.
I believe a man has a duty to stand up and be a real man. I believe that the problem with the world today that we are facing is that not enough men are sticking to the age-old ways of masculinity. Mm-hmm. I believe that me standing up and saying a man must protect a woman and provide for her, so he needs to make sure that she's safe. He needs a degree of authority to protect her.
I have no problem with...
But people do have a problem with it.
That's
the world we're in now.
Andrew, I'm over here.
Sure.
I don't have a problem with what you just said. Here's where my problem comes, right?
Oh, no.
There are a lot of clips of you floating around on the...
You know what? I think Tate is an okay guy. Listen, I'll fly out to Romania, and I'll give him debate lessons if he wants to. This gets back to Andrew Tate. I disagree with a lot of what you say, but I will give you free debate lessons, okay? We can do this.
Internet, as you know.
He's getting handled.
One of them has you saying, bang out the machete, boom in her face, grip her by the neck, shut up, bitch. In another, you say slap, slap, grab, choke, shut up, bitch, sex. When people see those clips and hear you say those things...
Agreed.
Well, I don't think that... It's not hard to misunderstand it.
It is.
You might say that it's consensual. Other people would say, whether it's consensual or not, that's a very ugly way to talk about women.
Completely. Now let's
hitting them with machetes.
No, watch the whole video. It's a girl coming at me with a machete and me saying, here, slap the machete out of her hand. She's attacking me. So you don't understand. This is the exact point.
I do understand.
No, people don't watch them in full. And this is actually what's interesting. And please don't interrupt me on this point. Social media has changed in modern times.
Oh, no.
YouTube 5 years ago was 5, 6, 7, 8 minute long videos. Now we have TikTok, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, YouTube shorts, Instagram stories. Now anything you produce that's long form is cut down to very, very short form. They're interested in clicks, they're interested in engagement.
Of course.
They find
But
the
you
most
benefited from all
they
that.
find the most controversial clips they can
And Andrew,
on purpose.
You benefited from all that.
Everybody benefits from social media views, as do you.
Was it the Hustler? What is it
I had an online school
called
Hustlers University.
Right. And their whole job was to promote your clips, make you rich and famous. So you've benefited from this system, the one you now profess to hate. You benefited from
I
all
never
that.
said I hated
You've clickbaited like the best of them.
I never said I hated it. I'm saying what happened. I don't hate it. I don't hate social media. I think it's a very powerful force. I don't hate the social media. I'm saying
The point is, I think you can talk, look, you can talk to girlfriends of yours, maybe a secret wife, I don't know. It's entirely up
Or
to you.
two.
Or two. Maybe you've got 10 wives, that's your business. I don't care, right? My only thing is, I don't care what you do in private. If it's consensual between you and another woman, you can do what you like, right? It's your life.
God, you know what the ultimate turnaround would be at the end of this is Andrew Tate being like, do you feel like Piers Morgan did a great job in this conversation? Do you think that he fucking steamrolled me? Well, let me tell you why. It's because Piers Morgan has actually been part of the $5,000 a month war room for the past 6 months. And he's been getting debate tips. He's been getting coached there the whole time. And that's why he performed as well as he did. Join the war room, guys. Andrew Tate.
I believe in freedom and liberty. It's when you say it in public, it's the influence that this kind of thing has on young men.
Agreed.
Right? And I speak to someone with 3 sons, right? Who are, by the way, they're intrigued by you. They're fascinated, right? You're a big thing in that world of TikTok and so on. So they all are aware of you and what you say. So they're all looking. And when they see things like the machete thing, I get the context because I'm a 57-year-old guy who's been around the block a bit, and I can get what you said, and you responding to a particular scenario which you'd created where a woman...
But it can be misunderstood.
I understand. So my point to you is, given that you know it can be misunderstood, do you regret saying things like this on camera where it can be disseminated by less intelligent young males who think that is actually what they should be doing to women?
And finally, we get to the point of the issue, which is the point I tried to make at the very beginning. When I made a video before I was famous that got 500 views, me being concerned that 1% of people will misunderstand it was not relevant. where you start getting 5 million views a video, 50 million views a video, 1% of people misunderstanding
Doesn't change what
no, it doesn't. But it becomes a much larger problem.
I understand.
So with great fame comes great responsibility.
Right.
So
I agree.
Now that I'm famous, do I say things the same way as I did back before I was famous? Absolutely not.
Right.
As neither would you or nearly any other famous person on the planet.
So
once you become famous, you have to be a lot more careful with how you say things.
I understand. So my logical follow-up to that remains, do you regret then saying it the way you said it?
I can't live in regret by saying something before I was famous on a camera which barely anybody watched, and then I became famous afterwards. That would be a very asinine way to view the world.
Do you stand by all those things?
I can't live in regret because I didn't know I was going to become the most famous man on the planet. Regret would be the wrong word. Is it inconvenient? Sure. But I can't sit here and say, I wish I knew 6 years ago I'd be the most famous man on the planet and monitored all of my speech forever. That's asinine.
You see, one of the problems that people have with you is that they think you have a malevolent influence on young people. This was the excuse that was put out by the big tech companies.
Excuse being the key word.
Well, it may be, actually. You know, I intrinsically, I have a problem with censorship. I don't think Donald Trump should be banned from Twitter, for example, because the Ayatollah of Iran remains on Twitter and other social media
That's pretty wild, guys.
And whatever I think of you, you're not the Ayatollah of Iran, right? So to me, there's got to be perspective here. And I don't understand the inconsistency by what companies like Twitter, how they treat the leader of Iran and someone like you. It seems to me they're much more draconian on people like you than they are with people who perhaps should not be allowed platforms. But generally, I don't really agree with no platforming people. But I think what's interesting talking to you is it seems to me like you have gone on a bit of a journey of self-awareness about the impact of some of the stuff you said in the past, and you have said you wouldn't say it again in the same way. Now, you may not want to express regret for that, but it shows me that at the very least, you have evolved to somebody who recognizes that these can be quite damaging in the way that you said them.
Completely. As a professional and as an adult, it would be stupid for me to sit here and say that now that I'm the most famous man on the planet, my words do not have more impact than they did before. With impact, with power comes responsibility, and things need to be worded in a very careful way. Now, when I do a long format interview, I have to sit there and consciously understand that any 10 seconds of that can be cut and used against me. So I have to be a lot more careful with how I say my words.
This guy is really into Spider-Man.
Of course, we agree with all of that.
They rehearsed that one in the back room a lot.
I agree with all of that. I don't want to be seen as a negative influence in the world. I know that there's a whole bunch of men. I get thousands of emails a week from men whose lives I've saved. I get thousands of emails a week from men who are on the verge of suicide and I've saved their lives. We're talking about...
And by the way, I don't dispute that at all. You have almost certainly, I would think, from everything I've read about you, I think you have certainly been probably able to be very helpful to young men who have really struggled for self-confidence and all that kind of thing, right?
Completely.
I'm completely prepared to accept that. But there was also, I think, quite a disturbing piece that BuzzFeed did. And it talked about the negative impact of young, impressionable male minds when they've read or seen some of the more inflammatory things you've said. And they quoted, for example, Sandy, 22, from Washington. My father's gone from a man who minored in women's studies in college, who was kind and in touch with his emotions, treated all people, men and women around him, with kindness, to a man who says that whenever he sees an effeminate male stranger, he gets an overwhelming urge to murder them. He loves podcasts. He listens to a lot of podcasts.
Jesus.
I know he's listened to Andrew Tate.
Whoa. Let's stop for a second. Let's be professional here, Piers, because you're a professional, as am I. First, she said, did you say that my father when? She said, my father has gone.
Her father.
That's a full-grown man, firstly. So we're talking about my impact on children. You just talked about a full-grown man here. Secondly, I've never talked about murdering effeminate men in anything online ever, in any context ever. So I don't know why they have taken some random person I've never met in the world who's full-grown, an adult, and come to their own conclusions who I've never met and lumped his name in with mine. That is absolutely unfair on every level. I didn't read this BuzzFeed. I didn't read this BuzzFeed article, but after hearing the first point, I know it's trash. That is complete garbage. I'm the reason this man believes what he believes.
I have seen a quote from you, and you can tell me what you feel here about this.
Sure.
You talk about people don't want to see men dressed up in dresses, transgender.
That's not exactly what I said.
What did you say?
I said the reason I am so popular and I'm so famous is that there's a large contingent of men who don't want to wear makeup, who still want to make money, go to the gym, be strong, drive a fast car, be traditionally masculine, and don't want to be shamed for that, and they don't want to be called toxic for that. That is the reason I'm so massively famous. That is what I said.
What do you think of transgender people?
That's nothing to do with me. I'm not transgender, and I don't understand the issue like they do. They
are you transphobic? Do you
oh,
consider yourself that?
Transphobic? What? Afraid?
Well, it kind of, yeah. You have
I don't live in fear, my friend. I have no problem.
You have a dislike of transgender people.
I don't know any transgender people.
You have a dislike of what they stand for, what they are.
No, why would I?
Man. I don't know.
That's not my issue. That's not my issue. And that's actually quite interesting because when I was attacked, a lot of these stupid articles like BuzzFeed, because it's ridiculous, that first point proves anyone with a brain knows that that's garbage. When they attacked me, they lump a whole bunch of things in together. They say misogynistic, racist, transphobic. They just put them all together at random. I'm mixed race. By the way, I don't know where they get these. They just get these buzzwords and put them in a sentence.
By the way, I completely agree.
It's crazy.
And I've had the same thing done to me.
Okay, well,
and I'm not calling you anything. I'm asking you what you personally believe you are.
It's not an issue I discuss. What I do discuss is that...
So you support transgender people?
I support individual liberty.
Something else that's happening with Andrew Tate's brain here too, and I can empathize with this actually because I do this sometimes, is Andrew Tate is seeing red where Piers Morgan is, where he sees in Piers Morgan like every crazy attack that's ever been like levied at him, and he's not engaging well with Piers, and he's like responding to all of those attacks that he's had levied at them in the past by other people. That's one of the reasons why Piers has to keep centering it back in the camera. Hey, Andrew, who are you talking to? I'm right here. Andrew, you don't have to talk to these people. And he's like, Andrew's a little bit like fucking PTSD'd out, like thinking of like all the random shit he's seen online a little bit too. And he's not doing a good job at engaging Pierce in an actual conversation.
I'm a libertarian.
Yeah, so you support transgender people?
Sure. Sure. Why not?
Exactly, yeah.
So, but my point is...
You want to know who I would fuck? Nancy Pelosi. Someone tell that granny to blow me. I'd take out her dentures, put them on the dresser, slide off her panties and proceed. I'd whip out her knockers fast and start throwing uppercuts like a boxing bag. I'd grab her by the nipples and I'd flip them up and down until they're flapping in the wind, and then I'd spin them all around and go brrr. Have you seen them titties? Every time I think of them things, I'm giddy. She's far from the itty bitty titty committee. Come on, man, she could start her own team in the big leagues. I think about them just to pass the day. Man, I bet those fuckers hang past her waist. If I laid on the ground with my head by her feet and she dropped them, they'd probably smack my face. You want to know?
Why did I have to watch this? Who unbanned you?
As a whole, you're saying that I'm saying I don't want to see men in dresses. I'm saying no.
You support gay people?
Sure. Yeah. I'm saying there's a large contingent of men in the world who like the idea of the traditional masculine view of the world, who feel happy when they watch 80s action heroes with big muscles and they run around. And there's nothing toxically masculine about having a fast car and a beautiful girlfriend and making a bunch of money. And
nothing at all.
Absolutely. And those are the people who are my fans.
But the problem is, okay, I'm going to interrupt you just to say this. No.
Okay, but you're saying that I have a problem with men in dresses. I'm saying no. The people who watch my content.
Answer that question. You've answered.
Yeah, but the people who watch my content don't want to see men in dresses. Clearly, I don't wear a dress. That's the point I'm making.
That's not why they're watching your content.
No.
You're not wearing a dress.
No, but that's the point I'm making. That's the point I was making. There's a large contingent of men who are not interested in the things that perhaps the YouTube algorithm's trying to feed them.
I think there are lots of... Look, when you support masculinity and masculine traits, I'm with you, right?
Okay, so you agree a man should protect and provide for a woman?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you agree if you were walking down the street with a woman, you'd be responsible with her safety?
Yeah.
Cool, absolutely. So if that woman wanted to walk alone at night...
I don't think I have authority over the woman as we do that.
Okay, so let me ask you another question, Piers, because we are professionals. Let's say your woman decided she wanted to take a nice little walk through the south side of Chicago at 2 a.m., and she wanted you to go with her, and you were responsible for fighting and dying on the spot if she was attacked. Don't you think you would say to her, no, we're not going out right now, it's not safe?
Yes.
Okay, so you'd have...
Okay, I don't know what changed, or if they just went on break and I missed it or whatever, but now Andrew Tate is in charge of like, ask question, get answer, now he's like doing a good job at building the foundation towards what he was trying to say earlier, but this was like 40 minutes late. I don't know why he did it earlier, but yeah.
Authority to make the decision. So
no, I wouldn't. So I would say I don't think you should. If she decides to, it's her own volition.
Well, if she decides, you're not going to stop her.
I have no power to stop her.
Completely.
But you think you do.
No, I don't think I have power to stop her.
You clearly do.
No, I think I have power to make the decision. I think, no, that's not sensible.
So if you have the power to make the decision, you have the power to stop her.
No, because...
And that's where we differ. And that's why I think it's interesting about you. I don't think you really think through what you're saying.
I think through what I'm saying so carefully.
Yeah, but Andrew, what you've literally just said
Never mind.
is that you have the power to...
What is he doing?
The fucking communist. Let's go.
You go here?
I've been subscribed to you since literally like 500 subscribers. No.
Oh, he's like standing on a thing.
Yo,
Cute.
come here, bro.
He's like standing on the bench.
No fucking way. The most energy. This guy's the most energy.
500? Yeah. What the fuck? But you're part of the... I'm not a communist, but
that's okay. That's me. He's me. Wow, there it is. He's MAGA.
Fuck. I'm the first president of any country to make peace with North Korea. He didn't. This dude wants nothing but war.
Made peace with North Korea. Isn't North Korea firing missiles over Japan like as we speak? But okay, dude.
To stop
no, I said I don't have the power to stop her. I'm not going to lock her in the room. I'm saying that...
So if she wants to go on her own...
Then she's going to go.
Then
But
you
as
don't
a
have authority to stop
Okay,
her.
but as a couple, if we're going to sit there and decide if we're going to take this...
You asked me, would I feel a sense of responsibility for her safety? Absolutely.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
So
would
let me
I
finish,
have the
Piers.
power or authority to stop her doing it? No.
No, of course not. So let me finish, Piers. You're not going to stop her walking out the hotel. Of course, it's her decision. She's a sovereign individual. My point is that usually in a couple, you'd sit there as a team and you discuss, and perhaps on certain issues, the woman will know more about X and she'll decide X, and the man might know more about Y and he'll decide Y. So I'm saying if we're as a couple and we're sitting there and deciding, as a couple, as a team, and she says she wants to take this late night stroll, I'm going to say, you know what, I'm going to veto this one. I'm going to call veto.
Do you believe in...
Because it's dangerous, which to a degree would give me in that particular...
Hey guys, did you guys know that I'm doing a Change Your Mind event, or My Mind or something? We're debating. We'll see whose mind will get changed at UT and Texas A&M. Here you go, UT Austin. Signal boost, retweet, tweet, buy the dinners, do whatever you want. There you go, boom, boom, boom. Wait, and for the dinners we're selling, who makes the money on that? Is it going to the fucking clubs, or are we taking that, Jeff? What the fuck? Wait, I should have asked this.
Scenario, a degree of authority. If she said, I don't want to listen to you, Andrew.
It doesn't give you authority.
If she says, I don't want to listen to you, Andrew, I want to go on that walk, then what can I do? Say, well, then I
you don't have authority.
Then I wish you the best, my love.
Then you don't have authority.
Cool, then it's a semantic argument.
Not really.
I think
it's the complete opposite of what you said you had, which was authority.
No problem, Piers. No problem. But I think
Let
we
me
actually...
ask you about, what do you believe about depression? Do you believe depression is a real thing?
I believe that feeling depressed is real. I don't believe depression as a clinical disease is real, no.
Really?
Correct.
You don't believe people can be clinically depressed?
I think PTSD is very real. Unfortunately, I have some friends who suffer from that. I know that feeling depressed is real. I believe that the #1 power you have against these things are trying to take control of your own mind and affecting your own life. I believe that it's not healthy to hand over all your power and believe that depression is an outside disease that you can't affect. I know that when I've had difficult periods in my life, and also many of my friends, like I've said, suffer from PTSD and been through terrible things. I've lived a very difficult life, and I know people who have, that the things that made them feel better is when they woke up and said, you know what, I'm not going to allow this to damage me anymore. I'm going to take responsibility. I'm going to get up and I'm going to fight this as hard as I can.
Right, and by the way, on that, I agree.
So we agree.
Right? My favorite speech is the Rocky Balboa one.
Okay, so then we agree. No, we do.
Here's where we don't agree.
Piers.
You don't, no, hang on. You got to let me interject when I don't agree with you, right? Where I don't agree with you is that there's no such thing as clinical depression. There absolutely is. Well, it's a proven scientific medical reality. There's a different argument about have we gone a bit too soft, right, in schools and all the rest of it. Absolutely. Do I think some people moan and whine too much about their lot in life? Definitely. Okay. Are we a victimhood society? 100%. Okay. Is there such a thing as clinical depression? Absolutely. And my argument is that if you actually bracket everybody who's not clinically depressed and doesn't have the genuine medical condition, then actually if millions of people are deemed to have depression, the ones who really need the help don't get it. Well, that's my point.
Well, that I would agree with. You're right. I think it's certainly an overused term.
But you don't accept there is such a thing as clinical depression.
No, I don't.
And that to me is a damaging view.
Okay. Well, let me explain why. If someone comes to me and says I'm clinically depressed or I feel very, very sad, I would say the first thing you need to do is stop accepting the identity of a clinically depressed person. Stop accepting you have no control over this. And what you need to do is stop identifying that way, and let's work together to try and fight against it.
But there isn't an eminent doctor in the world who would tell you there is no such thing as clinical depression. Who would not tell you that some people it's simply beyond their control.
I think Johan Hari wrote a book saying exactly that, my friend.
But he's not an eminent doctor.
No, but he's
a journalist.
I said depression was real long ago and was attacked for it. Then Johan Hari wrote a book which
What's
actually...
What's it got to do with Johan Hari?
Because he wrote a book proving me right. Most people...
Johan Hari's a journalist.
Sure. And my point is that a lot of people who are clinically depressed are suffering with something in their life, and if you fix the problem in their life, perhaps they won't feel depressed anymore. That's not a disease.
Yeah, but Andrew...
That's situational.
Andrew, you're simply wrong.
If that's what you believe, Piers,
it's what I believe.
I don't believe in things that take power away.
There is not an eminent doctor in the world
Piers,
that would agree with you.
Piers,
do you think you know more than doctors?
I can't become clinically depressed.
Why do you know?
Because I don't believe in it. I can't be haunted by a ghost if I don't believe in ghosts.
Well, that's kind of saying I'm never going to die because I don't believe in it. It's ridiculous.
Perhaps. But if it allows me to live a life where I feel happy and content within myself.
This is that little area where you lose me.
No, I don't lose you.
You are, because somebody with your following says
the thousands of people who have emailed me saying my doctor told me I was clinically depressed and it's a disease that I have got in my brain and I can't be fixed. And I started listening to you and I realized that that's not the case and I can fix my own life and you're the only person who has ever helped me. Thousands of people have emailed sent me that exact email.
If you think you are single-handedly curing people of clinical depression, you are living in cloud cuckoo land.
I am reading the emails of people who I have cured of clinical depression.
You're reading emails from people who have believed you when you say there isn't such a thing, and they've probably never been done.
This is another example of how debate can be helpful. When you argue against other people that disagree with you, you're forced to make your views kind of commensurate, reducible to one another's. Really, what Andrew Tate probably actually believes, and the better way for him to phrase what he's saying is, okay, I do believe in clinical depression, and I do believe that clinical depression is real, but I think that like diet, exercise, and sleep can be the medicine. That's really what he does believe, and that's probably a view that's going to be supported in general by the science, but like he just doesn't have the experience to argue with enough people or talk to enough people that disagree with him to get that, I guess, like point of view out, basically.
Diagnosed clinical depressed. They just want to go along with what Andrew Tate says.
I don't think so.
I think your view of that is dangerous.
I respect that you think my view is dangerous, and I respect you have the right to view that, to think that. I think that clinical depression, I actually agree with you, is massively overdiagnosed. I've already said that PTSD is a very real thing. I've already said...
I didn't know, hang on.
Okay.
Again, you're misquoting me.
Absolutely not what he believes. He just said he doesn't believe it exists. Well, I think that what he's saying is that, like, the reason why he said he doesn't believe it exists is because it sounds like it robs an individual of agency, which I actually 100% agree with. Well, it doesn't have to, but it feels like it sometimes, where people will say, like, oh, yeah, like, I can't do this because I have ADHD. I can't do this because I have clinical depression. I can't blah, 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 blah. That when that starts to become, like, the answer to things, well, hold on. Now we've kind of lost the whole reason why we diagnose people with anything, because now we've just used it as, like, a crutch to say, essentially, that... that you can't, that you're fucked. Your life is like fucked. You can't like improve or change anything, which is not good, right?
I did not say clinical depression is massively overdiagnosed. I said that people who claim to be depressed but don't have clinical depression, I think that is massively overblown, right? In other words, there are a lot of people who just have a bad day and declare, I've got depression. And I say, well, have you been to a doctor? Have you been clinically diagnosed? If you have, and you have clinical depression, that's one thing. But if you haven't, we could probably work on some mental strength and resilience skills with you. But a clinically depressed person has an absolutely proven medical condition that is beyond their control.
Not according to me and many others.
See, like what Pierce just said there, and Tate just isn't in the position to battle with it, but what Pierce just said there was absolutely not true. And in my opinion, Pierce just gave the reason why I get a little bit hesitant about those diagnoses sometimes. That like when you have clinical depression, you have a disease that's totally outside your control. That is absolutely not true. Not only is it not true, it's actually the exact opposite of true. You're the only one that could do anything about your depression. Taking an SSRI alone is... I don't even know if I think SSRIs without therapy, I think barely beat placebo. Like, it's almost a wash. Like, if you're going to do an SSRI and then nothing else, no other changes in your life, you're almost better off, honest to God, saving the money. It's almost not going to do anything for you. And in fact, in some cases, the side effects, you might just fucking kill yourself quicker. For mental illness, that is something that you have to take a deliberate, active approach towards modifying things in your life to produce better outcomes for yourself. So what Pierce just said there, I would disagree, but Andrew's just not even in a position to really debate it, I don't think.
Where's my friend?
Well, look, what do you know about it, honestly?
I know
You're not a doctor, or you're not trained, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
You're not a psychiatrist, you're none of those things.
Sure.
You're a guy on the make, he's done very well for himself, spouting stuff off, much of which I agree with, as you've seen in the interview. But some of which is ludicrous, and that's one of them.
It's not ludicrous.
It is.
It's not.
If you said to me, we're in a victimhood society, it's got to stop, I'm with you.
Okay.
But the moment you try and deny clinical depression...
I believe feeling depressed is real. I do not believe it's a disease that you catch from the sky and you cannot affect. I believe that no matter what happens, I believe you have control of your own mind and you can fight against it. I believe if you change your circumstances in your life, you make it different.
This is true, right? His message here is true. He just doesn't have the packaging for it at all.
I obviously am not a psychiatrist, I'm not a doctor. I told him, because I replied to my emails. I said, have you been to a psychiatrist? He said, yes, I'm clinically depressed. I've been on these pills, this amount of time. I'm on antidepressants, it doesn't work. I said, I don't know what to say to you besides this. And he said he lost his girlfriend, that's why I became clinically depressed. I said, listen, go to the gym, get a six-pack first. Once you've got a six-pack, email me again. If you still feel like killing yourself, I don't know what else to say to you. But I'd say, strong body is a strong mind, go train. He went, he started sending me progress pictures, emailing me him getting in better shape, and eventually got a six-pack. He's now a professional bodybuilder. And he said, I can't believe I was considering that. I feel so much better, etc. The doctor was telling him he was clinically depressed and couldn't cure it. He started taking control of his own life.
Doctors shouldn't be saying that.
I'm not saying it's the case for everybody.
No.
I'm just saying.
Here's my question, though. Have you seen the guy's medical records?
Of course not. I just told you the story.
So you're just taking his word for it?
I am taking the word of a man who emailed me with a bunch of medication in specific doses.
You're denying proven science because one guy writes to you who you help and you've not seen any
And see, another problem too, and again, I will hammer the fuck out of this. A lot of these red pill guys like to, well, no, actually, I guess that's not true. I was going to say a lot of these red pill guys like to do this, like, you know, fact over feelings and all that bullshit. But I guess Andrew Tate actually pretty avowedly is like, don't show me studies, I don't believe in data. But if Andrew Tate was more willing to engage with the data, Andrew Tate could be pushing back way harder here. The idea that like all this like mental health shit is like, this is solved science, like we know what causes this, we know, that's absolute fucking bullshit. What was the huge meta-analysis? Was it a meta-analysis or was it a novel study that just came out showing I think it was questioning the effects of serotonin on depression, or was it questioning the effects of SSRIs in treating depression? I think it was questioning the effects of serotonin and the relationship to depression. This is still an ultra contentious area of debate. Dude, psychology and SSRIs and diseases of the mind is it might have been the serotonin theory of depression, yeah. These are very, very, very hotly contested fields. This is far from settled science. And Piers Morgan, and really, it's really only Andrew Tate's own fault. Andrew Tate's unwillingness to actually engage with scientific literature fucks him here, because Piers Morgan can just hammer him over and over again. Why do you disagree with all the scientists? Why do you disagree with all the doctors? And Andrew Tate's like, well, what about this one journalist? No, bro, you don't have to cite journalists. You can cite researchers at Stanford and shit that aren't going to sit here and shill for this theory of mental disease as hard as Piers Morgan is shilling for it. Like, but he's just either doesn't know or he's unwilling or lazy or whatever. But
evidence you ever had clinical depression diagnosed?
I'm denying the idea that.
And on the back of it, you go on your rants in public to tens of millions of people denying something because this guy writes to you and says he had it and you cured it. And I think that's a dangerous mindset, Andrew.
That's fine.
And that's where you don't have a responsible view of your influence over
disagree.
people.
It's very responsible because I'm saving people's lives. I disagree that if you feel depressed, I disagree that you cannot affect it and change your life and take control and fix yourself and feel happier. I disagree with that.
Do you think
I refuse to accept that there are people out there who cannot become happy.
Do you believe in clinical depression? Yeah, absolutely. It seems like there are states of the mind that exist that go far beyond what normal sadness is. And my drug-addled mind can relate to some extent, I guess. The only issue that I'm having with the way that we engage with a lot of our diagnoses these days, it happens with every mental diagnosis, is these start to become handicaps or explanations for behaviors rather than springboards for behavior modification, right? Like if somebody says, like, I have ADHD, like, the next sentence should be, and this is what I do to control it. Or I have depression, and this is what I do to combat it. But when you're saying things like, oh, I have ADHD, and that's why I do this thing. Or I have depression, and that's why I can only do this. Fuck, dude. I wish you should have never gotten the diagnosis, to be honest. In my opinion, if you have a diagnosis and you're not acting on it, you should have never gotten that diagnosis. It is only hurting you. You should have never bothered. And I think that's why some people in the psychiatric community debate on even giving diagnoses to patients because of that reason. It's like a diagnosis is meant to be acted upon in some way. And if you're not acting upon it and it becomes a crutch for future behavior, then you've just like, you're fucking yourself. You're fucking yourself.
Contented individuals. I refuse to accept we live in a world where God has created people who, no matter how hard they work and how good their life becomes, can't be happy. I don't accept that. I accept that the universe is a very giving place and that God loves all of us. And if you try your best and you work hard, you can become a better person. And I also will argue with you, and I'll counter the point, that you sitting here on your platform telling people they have clinical depression, there's nothing they can do about it, is far more dangerous. Okay, well then, if they have clinical depression...
Why do you misquote me?
No, because you're saying...
You hate being misquoted.
No, you're saying if people have clinical depression, then
I never said there's nothing to do about it. They go to a doctor and they get diagnosed and they get help.
Then I would argue the point that if somebody...
It's the complete opposite of what you just said I said.
I would argue the point that if somebody has depression of any kind, whether it's clinical, whether it exists or not, whether they feel depressed or not, whatever, that taking control of their life, taking personal responsibility and working hard is always going to be the positive, best thing they can possibly do for their life going forward.
How positive
and the people
is
going around
it?
them. So sitting here saying, I don't believe in clinical depression, you don't believe in depression. No, I don't. I believe that people can take control and fight against things. Right. I believe in personal sovereignty.
Right. Fine.
Good. So we agree.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
Piers, you're on my side. You're afraid of being cancelled along with me.
As I said to you from the start,
that's all
I
it
agree
is.
with a lot of what you say.
Completely. So we're talking
but I'm
about...
taking you to task over the stuff I don't agree with.
Sure.
And I'm just not sure you understand why it's wrong, which is in itself quite revealing. Let me talk to you about Alex. Let me talk to you about Alex Jones, right? Who I have a bit of history with. He tried to get me deported from the United States.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. What is your view of Alex Jones?
I think that Alex Jones is a sovereign individual who, very much like the rabid left, deserves a chance to speak on his points of view. I think that the truth on issues is usually somewhere in the middle between two extremes. And
So you think Sandy Hook was staged?
I don't know anything about Sandy Hook.
Really? You know he's just been sued by the families for millions and millions.
I have no idea.
You don't know anything about it?
No.
So why would you support someone in public when you know nothing about the most infamous
When
thing
have I
attached to
supported him in public?
Well, you kind of just did. You just said that he has a right to speak. Damn, dude, if you're gonna get grilled on Alex Jones, you kind of have to know, like, the Sandy Hook thing is the thing that he's, like, known for now, legally. That's, you gotta know something about it.
You have supported him in public.
I've been on his podcast.
Yeah, but you said nice things about him.
I say nice things about lots of people.
What do you think of Alex Jones?
I said nice things about you, Piers.
That's fine. so you should, I'm a nice person.
So to sit and say that I've been on a podcast and I say nice things about
But
him,
you said
you
support his right to speak about things like Sandy Hook?
But you don't know what he's...
I don't know. And
you know what it was?
It was a mass shooting.
Of school children.
Okay, but to sit and
he...
It's actually, no, let's stop for a second. Please don't interrupt me. Here's why I know why you're good at your job. First, you interrupt people a lot, which is good. It's a good skill,
Actually,
and then there you go, prove me right.
But here's exactly
and the timing's good.
Here's exactly what I do. I only interrupt people like you
when they're not answering the question.
You either
That's what he's going to say.
Refuse to answer the question or answer a completely different one.
Sure.
And I want to remind you of what the question was.
Fair enough.
Or when you misquote me back, which you've done repeatedly through the interview, where you say, you see, Piers, you agree with me. And the viewer who's been watching will go, no, he didn't.
Cool, no problem. The other thing you do is, you try and set these traps like now. So you're saying
what's the trap you think I'm setting?
You're saying that I agree with every single point of view a man has.
I literally didn't say that.
You're saying, well, you support Alex Jones.
Why would you misquote me?
Because you're saying you support Alex Jones and you said you've been on his podcast and he said this. I don't know
what do you think about.
Do you know what Myron does in real life that I fucking love? I'm gonna start doing it. Myron actually has a fucking notepad on Fresh and Fit that he writes notes down on. I noticed when I was debating him, he would do that. He'd write notes on what I was saying. I love that. Does it look autistic? I don't care if people think I'll do it. I'll be the autistic guy that brings a notepad and just jots things down. I super love that. I might take one with me to debates.
Alex Jones. I don't know everything he said.
What do you think of him?
I think on his podcast he was cordial. I think he was professional on his podcast. I've also done podcasts with rabid leftists and people who openly hate me.
Is it wrong?
I do a podcast circuit. Okay. So and I don't know everything he's ever said.
When somebody like
and I don't know what. So I don't know what you're trying to get me here because I did a podcast.
If you let me get a word in edgeways, I'll tell you.
It's a lame trick.
If you let me get a word in, I will tell you.
Let's go.
Alex Jones said that Sandy Hook didn't happen. It was staged by actors.
Okay.
This compounded the appalling grief of the families of those poor 20 children who were gunned to pieces by a lunatic with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle. They were already grief-stricken beyond belief. And this guy poured petrol onto that grief quite deliberately to make a huge amount of money from his InfoWars fake news bullshit. And as a result, a lot of the families have now sued him, and they've won. And he's going to have to pay back tens, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in damages to these families. And quite right, it won't do anything about the pain he caused them. Some of them actually had people turn up outside their houses with guns because Alex Jones had told them that these parents were making it all up. They were all staged actors. It was all run by the government. So I simply say to you, now I've told you that, what is your view of Alex Jones?
Uh-oh.
I don't see why any of that has to do with me. It's very interesting. I've done the guy's podcast. I know him well. He was professional and courteous to me. When I meet somebody and they show me respect, I show them back. Respect. That's what I do, as I did with you.
You respect him?
If somebody shows me respect, I show them respect back.
So if Adolf Hitler showed you respect, you'd respect him back?
That's a stupid question, Piers.
It's not. It's a logical extension of your argument.
No, if in 1931 I was walking through Germany and a man come up to me and said, sorry for bumping into you, I'd say, sorry, no problem, mate. I'd show respect back. I don't know, what are you trying to say? That I sanction the Holocaust?
You literally just said if somebody respects you, you respect them back
I say if somebody shows me respect, I show respect back. That's a good way to go through life.
Whoever it is.
If somebody shows me respect and is courteous to me, I'm courteous back. Yes.
How can you respect somebody who caused such misery and pain to Sandy Hook?
I have no idea the specifics of the thing you're discussing. I don't understand any of it.
But Piers is going to say he just told you, no?
You told me your version of events.
When did you go on the podcast?
Uh-oh.
I was on the podcast about four times in the last 4 years. I did one relatively recently.
So four times you went on Alex Jones's podcast.
Correct.
Promoting him, helping him make money.
I don't think it was promoting and helping him because...
Well, it's his podcast.
Well, yeah, but I've been on the podcasts of people who absolutely hate me. I've been on liberal left-wing podcasts. I've been on feminist podcasts. Fine. And no, you just sat here saying I would like you to agree. Perhaps we can agree on this point. Point that I'm not a feminist. I go on feminist podcasts. I do a podcast circuit. I do.
You're not a feminist?
I don't know.
Okay, some of you guys draw the dumbest false equivalencies. So, Destin, you had chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes. If you accuse me of doing that, I'm not going to be like, oh, I don't know anything about what Nick Fuentes talks about. I don't know anything about what he believes. No, they're not even remotely comparable situations. If you think you are, you're on a massive cope. That is the biggest cope in the world. Tate is just like Destiny. Not even close.
But I've been on the podcasts of people who absolutely hate me. I've been on liberal left-wing podcasts. I've been on feminist podcasts. Fine. And no, you just sat here saying I would like you to agree. Perhaps we can agree on this point that I'm not a feminist. I go on feminist podcasts. I do a podcast circuit.
You're not a feminist?
I don't know.
What do you think a feminist is?
Well, let's not change subject here, Pierce. Stay on the subject.
I know. You mentioned feminism.
Completely. But you're trying to
get
away from the point because what you did is you're trying to say because I did a podcast,
Pierce just tried to be a little sneaky there.
Views, and I'm saying I do 5 podcasts a week. I do 5 podcasts a week, and I don't sanction 100% the views of any other person on the planet because I'm an individual, and he has an individual views, as do you. So I don't know why you're trying to come at me with one of his views and pretend that's something to do with me.
Because it's a pretty big view.
No, but it's a lame trick, Piers, and you're better than this. So let's move on.
Would you,
if Vladimir
Putin had a podcast, would you go on it?
Sure.
You would? Great. Okay, then we know what you're talking about.
If Vladimir Putin had a podcast, I'd go on it. If Joe Biden had a podcast, I'd go on it. If a feminist has a podcast, I'd go on it. If Piers Morgan has a podcast, I'll go on it. If Alex Jones, I don't see the point you're making. There's no point here. You're digging, but there's nothing to find.
Well, I'm not. I'm taking your position that if somebody shows you respect them.
I think that.
I'm saying there are lots of people in the world I do not respect. If Vladimir Putin showed me respect, I would not respect him.
That's your opinion. But
no, it's my view. What's your view?
That's your view. Well, your view
is you would.
You're sitting here, Piers, saying that I'm on uncensored show. And in your intro, you said that it's important that we don't have echo chambers and we have varying opinions.
Correct.
But then you're saying the people you don't like, you wouldn't go on their podcast.
No.
So you are a hypocrite.
No.
I will go on anybody's podcast and discuss any point.
I don't think you understand what censorship means, do you? Like a lot of words we've had problems with today.
You're just saying
what do you think censorship means?
No, but the point I'm trying to make here.
Hang on. What do you think censorship means?
Don't hide from the fact that you're saying you will only do podcasts with people you like.
Why do you think that's censorship?
No, that's your prerogative. My prerogative is
What does that do with censorship?
I'll discuss opinions with anybody, and I've done hard left wing. Why are you not asking me about the podcasts I've done for the people who are hard liberal left wing?
By the way, I don't care whether they're left or right. Okay. Extremists to me are all nuts, right?
Then we agree.
Yes.
So perfect.
Good.
Next subject.
All right, here's my next subject. Very serious case here.
Jesus, and before you move on, sorry, Piers, but before you move on, I do find it kind of disingenuous, and I know we're on a show, and I don't have a personal problem with you, but it is kind of disingenuous to try and sit here and lump me in with some school shooting. That's nothing to do with me. That's nothing to do with me on any level.
Let me respond.
On any level.
Let me explain. Like you just said, you've been on this podcast 4 times
in 4 years
since he said the whole thing was staged.
I don't know when he.
And I think the fact that a smart guy like you wants me to believe you had no idea that Alex Jones, who's been in the news now for the last 2 years for being sued by these families for the most heinous thing imaginable, of pouring petrol onto their grief by claiming that shooting was staged. The fact that you're pretending you didn't know about any of that.
It's not about pretending
I didn't know. Been on his podcast 4 times, supporting him and making him money. So damn right I'm going to call you out on it.
When I do a podcast, if you think I spend time analyzing the point of view of that person and everything they've ever said
You should.
for years beforehand.
It's not years, it was minutes in most cases.
Years and years.
When did you last go on his podcast?
You trying to lump me in and attack me for a person whose podcast I do having a view is absolutely childish. Because I've done a bunch of podcasts with people.
You would do a podcast.
I've done a bunch of podcasts with people who are advocating for things that I do not agree with on every single level. In fact, most of my podcasts are me disagreeing with people. So it's completely crazy that you're trying to lump me in with that. That's cheap. That's cheap.
You are completely misconstruing the point of what I'm saying. I think deliberately.
No, what you're trying is a cheap trick. And I'm just making it clear to the audience.
It's not a cheap trick. I'm just curious where your moral line is.
It's a cheap trick.
Where's your moral line?
I disagree with the points of view with the majority of the people I do podcasts with. So it's a very cheap trick you're trying here. So
when people invent vile things to make themselves rich off the back of families of little kids who've been blown to pieces with a machine gun or a semi-automatic version of a machine gun, I think that is actually a line I wouldn't cross. I wouldn't be happy to go on someone's podcast when they've been responsible for doing that. It's not about political views or differences of opinion over facts. It's about somebody deliberately inventing a pack of lies to compound the grief of families. And I'm curious, you don't think you have any need to go down any kind of moral quandary about people like that before you continue to allow them to use you for their own promotion.
He didn't use me. He didn't use me for
Why does he have you on
promotion.
the podcast?
Because we disagreed and discussed points like we're doing with you right now.
Did you call him out on that?
Are you using me? We didn't discuss that.
I'm not using you. I'm giving you a platform most people aren't giving you right now to show the world who you really are.
Fantastic. So neither of us are using each other. I'm here on your show. I'm providing you with content. You're giving me a platform. And nobody's using each other. It's mutual. We don't agree on a whole bunch of issues.
That's fine.
And here we are.
I think we've had a robust exchange.
Yeah, just like I've done on nearly every other podcast. And if someone were to come and say to me in the future, there's something, heaven forbid, there was a skeleton in your closet, and someone were to come to me and say, you were on Piers Morgan's show, did you know he's X or he's done X? I would say that's absolutely nothing to do with me.
Right. But
I make the same point protecting you. I don't know what you do. I don't know your personal life.
I can guarantee one thing. I will not be inventing stories about the families of kids.
I hope not. I hope you're a righteous person. But I don't know.
I'm not claiming to be a righteous person.
I don't know.
I'm just saying that I just think it's interesting that you have no moral compulsion about going on people.
It's not about moral compulsions. It's about I don't know what you do, Piers. You could have a bunch of skeletons in your closet, my friend. I don't have a clue. I'm here on your TV show.
I'm sure we all have lots of skeletons. Let me ask you this. Interesting about the feminism thing.
Sure.
Do you identify as a feminist?
I think that women and men are fantastic. Both of us are fantastic. I think women reproduce. I think women need to be respected, protected, provided for. I think that modern feminism is kind of hard for me to even truly understand.
What do you think it means? What is feminism?
I think that the idea of feminism is that men and women are equal under the law.
And do you believe that?
Completely.
We should be treated completely equal.
Yeah, but we are equal under the law. Wouldn't you agree?
Not really. I think there are still some issues in the world where, I mean, certainly in workplace, the gender pay gap remains. They're not treated equally in most cases, women.
Well, that can be discussed, the gender pay gap. I think that's already been discussed at length. I think that there's actually...
You think women should go to work?
I think women should work completely.
You do?
Why wouldn't they?
Because in the parts of the country, of the world you were mentioning earlier, that have different views of women, they don't go to work.
In the parts of the world that person from the podcast was from, for the point I made, yeah, they didn't. But I don't live in those parts of the world. I think women should be free to work if they choose. I think it's very important that the family unit remains. I do believe that in my personal view, the most important and respectful thing a woman can do is become a mother. I think that having children is a beautiful thing. But obviously, if a woman wants to work and wants to have a career, especially now with paternity leave or maternity leave, and she can manage to do both, why wouldn't I want women to work? I don't know why anyone would ever assume I don't want women to work or think women can't work, because I said that I should keep them safe sometimes.
Good.
No, but it's interesting because you have to look at this, Piers. It's interesting how people extrapolate. Andrew said that he's responsible for a woman's safety, and he said that gives him authority to make decisions for her safety, and that's been misconstrued, and he's a bad person. He believes that women are property. But now we believe that Andrew doesn't believe in love. Andrew doesn't believe women should work. I don't know where all of that comes from.
Well, that's why I'm glad we've had a chance to discuss
completely. I believe women are sovereign individuals, and they can make any choice they so desire. I think that it's important that we remember that a man has a duty. I think
Can I put supercomputers on Earth, or do they have to go in
responsibility
space?
to provide for my woman. My woman would never have to work unless she wanted to, because I'm the kind of person who works hard enough that she wouldn't have to.
Should young men, though, all aspire to be like you?
Should young men aspire to work very hard, have no
space.
criminal record, become multimillionaires, protect and provide for the women close to them, be sovereign so they can stand up and have their own points of view in face of cancellation, be able to not be mentally intimidated when they go on national TV and there's traps set up for them? Yeah, I believe that confident, strong men who stand up and protect and provide for women are a good thing for the world and a good force for the world. And I don't think that I put a magic spell on anybody. I think there's a whole bunch of men in the world who understands my value. And if men grow up to be like me, you're gonna have a whole bunch of people with no criminal record, dedicated athletes, who protect and provide for the people close to them, are fantastic for the economy. And I'm certainly not the worst influence out here, Piers. You have Lil Nas twerking on the devil on music videos,
Oh my God.
which our children are digesting. You have drill artists singing about stabbing people to death in the middle of a knife crime epidemic. You have rabid psychopaths on whether the right or the left announcing violence on the other side. You have all these insanities in the world. And because I sit here and say, yeah, perhaps, now you've laid it out and it offended you, I understand.
I didn't say it offended me.
Okay, cool.
I just read you the things.
You read things that you say they can be offensive and some people are offended.
Well, some people definitely were offended.
Absolutely. That's fine.
And honestly, I think some of the things you said were genuinely offensive and misogynist.
Okay, so they offended you.
And
like I said earlier, so they offended you,
No,
which
hang
is
on.
fine. I said they offended you, you interrupted me, and now you're saying they offended you.
That is
which
true.
Which is fine. But the point I'm trying to make is this. I'm not the devil. There are certainly worse people than me. And
I don't disagree
and they exist.
with
And I'm saying that my core tenets for the people who don't understand me are self-accountability, so I'm accountable for everything I've ever said. My core tenets are responsibility, so I'm responsible for everything I've said. My core tenets are traditional masculinity to a degree, which involves protecting and providing for women. And I'll make another point here that needs to be said. The number of women who have stood up and stuck up for me is ignored. Thousands of women are making videos saying, I've met Andrew Tate, he's such a nice guy. I wish I had a man like Andrew Tate who felt responsible to protect and provide for me. You know what? I do belong to my husband, that's why I married him and I love him. We ignore the thousands of women who stood up and stood by me and said everything I said is true. And we're taking a very vocal minority who have taken the things I've said and are pretending to be
Out of
absolutely
context.
devastated by them.
Out of context, say it. Say the line.
Sure.
You've had a good run there.
Sure.
An inquest this week found that a 14-year-old girl, Molly Russell, died from an act of self-harm while suffering from depression and the negative effects of online content. The coroner said she was exposed to material that may have influenced her in a negative way, and in addition, what started as depression had become a much more serious depressive illness, and she very sadly took her life.
That's absolutely disgusting.
Right. Her father.
It's terrible.
Her father's campaign for better protections against potentially dangerous social media algorithms, right? It says that the particularly graphic content she saw romanticized acts of self-harm, normalized her condition, and focused on a limited and irrational view without any counterbalance of normality. First of all, what is your response to that? Nothing to do with you.
Yeah,
that's
the first thing. Yeah, it is nothing to do with me. The fact that a 14-year-old girl took her life is truly sad. The world we live in today is the fact that something like that happened is almost mind-blowing to me. That's truly sad. I actually feel sad inside to see something like that. This fact that they just said it's romanticizing the gory element. I don't know what she was watching, some kind of suicide videos thing. I don't know where these things are created.
Do you think the tech companies should be much tougher about stuff like this?
I don't know what kind of things she watched, obviously. I have to be a professional here. I think that the tech companies need to do their best to protect people, I guess, to a degree. But it's a slippery slope, isn't it? And then they use this slippery slope to silence some people and to
right. And I think it's a really fine line, and it's a complicated line.
It is very.
I was interested in when you did an interview with the Times. Hugo Rifkin, he's a very good journalist. We did a big interview with him, and it was interesting to me his conclusion, because he kind of concluded that although he found a lot of the things he said awful and offensive, and he didn't like them, and he didn't want to be that kind of person that would say those kind of things, nor could he actually work out exactly what you'd done, which deserved mass wipeout by all the tech firms. I thought it was an interesting conclusion. I don't know the answer to that, other than the reason I mentioned the Molly Russell case, not because that has anything to do with you at all, and I reiterate that.
Thank you.
I simply ask you this. What has come clear to me in the interview is that a lot of things you say you wouldn't say now that you've said before.
I'd say them differently, perhaps.
Yeah, right. So to me, that's an acceptance. Not just that you want to get back on platforms, because maybe that was one of the reasons you were no platform, but that you've recognized and understood the potential harm to the wrong kind of impressionable mind by some of the things you've said. Would that be fair?
I think that's 80% fair. I recognize and understand that with massive fame, you have to be more careful about being misconstrued. Like I said earlier, 1% of people misunderstanding you doesn't matter with a small audience. It matters with a very large audience. With power comes responsibility. I still believe the things I say.
He loves that saying.
I do not want to be a negative force for the world. I also understand that I am a man who's lived a very difficult, nuanced life, and I am capable of making nuanced points that may be misunderstood by teenagers. However, that can be said about anybody and everything. Every opinion online can be misunderstood by children. Trying to protect children from the internet is a very interesting subject in and of itself, because I would argue that 80% of the content on the internet can be negative or detrimental to a young mind that doesn't understand the world.
Yeah.
I'd argue that all of it. We just talked about music videos and dancing on the devil and, all this stuff. All this stuff is dangerous.
By the way, I think you make a very good point on that. So, a lot of these rap stars, the lyrics, the videos, I think far exceed anything that you've been accused of doing.
Completely.
Because in a lot of cases, some of them promote non-consensual activity with people, right? And I just think that crosses a line you have, as far as I've seen, you haven't crossed that line.
No, I haven't, and this is the thing, and I've been vilified not because of the things I say, because much more extremist content already exists on the internet. I think the reason I've been attacked and vilified is because of the popularity, because I became so massively famous, not because of what I was actually saying. So as a professional, I analyze that and I understand that, okay, I'm massively famous now and certain things have been taken out of context. However, I still do believe I'm a force for good in the world, and I'm not going to sit here and say...
Have you changed, though?
It's not about changing.
Well, it is. We're all involved in an evolution. How old are you now?
I'm 36.
36, right? I bet you're a different person to what you were when you were 26.
Oh, that's
and
absolutely,
16,
that's
right?
absolutely a fact.
So we all change. And Mike, you keep talking about being a good person.
Yeah.
I think if you're honest with yourself, that you can see why people found a lot of the stuff you've said problematic and misogynist. And I think you've recognized you wouldn't express yourself in that way again because you've understood that it's caused a lot of harm. And that's really what I wanted to get to today, was an acknowledgement by you that these things clearly were said in the wrong way, created the wrong impression if you didn't mean them the way you intended them, and can therefore have a malevolent influence when you have a huge following.
Yeah, when you have a huge following, you certainly have to be a lot more careful about how you get certain points.
Say that one more time. With great power.
Andrew, I appreciate you coming all the way from Romania.
Thank you.
It's been an interesting conversation, and I thank you for having it.
Cheers, Frank.
Well, that's it from me. Whatever you're up to, keep it uncensored. Good night.
Whew, he got cooked there. A little bit. Jeez. There's no way this Fox News shit doesn't get copyright hit, does it?
Guys.
If you're standing or training in front of a dumbbell rack, it's your job to move 100%. That is absolutely true. People that train right out of these racks are fucking annoying. I don't know why people do this.
Don't be like this. Didn't even say excuse me.
Oh wait, hold on, what? Oh, it's Twitter video, so it's gonna glitch if I try to fucking...
Don't be like this. Guys. Don't be like this.
Is it supposed to be frozen at the beginning?
Didn't even say excuse me. And then, wait for it.
Oh, yes, for the thumbnail.
Proceeds to walk in front of me while holding 95 pounds DBS in each hand right before starting my set.
I think you being...
Why are you... First of all, if a certain dumbbell is so fucking heavy for you that it's like making you uncomfortable to hold it, one, change your workout, or two, pick them up one at a time and move them somewhere else. That's your fault for putting yourself in a dangerous spot. Number two, you don't own the entire dumbbell rack. Just because you're like, dude, I saw people do this sometimes in Sweden. People will do rows. People will do dumbbell rows out of the rack. They'll lean forward, they'll hold on one dumbbell, and then they'll do rows right out of the fucking rack. They're taking like a third of the dumbbell rack up. It's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing?
What? Yes, in each hand right before starting my set.
I think you being upset in this video has less to do with that man's actions and more to do with the
Crazy how the chat is coping. You guys accuse him without evidence. When I came to America, I realized how much people are soft. What Tate explains about the world, it's true. He says it bluntly. Wow.
fact that you had already set up your camera to take your video and you didn't want to move from the center of it, or you didn't want anybody getting in the way. Regardless, you should never be in front of the dumbbell rack hitting a set. Now, if you're waiting in front of the dumbbell rack, you're doing something like a run the rack, which is drop set, drop set, drop set, drop set. It is still your job to move if somebody walks up. You did this in the first part of the video. He walked up, he grabbed his dumbbells, you stepped back. This happens every day in gyms. Usually taking a step back like you did or a common head nod, that takes care of the problem. Now, I would have said, excuse me, but you have to understand, you're wearing headphones. He doesn't know you're gonna hear him. Also, you say that he walked in front of you to put his dumbbells back. He didn't. First off, again, you shouldn't be in front of the dumbbell rack hitting a set. He actually stood to the side and reached over to put them back so as to not get in your way. Either way, this video doesn't need to exist. You don't need to post this to shame this man. You need to do better. Mind your own business.
Wow.
And on a side note, rocking pink today in support of Breast Cancer Awareness Month as I go hit chest. Just want to send some love, some prayers, some thoughts out to anybody that is battling with breast cancer or has a loved one or has been affected by this horrible disease. And pardon my language, but fuck cancer.
Wow. Do you think we'll try this? I don't know if this will work or not.
Emergency. You are not reading the script, and you might lead others astray. You're an apostate. You are dangerous. You're a witch. And that's effectively where the artist formerly known as Kanye West, now called Ye West, finds himself tonight. He will not be controlled. In fact, in one of the most poignant moments in our exchange, which we'll show you in a moment, he was shocked to discover that after becoming one of the most successful and richest people in the country, he still wasn't free to say what he thought. And that changed his life, that realization. More of our conversation with West now.
With West. Yay.
There's a group mob. It's like liberal Nazis that will go up and attack you. Like I said, you know, everyone's like, Anna Wintour's your friend. I'm like, this Gabby girl and Gigi and these people, they would have never said anything negative unless they got the okay from Condé Nast, unless they got the okay from Anna. They would have never got the okay to comment. Like, let's just talk about specifically.
So these are people who are attacking you for your t-shirt.
Well, it was a setup. It started off as, them having this black girl comment and say, well, I felt traumatized when I saw this t-shirt. It's like this, a black girl saying, I felt traumatized when I saw a black man wearing something that he wasn't allowed to wear. It's like in Django when Jamie Foxx is on top of a horse and Samuel Jackson's like,
oh man,
you know, that black guy's not supposed to be on top of the horse. Okay, and then
just like that.
Hey, I don't like your boots. I know Anna Wintour doesn't like your boots and you're not a fashion person. And then people started to say I was a bully, but it was a setup. And they finally got it, right? Because I eliminated the BLM officer at Adidas. And then I got out of the Gap deal. And just one by one, I've been winning these battles, right? And they thought they had me. They had the idea that Ye was bullying, what I think the liberal term is a body goals black woman. Now let's talk about Gabby and my good friend Lizzo. Lizzo works with my trainer, a friend of mine.
Dude, he's like
Harley Pasternak. When Lizzo loses 10 pounds and announces it, the bots, that's a term for
the bots.
People like, it's like telemarketer callers, like on Instagram, they attack her for losing weight because the media wants to put out a perception that being overweight is the new goal.
Hold on, wait 1 second. He's acting the same way as the Claw guy got banned the other day. I think Kanye legitimately has like some kind of mental stuff going on, but he's always been like that. But it's like, if you're an artist, it's okay.
When it's actually unhealthy. Yes. Let's get aside the fact of whether it's fashion and vogue, which is not. Let's just, or if someone thinks it's attractive, to each his own. It's actually clinically unhealthy. And for people to promote that, it's demonic.
Is he confirmed to be bipolar? Yeah, he might be bipolar. It wouldn't surprise me. Apparently, it was in his documentary. He's autistic too, though. 1,000,000%. He's more than just bipolar. He's ultra autistic. Okay.
No.
Not there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah. I've noticed this also.
Yeah.
Why do you think they would want to promote unhealthiness among the population?
It's a genocide of the black race. They want to kill us in any way they can. Planned Parenthood was made
to
by
kill
Margaret
black
Sanger,
babies. Yep, Margaret Sanger.
Eugenics.
Yep.
With the KKK, and I believe that if we saw ourselves as a people and not a race, then we would treat our people better. Like if you go to a Jewish person and you say a race, it almost gets confusing. They'll cut you off quickly and say, we're not a race, we're a people. Well, our people are supposed to just say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Okay, well, what about, do you own the land that you're living in? Do you own, is the contract even in a language that's even possibly understandable?
Right.
You know, for your heritage, you know, and in America, we as blacks will like down each other on how good we speak, but we're speaking English. There's nothing whiter than English. We're not in our native tongue, actually. So we judge each other.
What even is your native tongue? What does that mean?
White
Mate.
goal lines, not based on exactly what our culture is based on.
So you can agree or you can disagree, but it's pretty clear that what you just heard is not the approved script. And famous people must read from the
this isn't even the full
script, or
interview?
else the whole system falls apart, because then people might be encouraged to think for themselves. And once you do that, it's a chain reaction that winds up with disobedience. So someone like Kanye, now Ye West, must be controlled. So he was a little surprised to learn after his divorce that his former wife had, in fact, a close and secretive relation with the Clintons, and that they were working on her to influence him to read from the script. Pretty amazing. He was shocked by it, and so were we. That's next.
Camping World is America's used RV superstore with over 10,000 quality pre-owned RVs starting as low as $99.95.
Watch the full interview. Hold on. Somebody kept linking me this. Is there a link to like the full interview out there somewhere, or people really want to watch this clip so they can just fucking,
You know,
spaz out over it?
every day we've been killing each other in the streets every day. One of the amazing things with Mayor Suarez is the murder rate has gone down. And yeah, I mean, you set that question up. You have more information about about what happened in the hospitals. So, in all honesty, I don't have the most facts, as many facts.
No, I mean in your life, like
so I might have
the
deflected.
COVID vaccine, the being stuck inside. Like, what did you think of all that?
I was vaccinated. It was interesting. A friend of mine told me that.
Okay.
Planned Parenthood was made by Margaret Sanger.
We watched this.
A known eugenics with the KKK to control the Jew population.
Okay, where's the clip everyone's throwing out over that you want me to watch about Jewish kids or whatever?
Did you know?
They refilmed it, the Sanger one. Finish the fucking video. Which video? There were 8 fucking videos linked on the page!
Planned Parenthood was made by Margaret Sanger, a known eugenics with the KKK, to control the Jew population. When I say Jew, I mean the 12 lost tribes of Judah, the blood of Christ, who the people known as the race black really are. This is who our people are, the blood of Christ. This, as a Christian, is my belief. And I believe that if we saw ourselves as more...
Okay, thank you. All right, is this the full interview?
He has Kanye. It's gonna be
Oh, and it's fucking zero volume. Good, nice job. Good upload, dude.
And this is my world.
Horror rage. You just landed in your lanyard still on Instagram. Yourself as you watch what we're about to show you. He has his own ideas, we can say that. Creative people tend to. That's why they're artists, not actuaries. His freeform social media posts give the impression of a man channeling his rawest emotions right onto Instagram. The effect can be jarring and is often used as ammunition against him in the battle for influence over the minds of America's young people. And that battle is intense. But crazy? That was not our conclusion. In fact, we've rarely heard a man speak so honestly and so movingly about what he believes. But again, you can judge for yourself. Here it is. So you just came from Paris Fashion Week. You just landed, and the lanyard's still on from it, and there's a photograph on it. What is that?
It's a photograph of a baby's ultrasound.
Why is that? And that you designed that?
Yes.
Why? What does that mean?
It just represents life. I'm pro-life.
Boy, so you wear it on a badge. What kind of response do you get? And good, amen, I agree.
I don't care about people's responses. I care about the fact that there's more black babies being aborted than born in New York City at this point. That 50% of black death in America is abortion. So I really don't care about people's responses. I perform for an audience of one, and that's God.
I'm starting to see why they want to make you be quiet. When did you start to feel this way? When did you start to realize this?
I really felt like, I think I started to really feel this need to express myself on another level when Trump was running for office, and I liked him.
Yes.
And every single person in Hollywood, from my ex-wife to my mother-in-law to my manager at that time to, you know, my so-called friends / handlers around me, told me, like, if I said that I liked Trump, that my career would be over, that my life would be over. They said stuff like people get killed for wearing a hat like that. They threatened my life. They put my life. They basically said that I would be killed for wearing the hat. I had someone call me last night and said anybody wearing a White Lives Matter shirt is going to be greenlit, and that means that they're going to beat them up if they wear it. And I'm like, you know, okay, green light me then. You know, God builds warriors in a different way. I don't know if it's because of me being born in Atlanta and growing up on the south side of Chicago that, you know, he made me for such a time like this. It's like with David, you know, he tended to the sheep, but while he was out there, he had to fight all kinds of animals. So when it was time for Goliath to come, he thought because he was a sheep herder that he didn't have the skill set to take down Goliath. And the thing that I have is the position, I have my heart, but the number one thing is we have God on our side. And for the people, even if you don't believe in God, God believes in you.
So you made reference to the White Lives Matter t-shirt, which you brought out at Paris Fashion Week.
Yeah.
Why did you do that, and what did it mean?
You know, I do certain things from a feeling. I just channel the energy. It just feels right. It's using a gut instinct, a connection with God, and just brilliance. You know, like as if you asked, like, Tanya Harding how she did the triple flip or the triple spin, she was in so much practice that when it was time for her to skate in a competitive format, it just happened. Like it happened outside of practice. It happened in the real format, and that's what's happening. Is God is like preparing us for the real battles, and we are in a battle with the media. Like the majority of the media has a godless agenda, and the jokes are not working. This whole like, oh yeah, he's crazy, and all these things, they don't work because the media has, you know, they've also watched travesties happen, just even specifically to me, and just watch it and act like it wasn't happening, and they stay quiet about it.
What if they?
I want to answer the white. Yeah. I feel like someone caught what I was saying, the comparison to Tanya Hardin about the White Lives Matter. You know, my dad is an educated ex-Black Panther, and he put a text to me today. He said, "White Lives Matter, ha 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 ha," and I said, I thought the shirt was a funny shirt. I thought the idea of me wearing it was funny, and I said, "Dad, what do you think it was funny?" He said, just a Black man stating the obvious. Yeah. And, you know, my dad doesn't listen to rap music, and he's like super educated. We opened up a water distribution center in the Dominican Republic together. He's like the original Steve Jobs, but he was getting blocked every which way with all of his ideas, and he didn't have an endless bank account, and he didn't have Instagram. So all these ideas, he had to like take them back and compress them. Like my dad is the most brilliant person that I know, and we actually have a strained relationship because I was taken from him because my mom was an actress, so she was a liberal, and my dad would see certain things and say, you know, we should do it this way, we should do it that way, and the people got around my mom and pulled her away, much like, you know, Kim is a Christian, but she has people who want her to go to Interview magazine and put her ass out while she's a 40-something-year-old multi-billionaire
Kim Kardashian
with
and everything
4
now,
Black
or?
children. And this is how fashion wants to, how they want to present her. So I know you give these questions, and I give you like these 3-part answers. Is this a cool format for you?
Yeah, I love it.
Okay, cool.
And I am following it.
All right.
So you said that your father said when he saw the shirt White Lives Matter, it's great to see a Black man stating the obvious. So by which I think you meant that's obviously true.
Yeah, that's my favorite response, because I kept on thinking, like, you know, people, they're looking for an explanation, and people say, well, as an artist, you don't have to give an explanation, but as a leader, you do.
Yes, I think that's right.
So the answer to why I wrote White Lives Matter on a shirt is because they do. It's the obvious thing.
Yeah. Why do you think that's so, and I assume the implication is, of course, all lives matter because they're lives, because God created them.
Yeah.
Why do you think that that would be considered controversial?
Because the same people that have stripped us of our identity and labeled us as a color have told us what it means to be Black and the vernacular that we're supposed to have. My dad grew up as a military brat, and his family moved around, but they were based mostly in Delaware. And at the time, if they weren't the only Black family, they were one of the few.
Who did this to Kanye? So again, I look at Kanye West like the same way that I would view like Kyle Rittenhouse. And people keep acting like, why does this happen over and over and over and over and over again? But like, if you lack the ability to critically engage with people who disagree with you, then the only people that are going to critically engage with them are going to be people that you fucking hate. And that's probably essentially what's happening, right? Is that Kanye West has been metaphorically chased off the plantation, right? Is what Candace Owens would say. Where people on the left basically just like light him up all the time for the crazy shit he says. And he does say a lot of crazy shit. Kind of. Most of the shit that he says isn't actually as crazy as people say, though. Usually it's just clip chimping him, or it's them not being willing to understand a monstrously autistic person and the thing they're trying to get out. But like, yeah, when that happens over and over and over and over again, like how Rittenhouse runs to the Proud Boys and people on the far right, Kanye West will run to Tucker Carlson or people that he feels like will listen to him, because he probably feels pretty unheard by a lot of people on the left. So then he comes away with this viewpoint of him, which isn't entirely unreasonable, right? I've said this over and over again, but like, I remember that one thing that he got lit up with hardcore a long time ago was that it was that quote when he was in that office and he said like slavery is a choice. Anybody that actually listened to the entire thing that he was saying, it was pretty obvious what he was getting across, and it's not even controversial. Like tons of people have echoed the same thing. What did J. Cole in that one song, these shackles be locking away the mental more than the physical or whatever, right? Like the idea that like slavery isn't just like you're in chains, but like mentally you get enslaved too. Like it wasn't even a controversial statement, but that got clip chimped so hard. And I think, I want to say was Trevor Noah even saying it on the Tonight Show? Was he even saying things like Kanye West was saying that people chose to be slaves? It was like, there was so much dumb shit. There was so much stupid shit that people ran off with that Kanye quote. I was like, guys, at least engage with what he's saying. But yeah, I mean, if you do that enough, now he's on some fucking, like, it sounds like he's on some fucking Nation of Islam shit or some Black Israelite, Black Hebrew shit, which who the fuck knows what he's going to be talking about now, you know, but.
And he would be discriminated against.
Here's the slave one.
I was drugged the out, bro. I was drugged out.
What you're about to see comes with a warning.
Everyone listen to this, please. 2 days before I was in the hospital.
You are a Kanye simp, Destiny is being too smart for Kanye. He doesn't mean any of this. No, this is pretty clearly what Kanye meant.
I was on opioids. I was addicted to opioids.
No, it's not especially graphic or obscene. It's just all very Kanye.
Do you feel that I'm feeling, do you feel that I'm being free and I'm thinking free?
In fact, maybe the most Kanye thing since...
I'm gonna let you finish, but Beyonce had one of the best videos of all time.
Or...
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Milkers.
Today, Wes was sharing his love for a different president on TMZ.
I just love Trump. That's my boy. Like,
but that was just the tip of the iceberg from an interview that will surely be talked about for years.
I had plastic surgery because I was trying to look good for y'all. I got liposuction because I didn't want y'all to call me fat like y'all called Rob at the wedding and made him fly home before me and Kim got married. I didn't want y'all to call me fat, so I got liposuction.
Plastic surgery, he says, that came with a prescription for painkillers that was followed by addiction, then that 2016 breakdown.
Rescue 41, psychiatric emergency. I was taking 2 pills a day at that time. When I left the hospital, how many pills you think I was given? 7.
Then there was that thing Wes said about slavery.
When you hear about slavery for 400 years, for 400 years, that sounds like a choice. Like, you was there for 400 years and it's all of y'all?
That was the comment that crossed the line for at least one TMZ staffer.
We have to deal with the marginalization that has come from the 400 years of slavery that you said for our people was a choice. And brother, I am unbelievably hurt by the fact that you have morphed into something, to me, that's not real.
Yeah, people are pointing out, I didn't even remember how old it was. That New Slave song is literally like fucking 10 years old at this point. Like, he did not mean that in a mentally slaved way. He absolutely did. Can somebody find the full... Wait, hold on. Let's flip it. Do you think he meant that people just wanted to be slaves? Or find me the full...
That everybody tells you not to do. I just love Trump. That's my boy. Like,
I know there's a full cut of this convo somewhere.
Ladies and gentlemen.
read it, it said the Crips are gonna beat Kanye up when they see him, and I was like, ah, that's so dope. They love me. That's like my brother. Your brother beat you up. Like, man, you getting out of line, bro. You tripping. I'm gonna beat you up. I was like, ah, man, that's love, man. Daz love me, and I love Daz. And
so you're not taking that seriously? That's how you took it when you saw the video of Daz saying...
Oh, you could live through an ass whooping. You ain't gonna live through, you know, what I think that they're probably the idea is to beat sense into me. But, you know, when you hear about slavery for 400 years, that sounds like a choice. Like, you was there for 400 years and it's all of y'all? You know, like, it's like we're mentally in prison. I like the word prison because slavery goes too direct to the idea of blacks. It's like slavery, Holocaust Jews, slavery is blacks. So prison is something that unites us as one race, blacks and whites being one race.
Like, you can say that he's horrible at expressing himself or that he, like, lends himself to clip chimping, but it's pretty obvious what he's talking about. He's not saying, like, oh, we chose to be slaves because we're happy about being slaves. Like, it's super obvious what the original context was. I don't even know how many of you guys knew about this original interview, if you just heard, like, the clip chimping of Kanye on this. But, like, if you go back and listen to it, like, it's pretty obvious what he's talking about.
That we're one, we're the human race. We're human beings and stuff. And then eventually, you know...
Can I go back to something you just said? Because I don't want to let it pass. You said that slavery was around for 400 years. At a point, it becomes a choice?
Yeah, right now, we're choosing to be enslaved. We're like, okay, so Ebro, I FaceTime him, and I'm there with Candace, right? And Ebro starts bringing up his version of facts, right? And Candace has facts. She's researched, right? Candace Owens has facts. She's researched. And then Candace just pulls out her Jedi lightsaber and just, you know, chops Ebro's head off with facts. The Ebro face.
What is the extension of what he's saying? So if black people choose not to be slaves, what happens in 400 years? What? Oh, God. I hate that I have to play Kanye interpreter. Do you understand what Kanye means? Or you understand what he means, but do you agree? Yeah, of course. Something that Kanye's been on, he did it in that interview with Sway at the breakfast shit and the $100 t-shirts. Something that Kanye West has been talking about for a long time is the idea that we are mentally enslaved to capitalism and society, that we're slaves to appearance, whether that's him selling shirts, whether that's him having money. We're slaves to political parties, whether that's black people having to vote a certain way or be a certain thing, whether we're slaves to the entertainment industry. You have to make a certain type of music. You got to be a certain type of way. Like, this is stuff that, like, Kanye has talked about for his entire fucking career. But now that it, like, I say now, but like as of 5 or 6 years ago, it became a little bit more politically relevant. Now people got like ultra triggered about it. But he's been like pretty consistently like harping on this for a long fucking time. Like, it's pretty obvious what he's been talking about the entire time.
Times me the next day, and he's talking about the scoop and poop. He wants to talk about music now. I said, yo, you gonna have Candace on your show? He's like, nah, I'm not. She's mean. So you're gonna stifle her voice, Ebro. You're choosing to enslave people's minds. You're choosing to not let the truth be free.
Can I give you my translation of what happened last week and tell me if it's right?
Okay.
The way I see it, you don't necessarily...
But he's talking about actual slaves too, though. Yeah, but that's the thing too. Even actual slaves at some point become mentally enslaved. That's kind of what's required to some extent, to maintain slavery, right? It's not usually like you have a society of 100 people that have one slave between them all, right? Usually plantation owners will be outnumbered by those slaves a ton. But at some point, you like there's like an institution or there's a system of slavery that kind of enforces that hierarchy in all of society, and people just kind of accept it, and it's just kind of like the way of life. Like, there's a mental aspect to it that goes beyond just like the physical enslavement constantly. There's that, I don't know if it was Mr. Girl that brought it up or somebody else that brought it up. There's like, this is incredibly fucking edgy, but like most slaves that lived in the in American history probably weren't like whipped or treated fucking horribly, right? Like, most slaves probably did okay insofar as being in slavery, but because they live in part of a system where there's like a pretty rigid hierarchy that's enforced on everybody, the idea of like revolting or breaking out or doing it doesn't even really occur to you because this is the way that life is. There's a form of like mental enslavement there. And then Kanye carries us over to like capitalism and shit too, where we're all like mentally enslaved by certain products in society. We're mentally enslaved to these different types of like systems that keep us buying $100 t-shirts or Yeezy shoes or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Passive resignation is a term, sure.
Endorse, embrace the views of Donald Trump as much as you want to show people that they shouldn't be intimidated from showing their true feelings, expressing themselves freely, and that the hat is...
But, okay.
It's because he was black. So by the time he got into college, he would be discriminated against. He went to a black college, he would be discriminated against because they said he talked too white.
Yes.
And then he played the kick drum in the band. So when he would go to the club and the music was playing, where would he clap his hands? Where the kick drum is.
Yeah.
So it's the opposite of where everyone else was clapping their hands. And this is the most elegant and tasteful person that I know. And when my mom, when the school suggested like the herding systems, because
I see what you're saying now, but it definitely wasn't obvious to the average person. Well, that's because the average person didn't hear what Kanye West was saying when he was speaking. They heard like the 15-second, like highly edited clip, like drawing from a particular time point to show what he was saying. That's the issue, right? Like,
what they do is take the black community and they separate us. And they separate the families, and the educated, they push this, need for higher education, and us as blacks, we discriminate against each other and say, well, I got my PhD and you don't have your PhD, so I'm better than you. And so my mom, she had a PhD, and she was influenced to move to the south side of Chicago and take this job at Chicago State University. And she told my dad, if you come for us, you'll never see him again. Because, the media ridiculed me for getting the house next door to Kim to see my children. And they even said that I was stalking her and her new boyfriend because I bought the house next door to see my children. And that's how I knew that my mom had said that to him. I said, Dad, they moved us to one of the most agreed upon to be one of the most dangerous places in the world. It's almost like they tried to kill me or something. I said, Dad, why'd you never come to get us? And that's when he told me that she was told that. There's so many things that are put in Kim's head. They bring influencers, like no one ever knew where Corey Gamble came from. No one in the fashion world knows where Gabby came from.
Now, I'm speaking a little bit out of turn because I don't 100% know the story, but like I think that like Kanye is actually like mentally ill when it comes to Kim, his wife, Kim Kardashian, or his ex-wife. And the fact that they just kind of like uncritically kind of just platform all of this and let him kind of ramble on Kim and all this shit is a little bit fucked up in my opinion.
These people were practically made in a laboratory, in my opinion. And one of the things that they're really good at doing is being nice and being likable.
Destiny, you probably couldn't name 5 Kanye albums. Why are you simping? He ain't gonna see this little bro. First of all, it's funny that you're challenging me to name every single Kanye album because he's only released 5. But I absolutely could.
And
nice try, Bucko.
Is for people.
This guy, look at this guy in chat, doesn't know that 95% of Kanye West fans are white.
People that have some form of influence, whether it's an educated black woman like my mother that became the head of the English department.
You won't? Kanye West released 5 albums. It was Late Registration, College Dropout, 808s and Heartbreaks, My Beautiful Black Dark Twisted Fantasy. Fuck, there's too many adjectives that. Late Registration, Graduation, 808s. Late Registration, College Dropout, Graduation. Yeah, those 5, right? I think we had them all. And then anything past My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, it doesn't count. Those aren't real Kanye albums.
Chicago State University, or whether it's the most influential white woman on the planet, being my ex-wife, they have people that are around them at all times telling them what to be afraid of. It's like not what to do or say specifically, it's what to be afraid of. And if you have a person that isn't afraid of them, like a Russell Brand or Candace Owens. Right. It's not that we have to agree with this, but
they're not afraid.
They're not afraid to state what their opinion is.
Yes.
No one is God, and everyone has an opinion.
So
a conversation like this is a window into a world that you don't see. So if you're familiar with West from the media, you think of him as an individual man. What you don't think about is that he is at the center of a battle, and people like him are at the center of a battle to get a message out. Mouthed by the lips of influencers like him and so many others, that extends a storyline on behalf of, well, in this case, the status quo. So there are a lot of people vying to make certain that people like him say the right things, and the consequences for not doing that are very severe.
bro.
So for him to come out and say all lives matter, obviously, is a huge threat to a lot of people. Who are those people exactly? Well, we asked him, and he told us. That's next.
As a man, we're designed to do hard things.
How do you think someone would responsibly platform Kanye, especially when he starts schizo posting like this? It seems weird for Carlson to challenge Kanye on what he... The problem is, this is going to sound really cringe, but the problem is, if you're going to bring Kanye West and challenge him, you have to confront him. This is going to be so cringe, but you have to confront him artistically, and you have to meet him in kind of like his world of like autistic allegory and metaphor. You can't do it on these hardcore like political grounds where you're like, well, when you said this, the political implication that you support Donald Trump, blah 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 blah. Like he's not, his brain isn't working on that like political world. He's working in this more like metaphorical, artistic kind of world where he's drawing these associations between time and history and art and blah blah blah. It's a different kind of conversation. It's a totally different style of conversation you'd have to have with him, I think. But most people that try to get him are usually trying to hardcore get him on like these political types of analyses where he's just not really thinking at that. He's just not in that world. It's not what he cares about. Can you review this thread on how to get an annoying coworker fired? He's the Black Britney Simon. How to get your annoying coworker fired, a thread. We all spend a lot of time at work. If there's someone at your workplace who is an abrasive or grating personality, it can really diminish your quality of life. That's why you need to get them fired. As well, no one is really doing any real work in the American public. You should take advantage of all the free time you have with integrations. Don't skip it. Become best friends, especially with higher ups. Make sure everyone likes you and trusts you, but also subversively give backhanded compliments to them so they feel insecure and dependent on your praise. After the entire office loves you, develop a friendship and rapport with the coworker you hate. Find out about them and start collecting blackmail. If you're a girl, it's obviously really easy to collect blackmail, but if you're a guy, you can try this too. Make questionable sexual comments that are plausibly deniable yourself, but that they interpret to be green lights and give them permission to go further. Make sure it's over text, then wham, you have evidence to hit on you. If you can't do that, then get the person comfortable enough to tell you their secrets, times they skipped on work, who they don't like, and start spreading things they say around the office. Jesus. This is like some dark triad sociopathic women shit. Is this a parody account or is this real shit? Remember, don't feel guilty for doing this. You're just a natural force in the American corporate ecosystem. This person will find another job, and being in a situation with a bunch of people hating on them wasn't good for them anyway. Jesus. How to steal someone's boyfriend, a thread. The only thing you can do is steal someone else's boyfriend. Maintain plausible deniability. Don't be too upfront. This is like a guide for men like raping too. Jesus. Find out what his girlfriend is doing wrong and make him fixate on it. But remember, plausible deniability is you dig deeper in his relationship, mold your personality to his alleged likes and dislikes. His GF is argumentative, be agreeable. His GF is dumb, be an intelligent girl boss. Does he like the way she cooks? Say me too. Oh, I don't know if this is interesting. Girls absolutely do this. This is one of the reasons why I said, oh, no, I shouldn't say girls do this. Guys do this too. This is one of the reasons why it doesn't even just apply to open relationships. It applies to everything. You should never vent ever about your relationship to somebody of the opposite sex or somebody who you would date. Don't ever do that. Because this is like a thing that this will happen all the time. Like, oh, like how are things going with your girlfriend or boyfriend? Oh, they're okay, but like, fuck, they're so bad at communicating. And then the other person is like, wow, that sucks. I'm a really good communicator. Like, it sucks that they suck at communicating. Yeah, I know. Like, it's just annoying. They get like really upset, and yeah, sometimes they just lash out, and I feel like I never have any space to, like, chill. And like, oh, I love to give my partner lots of space. I give my partner so much space. People even complain about me doing it too much sometimes. Like, people will do shit like that, and it's like, wait a second, what's going on here? Don't ever complain about your significant others to people. Or if you do, like, just know that, like, that's always like a door you're opening up. Be really careful about that. Jesus.
If the average person goes on social media and expresses unapproved thoughts, it's a problem for the people in charge. And if you keep doing it, they will silence you, and that has happened to countless people. We've interviewed a lot of them on this show. But if you were to have, say, 18 million followers on Instagram and express unapproved thoughts, that wouldn't just be a problem for the people in charge. It would be a flat-out emergency. You are not reading the script, and you might lead others astray. You're an apostate. You are dangerous. You're a witch. And that's effectively where the artist formerly known as Kanye West, now called Ye West, finds himself tonight. He will not be controlled. In fact, in one of the most poignant moments in our exchange, which we'll show you in a moment, he was shocked to discover that after becoming one of the most successful and richest people in the country, he still wasn't free to say what he thought. And that changed his life, that realization. More of our conversation with
coming right up.
There's a group mob. It's like liberal Nazis that will go up and attack you. Like I said, everyone's like, Anna Wintour's your friend. I'm like, this Gabby girl and Gigi and these people, they would have never said anything negative unless they got the okay from Condé Nast, unless they got the okay from Anna. They would have never got the okay to comment. Like, let's just talk about specifically.
So these are people who are attacking you for your T-shirt.
Well, it was.
Where are we listening to this? No, I'm too.
It started off as. It started off as them having this black girl comment and say, well, I felt traumatized when I saw this T-shirt. It's like this, a black girl saying, I felt traumatized when I saw a black man wearing something that he wasn't allowed to wear. It's like in Django when Jamie Foxx is on top of a horse and Samuel Jackson's like, that black guy's not supposed to be on top of the horse. Okay. And then I went and said, hey, I don't like your boots. I know Anna Wintour doesn't like your boots, and you're not a fashion person. And then people started to say I was a bully, but it was a setup. And they finally got it, right? Because I eliminated the BLM officer at Adidas. And then I got out of the Gap deal. And just one by one, I've been winning these battles, right? And they thought they had me. They had the idea that Ye was bullying, what I think the liberal term is a body goes black woman. Now let's talk about Gabby and my good friend Lizzo. Lizzo works with my trainer, a friend of mine, Harley Pasternak. When Lizzo loses 10 pounds and announces it, the bots, that's a term for people like, it's like telemarketer callers, like on Instagram, they attack her for losing weight because the media wants to put out a perception that being overweight is the new goal when it's actually unhealthy. Yes. Let's get aside the fact of whether it's fashion and Vogue, which is not. Let's just, or if someone thinks it's attractive, to each his own. It's actually clinically unhealthy. And for people to promote that, it's demonic.
What, can I ask? Yeah. I've noticed this also.
Yeah.
Why do you think they would want to promote unhealthiness among the population?
It's a genocide of the black race. They want to kill us in any way they can. Planned Parenthood was made by Margaret Sanger, a known eugenics with the KKK, and I believe that if we saw ourselves as a people and not a race, then we would treat our people better. Like if you go to a Jewish person and you say a race, it almost gets confusing. They'll cut you off quickly and say, we're not a race, we're a people. Well,
Dan's never said that to me. What the fuck?
Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Okay, well, what about, do you own the land that you're living in? Do you own, is the contract even in a language that's even possibly understandable?
Right.
You know, for your heritage, you know, and in America, we as blacks will like down each other on how good we speak, but we're speaking English. There's nothing whiter than English. We're not in our native tongue, actually. So we judge each other on white goal lines, not based on exactly what our culture is based on.
Wow.
So you can agree or you can disagree, but it's pretty clear that what you just heard is not the approved script. And famous people must read from the approved script or else the whole system falls apart.
Do we really need the... Oh, he's reacting.
People might be encouraged.
Tucker's doing this because if he wasn't, you guys would be screaming, react more, Tucker. Never mind, I understand.
Disobedience. So someone like Kanye, now Ye West, must be controlled. So he was a little surprised to learn after his divorce that his former wife had, in fact, a close and secretive relation with the Clintons, and that they were working on her to influence him to read from the script. Pretty amazing. He was shocked by it, and so were we. That's next.
Molecule.
That's why.
Even in right. Answer your question.
Tax refund.
For Donald Trump.
I'm Bill Hemmer.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Dana Perino, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
America is listening to the Fox News Rundown with top news stories 7 days a week and providing a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Download the Fox News Rundown at foxnewspodcasts.com.
The first indication that West might become a massive problem for the industrial deception complex came in 2015 and 2016 when Donald Trump appeared. And West had a very strong gut reaction to Trump that was very positive, and the people around him were panicked by this. The last thing you could have is one of the most popular pop culture figures in America coming out for Donald Trump. So they applied intense pressure to get him back on the script, and apparently his wife was part of that, his former wife, Kim Kardashian, who West now learns had a very close relationship with the Clintons and people around the Clintons. He had no idea. His relationship with Trump, on the other hand, flourished, and he got a window into the people around Trump. And in this clip, you'll hear him assess what happened inside the White House. Very interesting. Watch.
What is this garbage? What?
It was interesting. A friend of mine told me that Chris and Kim had called him because he had influence inside of the black community.
Jesus.
And had called him to say, to get him to influence people to take the vaccination. And I don't have an opinion on that. I just want to state that as a flat statement. But it was wild that I didn't know how close my own wife was to the Clintons. I didn't know, you know.
Okay, Kim Kardashian is an actual literal billionaire, isn't she? My guess is going to be she probably has some type of relationship with almost every other influential person in the United States. Right? Like, that would be my guess, is that most billionaires have some type of relationship with other highly influential political people, highly influential, like, financial people. Oh, yeah, also that, too. Kanye was literally in this picture. Wait, what? How did you not know? What? You were right there. What? This is like some Project Veritas shit. If it was Project Veritas, they would have tried to censor the person in the back.
I didn't realize it at the time.
That you were married to her?
And well, I was married to her.
How close was she to the Clintons?
I mean, cell phone away, like, or hey, tell Ye to say this away, or hey, go out and use your platform to push the vaccination away. I mean, not away, but like take the away part. But
do you feel like at times you were manipulated by political forces through your wife?
Attempt manipulation. But yes, there was some manipulation. Me not saying I like Trump was a form of a manipulation.
For sure.
Yeah.
Why did you like him, by the way? You said you liked him early, like you saw him.
I mean,
he said what needed to be said. He was real, you know?
I keep telling this joke. If people say Trump was the first black president, I'm gonna be the first Latino president, because all the values, the conservative values just line up. Come on, man, Trump's the What do you mean? He has his own buildings. What are you talking about? He's like, like Ralph Lauren. He made Ivanka.
You like Ivanka?
Oh, wait, I could be totally wrong. Wasn't Ivanka like a pretty successful person in the fashion world before ever having anything to do with Trump? I thought that was one of the reasons why, because she was already like almost a quasi-celebrity beforehand, no? Am I wrong on that? She was a high-up model? Oh, okay, maybe she didn't have like a business stuff yet, but...
Ivanka.
Yeah.
You wrote a post on Instagram about her husband today.
Oh, wrong person? Oh, fuck. Ivanka is his daughter. Ivana is his... Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you know, I had a dinner with Ivanka, Jared, and Josh. And a couple days later, I found out that Josh Kushner had 10% of Skims, which is a line that I had developed with Kim. And I had a lot of issues with the imagery of Skims. I felt like there's a lot of imagery that was overly sexualized and things that I wouldn't want to see my wife and definitely not my daughters doing in the future in order to sell product. But it reaches another level when it's like, okay, well, this is what my wife is doing, and this is what they're doing for, this is what she's doing for our children.
Oh, I think he meant literally, like Trump literally made Ivanka. Oh, okay, maybe.
But it reaches another level when her business partners are selling pieces of the company that they don't have to, because the company's already so successful and it's an internet-based company. So it's like they're really just selling off the company in order to create more relationships for themselves that are unneeded. It's like when I went to the Gap and with our release, they just like, they shoveled it out. I'm very cautious with my words. I'm really big on being able to have an adult conversation in front of the children. So I don't use explicit language in interviews especially. So I found out after this dinner that Josh Kushner had 10% of Skims and I had 5% of Skims. And regardless if, you know, Josh Kushner figured out how to put $150 million, I'm sure it wasn't out of his own account, but $150 million, and I'm sure Jared still has a piece of that fund. Regardless of them putting that money in, for me to have been an owner in it and not known, just from a place as a creative where Skims is so based on a lot of the Yeezy ideas, then it's based on all of the relationships in fashion, because I had to use my relationships in fashion in order to establish Kim in a way where fashionable people would say, hey, I'm down to wear Kim's line. And these VCs, they come in and they get a piece of it after the fact, and they run around and say they have ownership in it. So as I put on my Instagram, which, you know, luckily for everyone, they could just write it off that, you know, I'm crazy until they see my disposition in this interview, and then it's gonna get scary. I said, hey Josh, what if I had 10% of Karlie Kloss's lingerie shapewear swimsuit line, and you have 5% of it, and you didn't know? How would that make you feel?
I mean, I'm sure it's all publicly available filings and shit, right?
And talking to them and really sitting with Jared and sitting with Josh, and finding out other pieces of information, I was like, wow, these guys might have really been holding Trump back and being very much a handler right then. They love to just look at me or look at Trump like we're so crazy and that they're the businessmen. So when I think about all of these things, that
Trump is a businessman,
Jared,
literally, right? Like
somehow doesn't get enough credit for with his work. And what is it? His work in Israel or his work in Palestine? What is this? You know where he made these peace treaties? Where was that? Do you know the facts on this right here? So I'm like...
Well, I think that was between Israel and some of the Arab nations.
I just think it was to make money.
Wow. So insightful.
Is that too heavy-handed to put on this platform?
No, that's
we make accusations like that all the time.
Okay, thank you. And I just think that that's what they're about, is making money. I don't think that they have the ability to make anything on their own. I think they were born into money.
So there's a phenomenon here. There's a lot of racism on like both sides. In a way, I'm racist by implying it. In another way, Tucker's racist by doing it. In another way, Kanye's racist by participating in it. There's definitely like the feeling I get in this interview, and I guess it's not really fair to ascribe to Kanye because I'm not treating Kanye as an individual. I'm treating him as a black person, and I'm having him stand as a representative for a black person. But there's definitely like the weird like Uncle Tom vibe where you have like Tucker Carlson is just putting this guy on stage who's probably mentally unwell, and then is having him divulge all of these like pretty not thought out like conservative takes, shitting on his ex-wife, making weird claims that he doesn't even have all the facts or information on, and he's kind of just there kind of like, oh yeah, like goading like, oh dude, you say whatever you want or whatever, and you know that it's like working in a certain way for him. Now it's not really fair to say that like Kanye can't do this because he's black, or there's a different standard that he's held to because he's black, but I mean in a way it kind of is true, but like I don't know. Oof, Jesus. Keep going.
Money, and for me as a maverick and a talent and a person that's been, you know, beat, kicked, lost everything, sad to have lost my mind, went from pull myself up by my boots don't have straps on them, but I say pull myself up from my boots to becoming a multi-billionaire that gets the price every year of my net worth goes down every year on Forbes. They just keep on slowly just taking it down every year. It's like really a weird thing. But as a person that has really built something from nothing, when I sit across the table from a Josh Kushner and he just feels so entitled to that idea, and this person has never brought anything of value.
Do conservatives like Kushner now, or do they hate him now?
So-called being a good venture capitalist, I have a major issue with that, and it makes me feel like they weren't serving my boy Trump the way we could have, because, you know,
depends.
Trump wanted nothing but the best for this country, and it doesn't, like, Moses stuttered. And saying God is not always going to bring the most perfect personality. A lot of times, the most fake people, their job is talking and making people feel comfortable.
Yeah.
You know, and the realest people are going to make you feel uncomfortable at first.
Yeah, that's not shallow. And it's also not crazy. It's true, whether you agree with it or not. So, West has thought a lot of...
I will say, though, this is where that idea of Gideon and Abba kind of expressed it before. For as much as you might want to say that, like, conservatives will kind of use Kanye as like an Uncle Tom or whatever, and you can say, like, oh, well, it's clearly racist what they're doing. You can argue that it's a response to like liberals or progressives especially also treating black people the same way in another sense, right? Where like a conservative will be like, oh, you're a black guy with a certain political view, I want you to speak as loudly as you can. But liberals, on the other hand, will say like, oh, you're a black guy with a certain political view, I need you to shut the fuck up, right? So I guess in a way it's kind of, is there like an opposite to like an Uncle Tom where it's like you have a certain political view and I don't want to hear it ever because I want you to be the opposite of it? Is there like a, there's got to be like a flip side. There's got to be a flip side term for that. But yeah, I mean, I guess it all kind of like plays into.
Special photo on your phone.
To prevent.
We told you at the top you'd be able to assess for yourself whether West is crazy, as virtually every single media outlet on planet Earth claims every day, all year long. Is he crazy? As you try to assess that, ask, is what you just heard over the past 40 minutes any crazier than what you see on television every day? The lies, the lunacy presented to you with a straight face as reality? No, it's not. It's not crazy at all. He's a big thinker, though. We asked him about 2024, what he plans to do, and also about Elon Musk. Here it is.
People with power try to make other people feel like they don't have any. My power is through God. So if someone ever says anything like, oh, you did a great job, it's praise God. It's funny, atheists love the term narcissist.
Atheists?
When you believe in yourself.
Right.
They say that it's narcissistic. You know, I love the dynamic of how you compare, you show that there's still humanity even with the position that God has placed me in. Why did Moses smite the rock? Why did he get that frustrated? And just to be able to be gentle, to be more gentle. You know, God is alive. Look at this right here. Look at how quiet it is right now. It's only God. God is of order. The devil is of chaos.
That's true.
You know, we are, I wanna talk about my potential run for 2024 and Trump's potential run for 2024.
Does he sound mentally unwell, or am I the schizo? The issue, and this is, I don't know if I'm like the autism whisperer or something, but like you can tell what Kanye is usually getting at. He just has like a way of speaking that like you kind of have to play. You kind of have to go around. Like here's like what a normal person would say. A normal person would say something like, "I think my sister is prone to lying, because she's been spoiled too much and she doesn't get punished for it. I think my sister's prone to lying, because she's been spoiled and she doesn't get punished for anything." That might be a sentence that a normal person would say. But the way that Kanye West would say it is like, when spirits roam the earth, and you know that like evil is the absence of God, and when God's not there to keep people in check, and when we let atheism take over society and people aren't held accountable for any of their actions, they act evil, not because they're evil people, but because they're literally godless. And I think that these people have no accountability, and God is not there. And when Eve ate the apple, it was in the presence of the devil, and God literally wasn't there. Like this is like how he talks. This is how he says everything. But like if you dig through what he's actually saying, usually you understand. It's like, okay, I know what you're getting at. Like I feel like I understand most of what he says, but you kind of have to go like swimming through his mind a little bit to kind of like pick out the pieces of like, okay, I understand what's going on. Yeah, and then you have to throw in like a movie reference or two. Yeah. Are you saying is it tier 4 sub? Yeah, exactly. Hold on 1 second. Let me get a drink and say goodnight to Mel. Hold on.
Destiny just waiting for Elon's deal to go through for the unban. What is your WPM or typing speed? Are you ready for the machine learning political party? Machine learning models to pick leaders, maximizing economic growth and reduce human suffering. Love the manifesto and recent Ukraine segments. What metric S, like GDP growth, best correlate to what you consider a good leader? How confident would you be in blindly picking a leader off these? Hey, buddy. Glad you're home safe. Destiny, girl's name BTW, has missed the point of being based. He thought being based meant having a big base, and now plays Factorio in an attempt to have a bigger base, when in reality it just means owning the libs. Sunglasses. YouTube chat so friendly. Why such gifting? Andrew Tate is very obviously lying about his casinos. He's also lying about his webcam business. He's damn Bilzerian / Donald Trump crossover, and we care what he says about women. The Matrix is real. I hate far left and far right. I love our institutions. Hard eyes. Hard eyes. Hard eyes. Yo, Destiny. I usually lean right but love your content. It's helped me understand a lot more liberal viewpoints and even agree with some. Keep up the streams, man. That serotonin meta study has serious flaws. Just look into the main author. Activist against psychiatric medicine.
Oh, I was talking to myself. Dude, can I be honest with you guys? Fuck, I can't even tell this fucking joke anymore because Louis C.K. has a whole skin on it. And now it sounds like I'm just ripping off him. But honestly, if you have allergies to peanuts, you should not be allowed to reproduce, okay? You should just be left to your line needs to die off, okay? I don't know how, like, the deadliest allergy to fucking humans are fucking peanuts. What the fuck, guys? Like, what's wrong with you? If I ever do shows, I'm gonna just throw peanuts into the audience so we can excise these weak genes from our cult. Okay, sorry. Has Destiny talking about this clip and the responses to it? What are they? What?
Hey y'all, so I got out of my haircut because my hair was driving me nuts, and I shaved it because I'm tired of watching my hair thin out, and it's less distressing if I shave it. So when I talk about being too far gone, I don't really know what else to call it. This is what I mean. This is how deep my voice is.
A lot of you guys, I hate you all so much. God, I hate how actually misogynistic you guys are. So when it is. When I had that conversation with Lab was saying some things, and since you guys hate Lab, you spam question marks to every single thing that Lab says. One of the things that Lab said was that if you wanted to be a female to male trans person, or if you were a female to male trans person, you should have access to hormones at like 13 or 14. But if you are male to female, maybe you can wait a little bit. Is that what she said? No. Do that the other way around. Jesus. Male to female should be allowed to transition pre-18. Female to male maybe can wait a little bit longer. I think she said it was something like this. And all of you guys are like spamming question marks like this doesn't make sense, blah, 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 blah. But the reality is that testosterone has pretty hardcore irreversible effects on the human body. Estrogen doesn't seem to as much. Now, I'm not an endocrinologist or like an ultra trans person that's made all my own bathtub HRT and all that shit. But it seems to be the case that like I think you can like take estrogen for like 6 months and then have smoother skin and weird fat and look like a femboy, blah, blah, blah. And then you can get off estrogen. And I think you're generally okay. I don't think there are generally hardcore side effects on the body. I don't know if you develop gyno if that goes away or not, but generally you're okay. But testosterone, like, so like thickening of the vocal cords and stuff, and like thickening of like, I think it can, if you do it during puberty, you have huge effects. Like I think like the DHT associated with increased T and hair loss, there's a lot more permanent side effects to testosterone than I think there are to estrogen. So if you're trying to detransition and you took testosterone early, you're kind of fucked. So this person's mentioning like the vocal cord thing, or that their voice is deeper. That deepening of the vocal cords, the folds that like thicken, don't like unthicken when you stop taking T or when you lose testosterone. But yeah, that's just a random meme. There you go.
Don't really know what else to call it. This is what I mean. This is how deep my voice is. It's gotten deeper over time, and it's settled. This is what I mean by hair loss. And it just keeps getting worse. It keeps thinning. It keeps receding backwards. You know, and I'm not exactly sure that's coming back. Those are the main things when I talk about being androgenized to a point of no return. I really don't see those being fixable. So that's when I talk about, you know, just kind of staying how I am, regardless of how I feel. That's why, just because I don't really see me personally being able to come back from what's happened so far. So I hope.
Do women just kind of feel like shit all the time because test even in women is shown to correlate with general well-being and confidence? Is there one direction of transition that is mentally harder? I don't know about that. This is the only thing I'll say when it comes to things like hormones in the body. Hormones are very, 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 very complicated. No. Yeah, they are complicated. And they interact with a whole bunch of different systems in your body in a whole bunch of different ways. And like what's normal for one person might not be normal for another person. There's just a lot of shit to like take into account there. Like it might be that a person is zinc deficient, vitamin D deficient, and gets shitty sleep and is obese, and his testosterone measures in the lab at 700. He might be low T because his testosterone is low. Maybe he has low free T because he's doing all these unhealthy things in his body and he needs to like boost his testosterone. There might be another person who's perfectly healthy, does a lot of good things, blah, 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 blah. Their testosterone measures at like 450. But they're actually doing perfectly fine. They're not low T at all. They don't need TRT or anything like that. They're perfectly fine. Their levels are where they should be. They're happy. They're healthy. Their diet is good. Their sleep is good, blah, blah, blah. You can never just look at a number and be like, oh, that's good. Oh, that's bad. That's why when you go and you run labs on yourself, the reference range for a lot of human hormones and other things related to your blood work, the reference ranges can be really, really, really wide. So just be careful whenever somebody says something like, oh yeah, well, if this is that, or if this is that, then you're completely fucked. That's not always the case. Like reference ranges are huge. What your body's accustomed to is one thing. Just hormones are really complicated. That's all I'll say.
Hope that's a little explanatory. Just to kind of give a little bit more of a, like, kind of let me reword that. Just to kind of, you know, talk about, like, give more awareness to the situation, kind of so you can see where I'm at. Words are not working well with me right now. I'm just gonna cut this off. There you go. You know, this is what happens when you give a woman testosterone. This is for 5 years. This is what happens, essentially. So, you know, that's it. Stay safe.
Somebody has brought to my attention now this tweet by known problematic trans activist at Keffels. Wait. He started his transition when he was 16. Now he is 70. Wait, isn't this a she? Did she try to transition to male and now she's detransitioning? Or am I reading this wrong? Oh, they're not detransitioning. Oh, people in chat were saying detransitioner. So maybe it's not a detransitioner?
Yeah, so...
Or I can't tell. Is this a detransitioner or not? I don't know if they detransitioned. I saw people in chat spamming earlier that it was a detransitioner. Are you detransitioning? Why are you in detrans space if you don't plan to detransition? I might have been misconstrued, but I never said I would definitively detransition. I'm also not definitively saying I'm trans and that this is the right decision. I'm a realist. Oh, okay, gotcha. So they're just documenting some of the adverse effects of the testosterone HRT yeah. I don't know why she would make fun of the way this person looks, though. Especially, like, if I were to do this, I would be considered ultra transphobic. But okay. Like, Cathals called me transphobic because I tweeted out that one comic or image. I guess it was from Kiwi Farms. I don't know where it came from. But I tweeted out some comic of her, and she said that the comic was transphobic because it made her look bad. Does anybody know which picture I'm talking about? I also started hormones as a teenager. 8 years later, I'm a full-grown man with a full head of hair. Okay, well, like, what is the point of that? Like, damn. Or I guess it's like a... I don't know, yeah. Damn, detransitioners are really on that. This is what 5 years of testosterone does to anyone with genetics male pattern baldness. Should we put cis boys and puberty blocks until they're old enough to decide? This is kind of an okay take, but... I don't know. Stop. This was Keffel subtweeting this guy. Given that many online activists claim that if a 16-year-old wants to go on hormones and is allowed to, their suicide is inevitable, claim that like the influences real 16-year-olds, I feel like it's not right to then mock those who do have regrets. Oh, yeah. The new type of detransitioner where their main complaint is they look like a creepy uncle instead of Giga Chad is very funny to me. Crying myself to sleep because 11 years of hormones didn't make me look like Amaranth despite not putting very much effort into looking hot. Okay, this is... Keffels is not a fake trans person, okay? I do believe Keffels is a real trans person. The thing that irritates me about tweets like this, and I guess if I'm being really charitable, maybe she's just like looking for dunks and she's trying to be upset. But the issue is that this is actually a very, very real problem with trans people that try to transition. This is why some trans people will suffer their entire lives and they'll never even try to transition because they don't think they'll pass. Who was was it an artist for League of Legends or was it an artist in the League community? I want to say this happened like 8 years ago where she started HRT or she started to transition and she just never felt like she looked good enough and she killed herself. Does anybody know? I think she even wrote about it on a Facebook post. Does anybody know what I'm referring to right now? Was it a pro player? I don't remember who it was, but I remember like they wrote a lot about, they wrote a lot about, like, yeah, like I think they've tried HRT, like I still look like shit, it's fucking horrible, like I'm just gonna kill myself. And yeah, I think she spent like thousands of dollars on transitioning as well. So yeah, I mean, nobody wants to transition and then look fucking horrible because now you've gone from like one horrible existence with gender dysphoria to now another horrible existence with gender dysmorphia and dysphoria. Like... Destiny, she was a pro player. Destiny Rip, she's the reason I'm shooting for Challenger at the moment. Yeah, okay, yeah. If you care enough about hair to not want male pattern baldness and you start T, you should absolutely start yourself on finasteride or some other hair loss supplement. It sucks, sure, but they really didn't try to do much to prevent it. Sure. Okay, good. Fuck them. Based, Jazzly. I lost my hair in teen. It was an emotional process for me. I had to decide between HRT and my hair, and I chose HRT. Well, transient man, I'm just letting you know in chat that you're a fucking moron. And Jazzly said you should have started finasteride, so literally your own fault, my dude. Or dudette. Wait, what is this? Hold on.
And in the final days of 2014, a local 16-year-old young lady, Leela Elkhorn, of Trans Experience, stepped boldly in front of a tractor trailer, ending her life. Her suicide note, written to post on social media about an hour after her death, went viral, literally, around the world. Now, Leela was not my patient, but I took care of hundreds of her classmates at Kings Mills High School. But each day on the way to work, I passed that spot where this teen boldly ended her life, pleading for...
I would kind of want to see... I would kind of want to see more context around this, because maybe it isn't as bad, but... That sounds pretty yikesy, my dude. Dudette. Okay, let's finish our boy Kanye. Sorry. No context makes her saying boldly ended her life. Well, I'm trying, okay?
And the beloved DeSantis potential run for 2024, and Mayor Suarez potential run for 2024. And, you know, they thought Trump was a joke. For older white people, they're...
It's 45 seconds. If it was a cop shooting, you dismiss it out of hand immediately without context. What are you talking about? There are certain cop shootings where I'm like, wow, I really need to see the context for that. And there are other cop shootings I've seen where I'm like, wow, it's really hard to imagine anything justifying it. In fact, the most recent cop shooting or cop thing I saw was when like the 3 cops had the one dude on the ground and they were like kicking him on, they were kicking him in his fucking head. And I'm pretty sure when I saw it, I was like, it's hard to imagine there being any type of context that could justify this. I literally said that. Bro, you're literally fucking retard brained. Chill, Mason Zero. Sounds like you need to eat some Finestra, okay?
Quick.
Because you're losing brain cells out of your fucking falled out hair or something Brit-based.
To classify
Chat me, thank you.
a black person only...
Wait, hold on. The person in the video doesn't even identify as a detrans woman. He's posting, look what hormones do to teen girls because it's clickbait for bigots. No one cares when boys go bald, but girls invokes the mythos of precious white female flesh defiled? Bruv! Chill. It's funny because, like, it feels like in some ways ContraPoints got crucified so much by the crazy left, the crazy progressive lefts, that she kind of had to join them. And I think she did that. And it's funny because Vosh has done the same thing. But Vosh fought Natalie when they were doing the same journey, but he was in a different part of his journey. Because when Vosh fought Natalie, she was further left progressively than he was. So he ended up getting fucked by her after she'd gotten fucked by all the other people. It's like a huge weird cycle of progressives eating themselves alive. Destiny, she's kind of somewhat right, sans the exaggeration, isn't she? Yeah, but the problem is that, like, there's no place then. Basically, if you're a certain type of person, there's no place for you to vent or complain or, like, vent. There's just no place for you. If you're somebody that had a bad experience with HRT or TRT or whatever, you're fucked. Like, no one, either conservatives are going to farm the fuck out of your story, or progressives are going to say that you don't exist. It's kind of like when I want to talk about, like, cancel culture or whatever. The only people I can really have an intelligent conversation about that with are far-right people, which sucks. It's annoying. Now, I have the strength and temperament of character to not completely feed into their agendas because I'm a strong individual man who stands on his own. But like another person, I can understand being like very irritated by that. It's like, okay, well, I want to complain about cancel culture. No one on the left will listen to me. Everybody on the right wants to like put me up on a pillar. Like even when Sneeko says it, he's like screaming at me like, oh, look, you're an example of how they try to cancel. Like, fuck off, dude. Like, I don't want to be your fucking token here. Yeah, it's just irritating.
By the fact that we're black. Even Trump, a person that's, you know, we'd consider to be a friend of mine, when I went to the White House, I called him after that to get A$AP Rocky out of jail. And one of the things he said to me is, you know, Kanye, you're my friend. When you came to the White House, my black approval rating went up 40%.
Why would you say that?
For politicians, all black people are worth is an approval rating. The Democrats feel that they don't owe us anything, and Republicans feel that they don't owe us anything. Blacks have never demanded
Is Tucker gonna push back here
for our vote. And that's something I talked to Ice Cube about. What are we asking for? How do we change our life? If all of our organizations and all of our colleges and even our title as black was made by white people, all of our jobs, and Black Wall Street, Harlem after gentrification, there's never been a fully black-owned community where we have all the municipalities, things that Dr. Claude Anderson talks about. We need that. It's like 90% of America is not even developed. I'm not one of the people that go up and say, hey, I want to stop anybody from making money. The people that make money and the powers that be, I am your true Nikola Tesla. And I'm not even a scientist.
What do you think of Elon Musk? Do you know him?
Very well.
What's your take on him?
You said that because I said Tesla?
I did, yeah. It's just the first thing that popped.
And that everyone's always like, oh, Elon's got these answers. I think he's a great team player.
And there's a lot more to come. A lot more. And we address
specifically,
why do they call you crazy? And he says, as clearly as he possibly can, there were some things that were driving me crazy, and I've fixed them. Jason Whitlock, who knows a lot about all of this, joins us next to assess what we've just heard. We'll be right back.
I'm Frank Silla. I'm the chairman and CEO of the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, foundation that was started in honor of my brother, a New York City firefighter who died on 9/11. We wanted to help children of fallen first responder families and Gold Star families who die in the line of duty.
My husband was serving on
Who is
deployment
Ramilia? I don't
with
know
the
who this
Army
is.
in Afghanistan.
Oh, trans woman Maria Ramilia wrote extensively about the unbearable pain that were following during a reassignment surgery trip to Thailand, and now has committed suicide. Did this really happen only in 2019? I thought it was so much longer ago.
I said, blacks, we can't get it together. I said, blacks, we can't get it together. It's not Caucasians people's problem and fault anymore. That shit's long gone. Now it's all black people's fault. How many opportunities are Caucasian and Jewish people going to give blacks? To the point, like, what else can they do for us? They've allowed us to become millionaires, allowed us into Hollywood, allowed us to sell music through their companies. Like, Jewish and Caucasian people, again, giving black people nothing but opportunities for I don't know how long now. So if you're still complaining while you're black, you're a fucking idiot.
Jesus.
Remember, they could, if they really wanted to, they could just like hire one black guy per show for demographics. Like, man, that's what I'm saying. Black people stay trying to victimize themselves. Like, imagine, you know, being so privileged to where you're complaining. You're already getting a huge bag, but now you're complaining you want more. Getting all this money, now I want front page. Now I want to be trending. If not, you're a racist ass mother. Shit, I'm gonna start using that tactic. Since every other wants to use the black pandering card to get what they want, maybe I should.
Okay.
Shot and killed, and within hours.
Since then,
Bezos feel thousands of Americans.
you the money.
Smooth, easy glide. And they're beautiful. Tired of replacing...
It's such a touchy subject, but definitely feels like some internalized racism. I mean, it could. It's hard, dude. All of these issues are so complicated and so hard. Like, there are black figures that feel like, you know, the black community needs to take responsibility for itself and do shit, and then others feel like there's still institutionalized racism and all that. Like, it's complicated. That's why I love being white. I don't have to worry about any of that shit. Based.
Plastic, I promise this is the last chair mat you'll need. And we give you a lifetime warranty. Comfort, style, durability. A Vitraza glass chair mat will completely transform your workspace, home office or office. We stock 18 popular sizes, and we ship free to anywhere in the lower 48. Get the look you deserve. I invite you to shop online at Vitraza.com. Use promo code TV and save 10% on any glass chair mat at Vitraza.com.
It's amazing what the stakes are when a very famous person decides to speak his mind. Very famous people can't have free speech. That's not allowed. And West discovered that when he initially decided he kind of liked Donald Trump. Watch.
I never actually told people that I liked Trump when he was running because I was bullied by Hollywood. Because I stayed in Hollywood and people were like, think about your kids, and I'm trying to hold on to the marriage, so I'm just biting my tongue. Like, there's so many fathers and mothers that go to work every day and they're in a situation where they're biting their tongue because they think it will be better for their children.
That's right.
So even me in my position, I was biting my tongue on my political opinion because I thought it would be better for my children.
Got a lot more on that and what it did to him as a man living through it tomorrow night. But first, our friend Jason Whitlock, the host of Fearless, joins us to assess what we just saw. Jason, what did you think of that?
Tucker, I thought a lot of things, and forgive me for doing this, but I'm going to unpack all of this on my show tomorrow. Find me at youtube.com/Jason Whitlock.
Ooh,
but listen,
enemy plug.
That's a man wrestling with his faith in God and wrestling with the fame that makes him money and makes him rich.
Right.
And so throughout that interview tonight, I heard a guy that's a devout Christian, and I heard a guy that is cursed with the disease of fame. It's undermined his ability to be a good father. It's undermined his ability to be a good husband. It's undermined his happiness. He wants to be a Christian, and the things he said about his faith and just wearing the lanyard with the ultrasound, all of that. I love that about Kanye West. It scares the heck out of the left to see someone like Kanye West, that popular, that influential, his skin color, that has those Christian values, because that's what's really under attack, his Christian values. It scares them. They don't want him to survive. They're using him. I'm going to make an analogy. Kunta Kinte and Roots. They got him out on a tree and they're whipping him. What's your name? And they want him to say left-wing liberal, and he won't say it.
Wait,
he keeps saying, I like Trump.
What is this reference?
I like God. I'm a Christian. And they keep whipping and slashing him, and they're trying to make this man bow down to the liberal orthodoxy, and they're doing it as a message to me and everybody
From
else.
Roots, the movie.
You don't
Okay,
get
gotcha.
in line with what we want you to think, every black man, every heterosexual black man, every black man with Christian values, we will beat you into a pulp.
Nope.
Kanye's man enough to stand up. I wish more men were.
What does that do to you, to discover that you can be one of the richest, most famous people in the world and you still don't have the simple right to say what you really think?
What it does to Kanye is make him realize the importance of God and his faith, because that's the only protection you have. Again, the guy used the words that I believe. This is demonic. Everything the left preaches to black people, you should be overweight. You should kill your babies in the womb. You should embrace a negative culture that teaches you to kill each other and disrespect each other.
It's a reference to this.
Your name is Toby.
Oh. Wait, I feel like I have seen this before.
I said your name is Toby.
Kunta Kinte.
Wait, so this is a reference to another movie. I haven't seen that Roots movie before. I have no idea. This is not Roots? No, but I've seen that.
Steve, what'd I say about hitting so hard, man?
I'm sorry, are you all right?
You sorry? I'm gonna show you sorry, man. I'm gonna show you.
It's a death
TV
culture.
series,
It's a
gotcha.
genocide. It's demonic, just like Kanye West said. I hope he wins his battle with fame, because if he does, he's a very important voice, Tucker.
How can you say you respect someone or a group of people if you don't allow them to reach their own conclusions about
Wait.
More people end up retarded than rich.
I mean, true? Am I supposed to disagree with him there? Sorry.
World around them. If you respect a man, you let him say his piece and you listen respectfully.
It's clear as day the left doesn't respect black people. We're being used as pawns in their demonic game that they're playing. And I know that sounds hyperbolic, but it's just factual. It's a death culture. It's hostile to Christian values. You have to throw them all out in order to serve their political movement. You have to be pro-abortion. You have to believe in the matriarchy and the disruption of the nuclear family. If you're a person of faith, black,
close.
white, whatever,
He's almost awake.
You understand a biblical worldview. Family is at the heart of all of it. And that's why Kanye is so devastated, because his family has been destroyed. His wife is eating from the forbidden fruit of feminism, the matriarchy, and the left's demonic culture. His family has been destroyed. Any person with just a layman's understanding of faith, of Christian faith, the family's at the heart of the structure. That's what God designed. This man's family's been ripped apart because his wife won't buy into his vision. She's been influenced by the Clintons and the Democratic
Okay, give me part two.
These people.
We're done. I don't need this guy. I don't know why I care about this guy.
Acknowledging that my tweet violated the Twitter rules. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. For acknowledging that my tweet violated the Twitter rules. Up yours, woke.
God, Jordan Peterson, what? Your poor benzo-addled brain.
And what he said is, you are a celebrity. So basically what's going to happen is there's product here. And this is where you end up, right here. If you can communicate this product, you can make money off the product. Because look at Gaga. She's the creative director of Polaroid. I like some of the Gaga songs. What the fuck does she know about cameras?
That reminds me of when,
And what he said is, you...
Fuck. What's the name of the guy, What's the name of the band? I'm a bee. Oh my god, from my teenage years. What am I thinking of? What's the name of the band? What's the name of the black guy? Is it will.i.am? Oh yeah, when they brought him on as like the creative director of like Intel. This was so awkward to watch. Like,
will.i.am of the group Black Eyed Peas was named Intel's new Director of Creative Innovation on Tuesday. The musician will work with Intel on developing new technologies, music, and in technology advocacy. He was introduced to his new co-workers at an Intel sales conference in Anaheim, California.
Will, this is Intel. Intel, this is Will.
Everybody. I'm in the studio all the time making music, traveling the world, playing music, on my computer, talking about music. And before I met you guys, I was collaborating with you guys. I Gotta Fill In, Boom Boom Pows, all these songs that travel around the world. Before people hear them, they're made with Intel chips.
Intel isn't alone in naming a musician to a creative director position. Last year, Polaroid bestowed the same title on Lady Gaga, and at this month's Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, she presented the first fruits of her collaboration.
When you're on a computer, that thing is all big, and you never really get to hold the part that you're actually collaborating with. So to actually hold it, I'm like, wow, I spend hours upon hours, you know, ideas, talking with the computer, you know, and here I am holding the piece that actually makes it all work. You take this puppy out of the computer, it ain't just this little box. It ain't doing nothing. It's my brain's friend. It's like, hey, this guy, ever met him?
Intel's move points to the growing importance of multimedia in computing. Intel and rival AMD put much greater emphasis on graphics in their latest microprocessors in a bid to provide better gaming and video experience for mainstream users. Martin Williams, IDG News Service.
Anyway,
I fact-checked him and he was wrong. Nick from Wisconsin. Jesse, I missed the beginning of the show, and I can't rewind. If you read my text on there, then I'd promise to DVR it next time. DVR it. Then you can rewind. Tucker's up next with Kanye Part 2 on Waters. This is my world.
Good evening and welcome to LA. Booked a 30-minute interview with West, which quickly morphed into a 2-hour interview. And we're so grateful that it did, because one of the most interesting, deep, and provocative conversations we've ever watched. Everybody thought that. Guys operating the cameras thought that. It really was fascinating, whether you agree or not. So, among many other things, West gave us his assessment of Barack Obama, whom he knows well and has known well for many years, even before he became president. Here's what he said. Do you talk to Obama still?
I was Obama's favorite artist. He actually met with me. Obama met with me and my mama to say that he was running for office back in 2008. And that he wanted the support. And everybody was so into this idea of the black president.
I didn't even make these. I'm so stupid.
And you were always cool. And it's also like, you know, how many of us are there? You know, Obama level, Ye level, you know, Virgil level, just black, you know, so brilliant that we cut through all of the lines of racism. Like, you just can't get rid of us. Nat King Cole level, Dave Chappelle level. So in some place we'd have to be friends and get along, because it's like, yo, you're at that level. You're like a, you know, Formula One Lewis Hamilton race car driver. We're still driving a white car, but we're the best race car drivers that ever existed. And that was me and Obama's connection. But soon as I wasn't saying the things that I was supposed to say as a rapper, our connection faded.
So you don't talk to him anymore?
I'll talk to him if I see him.
Yep.
I guarantee you he see me. I don't even know that, man. I just thought that sounded cool. One idea that was in my head about 3 minutes ago that I really want to say is that's really interesting about the when companies get the BLM managers.
What's a BLM manager?
Black Lives Matter office manager. It's basically you get a semi-influential black person to become the face of a white company.
Yeah.
Right. So that means, like, in the design world, in the art world, they actually would pick artists that were less talented than other artists based on their influence, not based on their actual work, because everyone is vying for influence and an opinion.
Oh, I did do this.
Everyone is afraid of losing their opinion. So with Nike, right? Nike is as famous as, you say Nike's more famous than PayPal, right?
Yeah.
Right. What number company do you think PayPal is?
I don't know.
Number 4.
Overall?
Overall. You got...
Wait, what? Is PayPal even publicly traded? It is. Number 4 what, though? Almost $100 billion company. By what metric? $10 most value. It's not even, no way is it top 10. It's not by market cap. Is it maybe top 100? I wonder what he's saying top, like rank for it. I have no idea. Okay.
Well, you know what the number 1 is, right? It's Apple.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting number 2, but number 3 is
Facebook,
McDonald's. Then
wait, what? What is he? What? He must have some list of like brand recognition or something. It's got to be something like that. I don't know.
SpaceX is maybe 6 or 7.
What?
It's really interesting that as lit as Elon is, his previous company is actually still worth more than Space.
What ranking is he talking about? This ninja is just saying stuff. None of this is true. Yeah. The made the fuck up list. Wake up, babe. New tier list just dropped. I wonder what he's talking about.
SpaceX. So, what number company do you think Nike is? The Nike.
Going by your rating system, Kanye?
Number 321. It's not there to be as big a financial company as it can be. It's there as an influencer because black people love Nike. So Nike is like a company that is redlining and gerrymandering black people. So the reason why Gap wanted me to go to Gap, it wasn't based on, oh, we need to get our stocks up. You know, it's like these companies, when they've been around for a long time, Gap's not like, they're like, we're in the rag trade, we're never gonna be Apple. And everyone, all of these American companies somehow took this deal where they start putting in these really awkward, weird number kind of CEOs. Like Nike's got one, the Gap had one.
Weird
it didn't
number
work out.
CEOs.
And there's all of these weird operators inside of companies, even in Balenciaga, you know. They're just there.
This is so sad. I don't mean to say it like this. When you put Kanye West in front of like a receptive person, it kind of reminds me of Nathan, where like, I don't know if, I'm sure every like 10 or 11-year-old is like this, but like, if Nathan starts talking about FNAF or whatever current thing he's like interested in, he'll just talk forever. Like, Dad, did you know that like this is this? Did you know that this YouTuber made this rap battle between Golden Freddy and blah, blah, blah? Dad, did you know? Oh, he called me the other day. He told me a FNAF movie is coming out. I want to see. Did you know the FNAF movie was made in the pizzeria, blah, blah, blah? And it's like, okay, I know. All right. Do you know that Springtrap does it? It's like, okay, yeah, if you say so. That's what Kanye West reminds me of. He's like a really excited young boy that is like getting to talk about all the stuff that he likes to talk about in front of somebody who's actually listening to him. Like, that's what it sounds like.
For control. Steve Jobs talked about it. It's the most important thing you can have is control. Look at me. All the money, all the influence, and I have to act a complete ass to have any say-so of anything that my children are doing because that group of people have control and say-so over all the children inside of the clan. So that's what these companies are set up for. That's the type of CEOs they're hiring, especially when the founders are out of there. They kind of just give the companies up to a bunch of people, and they're all in cahoots. Like anyone that ever worked with me, they just look at, oh, who's Ye farming for talent that we can hire to be our new BLM office manager. Like, kind of like Obama.
What do you think of Obama as a BLM office manager?
Uh-oh.
Best one ever. Yeah. Best one ever. And you know, I think Obama, just like Virgil, these people were truly black to their core and truly brilliant to their core. But they went into situations thinking that they could do it the white way as a black man. And we saw what color Obama's hair was when he went in, and we saw what color it was when he went out. You know, Virgil lost all his hair, you know, and eventually passed away. So when I have techniques that are revolutionary, if I raise my voice, if I express myself on Instagram, it's a colonic. And people can say, oh, this what you're doing is toxic. If what I'm saying is toxic, I gotta do everything to get it out of my body. And there'll be times where I see a level of like oppression, Parisian proper, like next level, you know, France owns 80% of African banks level colonization, oppression. And I'll be like, I'm not going to let you guys kill me. But one thing that has to really happen, say if Trump ran, right? We're not just gonna be black influence. We're gonna be vision and creativity. We've gotta rethink who we are as a species. Right now,
I'm so curious. What does the average Fox News viewer think of this interview?
Like,
I'm so curious.
Murder is legal in America, you know.
And abortion.
Yes. So whoever gets the position needs to listen to the vision. I didn't know it was going to rhyme when I first started. They need to have Elon. They need to have me. You should start with those two, and then we'll get to the rest of them. We could pull in a Johnny Ives. We'll pull in all of our living, super brilliant people. And we need to analyze and not just sell out for the cash. Like these Fortune 500 companies, they're just selling out for the cash. And put God first, and the best representation of God is the children. The children is the extension of the family. Put the families first. There's so many things, suburbs. The train tracks being ripped up by GM just for capitalism. All these ideas that we have, we're now living in a place where we're the orphans of capitalism, and we just have to take a pause and rethink how we can have the most beautiful existence possible for our children, for the kids, and we're all kids. Yeah. We're all God's kids. We're all sons of Abraham.
So as we said, this interview went almost 2 hours, and not a moment of it was boring, at least from our perspective. You can see if you agree, coming up next.
There was this amazing ride where I could fly.
Reproduce and phone. You get the internet is
back to or yay. One of the first words to appear, and in fact a word that appears in virtually every story, is crazy or mentally ill or bipolar or struggling with mental illness, etc., etc. The theme is always the same. The guy's a nut. Don't listen to him. And of course we're suspicious of that because through history, in the Soviet Union for example, claims of mental illness were always a way to make dissident voices be quiet. Don't listen, he's a lunatic. And so we asked Ye directly about this, about his very public struggles with manic behavior, but his hospitalization for exhaustion. And he gave a remarkable answer, and a believable one. And he said, the life I was being forced to live was driving me crazy. I had achieved fame and fortune, and yet I was still not allowed to express what I really believed. That diminished me, and it drove me nuts. And by the way, my marriage was falling apart, and those two facts were interconnected. Listen to him describe the effect on him as a man, not just on his mental health, but on his dignity, of being told he couldn't say what he really thought.
It drove me crazy to not be able to say that I like Trump. It drove, because think about it, it's me. Imagine me not being able to say what I wanted. What was the point of being famous? What was the point of having, millions of people love your music? What was the point of having a voice if you can't even use your own voice and connect it to your own opinions?
Yes.
That's where the disconnect happened. That's where the, quote, I think, wrongly diagnosed. That's where the bipolarity is, because you got something you're thinking, but you're told you're not allowed to say it in public. Well, I never actually told people that I liked Trump when he was running, because I was bullied by Hollywood, because I stayed in Hollywood and people were like, think about your kids, and I'm trying to hold on to the marriage, so I'm just biting my tongue. Like, there's so many fathers and mothers that go to work every day and they're in a situation where they're biting their tongue because they think it will be better for their children.
That's right.
So even me in my position, I was biting my tongue on my political opinion because I thought it would be better for my children. And now you look up and my kids are going to a school that teaches black kids a complicated Kwanzaa. Kwanzaa doesn't, you know, so they don't teach even Christmas itself, Christ Mass. They don't teach it at Sierra Canyon. And what they do is take all of the celebrities, the actors, the basketball players, and they throw them in this one school and they indoctrinate the kids. So my son's psalm is brilliant. So right now, they're looking to figure out how to indoctrinate him to make him be another part of the system. I have a choir at my school. So right now, we've come to a compromise, but I'm not finished because I don't compromise. But we come to a compromise when my kids go to my school after school and they learn choir. I sat there with my son and he came and he said, why do I need to sing? I don't even go to your school. So imagine a 16-year-old version of that guy, the 26-year-old version of that guy, where the father doesn't have say-so of what the kids are watching, what the kids are wearing, what the kids are eating, who the kids are hanging out with. Ray Kurzweil said, we have the information needed to have a human utopia, but we're led by the least noble, most greedy people. There's a solution that can bring happiness to so many more people. I even had this idea about, you know, the connection of big pharma to farms by having localized farms. With more localized farms, you can use less pesticides. If you have less pesticides, then you have less diseases.
I think this has been said a million times, just a heads up. Like, localized farming or whatever is like the worst possible fucking thing you can do for the environment. It's so fucking inefficient.
And have big pharma invest in the local farms. And they'll actually make more money. I'm not one of the people that go up and say, hey, I want to stop anybody from making money. The people that make money and the powers that be, I am your true Nikola Tesla. And I'm not even a scientist.
What do you think of Elon Musk? Do you know him?
Very well.
What's your take on him?
You said that because I said Tesla?
I did, yeah. It's just the first thing that popped.
And that everyone's always like, oh, Elon's got these answers. I think he's a great team player. You know, like I said about Ray Kurzweil and Utopia. You know, in Rome, they would bring all the most brilliant people and have them sit down to the point where their seats had a toilet in them. Like, people would not even get up to use the bathroom. And they would ideate about what society needed. And they'd invent new things, and they'd put it all up on the wall. And Donda, before it was a school, is a design firm. And
wait, does he have a school called Donda?
Pull together all.
Wait, I didn't even realize this. Okay, I don't even know what's.
That's why I was happy that you saw two of the inventions right there. You know, because now it's like, if I had said that before you drank the coffee.
Donda Academy.
And some might joke and say you're drinking the Kool-Aid, but before you drank the coffee and before you saw the 3D printed boot, zero waste 3D printed boot, if I said Nikola Tesla, you'd probably.
Donda. Good morning, 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 Donda. Good morning. Good morning.
I mean, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. They're just doing choir. I don't know what this is, but all right. I don't know.
You could have smugged that off. I think it's insane for an administration to not use a talent like Elon Musk more.
That's all they do for 8 hours straight. Yeah.
If I was in a or once I am, I will eventually be president before, in my lifetime. But if I was in office right now, I would be calling Elon every day. I'd have him sleeping in the White House. I'd say, how do we use our platform as the most influential, that's a Freudian slip, the most influential country in the world to show the rest of the world how to live a simplified life. But our country is under attack, and media and industries outside of our country are doing anything to keep it as it was. And everyone's just afraid. God is love. And I understand I come off scary sometimes because I'm like, I'm going to protect my kids. I'm going to protect my reputation. I'm going to protect my brand. And there's times when you have to pull the guns out. You have to pull the swords out. You have to have righteous indignation as a Christian. For everyone that ever said, I can't get mad because I'm a Christian. As a Christian, it's like, yeah.
I don't understand how you can work and be so successful and influential in the music business and the fashion industry, the two most liberal businesses probably in the world, as a professing Christian with a pro-life badge on. How does that work?
I always think, whenever God allows a brilliant idea to channel through me and allows me to somehow, take credit for it, I always snicker at the fact that,
whoa, bro.
With liberals, their main tool is, that they use are artists and influencers, right? But then God has the #1 artist and the #1 influencer as a conservative. So I always chuckle at that. Every time I come up with some brilliant, I was like, could you imagine if, they could have just indoctrinated Ye? The world could have just totally been ran into the hole. And there's battles that the devil had won, but the devil's a defeated foe. Like, for me to have gone from Jesus walks to you're such a hoe, I love it, that's that deviation from the path. So, I love that question because I really, every time, it just tickles me, like that the very thing that liberals use the most of, they don't have the best person at it.
I mean, do you talk to other people in your business, who are successful in the music industry, the fashion business, who secretly agree with you?
Yeah, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of fashion people. Tommy Hilfiger loved Trump. Let me see I got to think of all the other Trump. I'm not even going to use the term Trump supporter, right? Because why don't people say Hillary supporter or Biden supporter? This is just, yeah, there's a lot of people. You know what? People in my business who love Trump, businessmen, people who love money.
Yeah.
People who love money, people who actually like being successful, and and not ran into the ground. Like, those are some of the people.
speak for a moment with West, and he is very likely, in fact, almost certain to tell you about his faith, his belief in God. That's what drives him. He often says it, and he can explain it and explain why. Most people in public don't talk like this.
Let's go, Tucker.
More next.
Stop stalling.
You think the kids are having this much fun?
Wait, we don't need to watch this.
From the same pot. The White House now saying President Biden's comments on nuclear war were meant to show that Russia should not be taken lightly. The president hinted at nuclear Armageddon at a fundraiser earlier in the week. U.S. security officials continue to say they have no evidence Russian President Vladimir Putin has immediate plans for a nuclear strike. Biden's national security team has warned for months that Russia could use weapons of mass destruction in Ukraine after a series of devastating losses. New York City Mayor Eric Adams declared a state of emergency in response to the city's growing migrant crisis. He says over 17,000 people have been bused to the city from the southern border since April of this year. I'm Matt Finn. Now back to Tucker Carlson tonight. For all your headlines, log on to foxnews.com.
Ask West any question about virtually anything, and the conversation moves back to his faith in God, which is clearly foundational and is driving his transformation from a pop star to what he hopes to become, which is a spiritual leader. He explained it in this clip.
What's your prayer life like? Do you pray a lot?
This is a prayer. We're in constant prayer. I thought Hail Mary came to me, not in a Catholic way, but more like in a Tupac way, like, come with me, Hail Mary, I'm gonna run quick, see, what do we have here now? Do you wanna ride or die? Na, 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 na. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah.
It's like a Negro spiritual. It's a chant. It is, you know, it puts you in that mode. I got a song that I made. It was like a mix, it's a hybrid of that and Led Zeppelin. And it goes, it's like my best song. La, 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 wait till I get my money right. La, 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 then you can't tell me nothing, right? And people, I mean, I can open up this stuff. I can open up tours with this song. I wanted to point out this hybrid. You know, it's like if you see Zombieland 1 and Zombieland 2, or Terminators, anything, they always make the characters a little bit badder in the next generation. So that's, you know, Kim is like a hybrid. She's not just Marilyn Monroe. You know, she's also a fashion person. She's also a mom. She's also an activist.
Why are we talking about Kim
again? She's a lawyer. She's a multi-billionaire. She's hot. She's one of the most beautiful people of all time. You know, this is a different level of video game character now. And when you see a headline that says, Kim says,
oh, now he's doing
I'm
Dr.
going
K
to stay
stuff,
single forever, that's the indoctrination. Like, because they want this person to tell all the little girls out there that they need to be single forever. You know, all moms, I know there's definitely people who watch this show.
Do you think that? So you don't think that's an organic, natural thing? I mean, that is a message that she is being used to send.
Absolutely. Think about the song, Don't Talk About Bruno, no, 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 which already sounds weird, like it's, you know, talking about like an uncle or something that did something wrong if they say, don't talk about Bruno, right? But in the song, listen to the lyrics, it says, the man of my dreams will be slightly out my reach. And I just see my kids running around, and I see these things, but, you know, the thing about, for the execs at Disney that are studying everything I'm doing or saying, trying to figure out how to connect with 15-year-olds, and that's why Bernard Arnault, you know, buys Supreme, and instead of putting a true skater designer, they put like a BLM manager as the head of Supreme, because Supreme has an impact with the 15-year-olds. For the Disney guys, you know, you might not believe in God, but God believes in you. It's not a battle you can win. It's like, don't jump, Anakin, I have the higher ground kind of situation. So you could put out all of the indoctrinations and, you know, moves and have the biggest media company, but why am I alive? Why am I protected? Why did I become the richest black man of all time? Like,
do you think Tucker, outside of this interview, is like,
and the more and more,
fuck, I know why they call him crazy
God
now,
and work for God, the more wins God is going to bestow on our team, on Jesus Gang. And for me to go out and just state an obvious and empathetic statement in the middle of the most liberal central, like, to go, that was like Tiananmen Square or something, right? I was like, with Candace Owens, and we both wore the shirt at the same time. You know, we got some Jesus soldiers out here, and people say they're willing to die for it, but we live for it. We're living for the battle. And what's the battle for? Life itself, our children. They're killing us through the food. They're killing us through the content. They're killing us through the programming. But God is alive, and is alive in all of us, and we will overcome.
It sounds like you're hopeful for the future of the country.
Absolutely, because I have the vision for it. I understand the ecosystem. I understand how to even liberate a big pharma. I have solutions for the future.
Never mind.
You know, I don't have the entire vision. You know, certain things are just in front of me and they happen when they're supposed to happen. But there's so many open doors. Like, we have this concept, this is put on my heart, the idea of a monastery, or I call it the Dondastery, which takes the different disciplines and blends them together. And in the Dondastery, we have proper baby health care. Like, and I'm sure there's a higher, like, actually when I met with Gabby, she had a really, really good term for this. And so many people bring their babies to the hospital, not just black people, and the doctors mess up. And they're like, oh, there's been some complications. So to be able to have, like, incredible nurses. I was very specific about saying nurses instead of saying doctor, too. I don't believe you need a doctor, and I'm not a doctor,
we know,
but a nurse. It's possible, you know, to have a successful childbirth. And so that's the first thing we provide: shelter. We won't turn anyone away. Food, clothing, high-end curriculum, and vocational curriculum, farming, carpentry, automotive, computer, software, and hardware. So it becomes a new place where someone can lay the baby on their steps and say, hey, the situation I'm in, I don't have enough money for another kid. I don't have the time. I don't have the room in my house. I just don't have the resources. And every day for the past 2 months, I've been walking by this Planned Parenthood, and I'm thinking about stopping in because I just can't have this baby. And what I'm doing is saying, hey, well, let's put a place just across the street from the Planned Parenthoods and say, this is a place that when you decide to have your child, this child can have the best opportunity at life.
Do you think this society discourages parental involvement, parental influence over the children?
I mean, society is like a big term. You mean...
It is. Well, you had said that your father was discouraged from, you know, being in your household, and you have been discouraged from being in your children's lives.
Yeah.
Do you think this is a thing that happens to a lot of people in America, to a lot of men?
Absolutely. And a lot of men deal with a mother and the baby mama and the mother-in-law ganging up to take the child away.
Yeah.
And not wanting to give the dad his say-so. Like, there was even a moment where we were arguing about North's basketball coach, and I had to say, like, I went from not making a basketball team in 8th grade to winning championships in 9th grade by practicing every day. And North likes basketball, and I'm gonna come and practice with her every day. I'm also gonna pick the other coaches that work with her. And now that she's back playing basketball, this is the most confident person in the league. She's like the Dennis Rodman. And when North snatches the ball out of a girl twice her size, and she comes over to the side, I tell her, don't let anyone take anything from you ever. Don't let anyone take anything from our family. Don't let anyone take our company. Always protect your brothers and sisters.
More from that interview coming up. In the country on a
1851-800.
final stretch. Decades. COVID had an effect on his life, and he has thoughts about it. Here's that part of the conversation.
Did watching COVID and the medical establishment's response to COVID over 2 years change your view?
I mean, that was a piece of it. That was a piece of it.
What did you think of that?
I mean, well, specifically, I'm going to lean into the black condition, just for, being a black person. We've been getting killed in hospitals for years. Grandmama don't come out. We've been getting killed with our food to start off with. We've been getting killed by police officers. Every day we've been killing each other.
Push back, Tucker.
In the streets,
don't let him slander our cops like
every
that.
Day.
Tucker, push back.
I felt like the people at the Gap knew about the school
audience
shooting
is screaming at their TV.
That Matthew McConaughey was talking about before it even happened. It was so in sync. The information.
This interview is truly amazing. I have never felt so much sympathy for Kim Kardashian. Yellow swag 42069, $20, nice.
Heard about it on the radio, driving. I was like, am I in the Truman Show right now? And I tell Candace she's got to watch the Truman Show. You have to watch the Truman Show.
What do you mean the people at the Gap knew about the school shooting? I think in Uvalde, Texas?
Yeah, I'm not saying that they did, but it felt so in sync. This idea of like this media rush over the 78 specific outlets that influence. Meanwhile,
so there's a coordinated message. I think that's what you said.
Yeah. Meanwhile, there's the same amount of kids getting killed in Chicago every week, but there's no coordinated message about that. Yeah. Have I reached Alex Jones' territory yet?
No, I think you're telling the truth.
Okay.
And that's okay if you do.
What I'm saying is, like, yeah, they keep on using the, oh, he's crazy thing, and it hurts my feelings when people say that. It hurts my feelings that people can ask me, hey, are you okay? Like, especially, like, just, I got an ego. Someone that's less successful than me having the right to ask me about me like they're a doctor. What, you want me to put some ice on it? I'm gonna put some ice on my brain, it's gonna fix it. Everyone's got the solution. Yo, you put some ice on it. Do you know if that worked, we wouldn't need hospitals? We just have like ice dens for everything and stuff. It's like, grandma's got cancer, put some ice on the cancer. But I'm like funnier than comedians, right? Like, and I'm like an asshole.
But you get that. You get that a lot. People with the kind of faux sympathy. Are you okay?
Yeah, it's like, don't.
I like Tucker Carlson has real sympathy.
Even as a famous person, oh, go ahead, go before me. Hey, what do you want? And like, it's hard for people to even listen to you. They're just so like, oh my God, this is Ye. Did you hear what he said again? And there's a lot of people that have been put in my organization where it's their job to not listen to me.
In your own organization?
Absolutely. And that kind of thing can drive you what?
Crazy.
Yeah, I had my resolution this year was to only talk to people who listen to me.
Oh, damn. Remember in the beginning of this interview where I said it feels like Kanye West is just looking for somebody to hear him out because it feels like nobody on the left even will ever even listen to him. It's all like combative.
I know, crazy concept, right? I know, that's crazy.
How radically did that shrink the number of people you talk to?
Not enough. Not enough. Because that's how they do. They send the bots in. There's people working here. You know, it's like Prince had to constantly fire people. I got to constantly fire people. It's just all kind of people sitting around doing nothing, charging. I had 530 consultants last year.
For your businesses?
For my businesses. I didn't know. We just hire some guys in. And, you know, this is the issue when you hire atheists.
Jesus, what?
I think that's illegal to say in California, but, you know, sue me. This is the issue.
Look at Tiny's
you know,
face.
because
he's like, I'm about to get gold.
God-fearing people perform for an audience of one. At the end of the day, we all know we have to answer to God.
More from that interview coming up.
Bro, how hard are you gonna milk this? This is like Hassan running commercials.
Is losing my energy.
The new law which allows here.
Well, yay.
Wait,
Not
is that
crazy,
the end?
Worth listening to, even if you disagree. And chances are you're going to have a chance to listen to him in future years because, if anything, he's getting bolder. That's it for us tonight. Tune in every weeknight.
Jesus. Why do you keep saying rate this triangle choke? I don't even know what triangle choke means. It's great. Okay. How long have you been linking this? I know you were linking this earlier. That pseudo detransitioner person is also transphobic. Gotcha. BJJ move. Cool. Guys, I'm already on Factorio. I don't have time for anything else. Oh shit. Hold on. Are these all building blocks, or is it just like an RPG that looks like Minecraft? Oh no, it just looks like Minecraft. Checking out with Zane? A little bit. Okay, it's scrap. Oh, we're gonna need 3 for this. Gonna talk to Peter Boghossian again? I don't know, probably someday. Jesus. Okay. We've almost got our orange sign set up. You're gonna sign up for Adam 22's poker game? Damn, $10,000 buy it. Bro, I'm probably not doing anything else. If you're asking me to sign up for shit this month or next month, I'm probably not. I'm probably just gonna chill. I've got that Miami Liberty Con is on the 14th and 15th. I got D&D on the 14th. I've got like 2 or 3 different talks set up this week. I've got the Texas event next week. It's gonna be like 4 or 5 days. I've got some interviews that next week. I'm going to, I think that Myth Informed conference, I think is happening on the 4th or 5th of October, maybe. I'm not 100% on that. I'm going to, has ABBA announced a project yet that we're working on that I'm going to be in Montreal for? I don't know if I've said that. There's just a lot of shit going on. I need to just chill my brain. We have a chance of witnessing a 900 live? Bro, I throw 900s all the time here. Why do you guys act like it's that I'm not doing that? Bro, I'm not plugged in. I'm not plugged in. Hold on. Bro. Easy. That's all I needed, baby. Okay, I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Have fun. Rebrano, cappuccino, poppuccino, cappuccino, 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 my deuterinos. I will catch you guys next. Stream Reno. Peace out.